Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is the death and life of Erza Scarlet in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 81, A Monster's Grief. So, this is the place? Really? Ichigo had been skeptical from the get-go. He'd been through a lot recently, and with a war looming, the idea of empowered people in hiding set off all kinds of alarm bells. He'd spent the walk from school arguing with himself, one moment telling himself he was getting paranoid, the next arguing he wasn't paranoid enough. But Chad trusted them, and Ichigo had never pegged him as particularly naive. Back in the day, long before the business with souls, monsters, and evil overlords, he had been Ichigo's main partner in the business of punk skull-busting. He was savvy enough to the streets, and if he trusted these people, well, it meant something at least. It helped that Orium tagged along. Something about her cheery, carefree nature set him at ease, like a natural antidote to the grating tension he'd accumulated the last month. She, for her part, seemed the total opposite of his moody skepticism, cheerily chattering about everything and nothing, seeming excited at the prospect of meeting new people. "Don't let appearances fool you," said Chad, gesturing at the building before them. Ichigo had been skeptical to begin with, and these full-bringers having their hideout in a rundown brick building looking like it would collapse any moment didn't help. "It looks like crap," Ichigo said flatly, "like it's someplace junkies and hobos go to sleep." "Like I said," said Chad, knocking on a worn door with flaking paint, "don't be fooled." A hatch opened in the door, and somebody stared out. "It's me," said Chad. The hatch shut, and the door opened. In the doorway stood a lean, handsome young man with shoulder-length black hair. He wore a dress shirt and pants with suspenders, giving him a curiously anachronistic look. Ichigo snorted. "Who's the hipster? Be nice." Orium chided him. "Mr. Tsukishima," said Chad politely. "Chad," said Tsukishima. "Jinjo will be pleased to see you again. Are these the friends you mentioned before?" Chad nodded. "Please, step inside," said Tsukishima. Ichigo's hand went into his pocket, closing around his substitute badge. He didn't expect to get jumped, but he was not about to get caught unawares. Better to have it and not need it. "Can do," said Orium, and walked inside, heedless of any danger. Chad did much the same. "Well," said Tsukishima, looking at Ichigo. "Whatever," Ichigo muttered, and followed his friends. He steeled himself, as if he'd be attacked, but he came into a rather peaceful scene. Chad hadn't been kidding, appearances had been deceiving. Whereas the outside walls spoke of an aged building badly in need of renovation, the large room inside was well furnished with chairs, couches, and even a widescreen TV further in. There was a bar not far from it, where a large man in a suit polished glasses. He had a neatly trimmed mustache, and a band of cloth running over his right eye, contrasting with his polished appearance. Ichigo looked around, impressed despite himself. The room could easily have passed for a high-quality bar or club. Somebody had put a lot of effort into making this rundown place a welcoming, livable space. As he looked around, he counted 6 people, including Tsukishima. They all seemed to wear Western clothing, in keeping with the room's aesthetic. This was not a place decorated to seem Japanese, but Ichigo found he didn't dislike it. He saw Orium had already started to socialize, talking to some girl with pigtails. "Hey, Chad." A 7th person rose from behind the bar. In a simple shirt and jacket, with his hair combed back, he looked familiar. He held 2 beers, one in each hand, and approached Chad, smiling. "I heard you were coming. Want something to drink?" he said, offering a beer. "I am still underaged, Mr. Jinjo." "Oh, right," said Jinjo with a chuckle. "I keep forgetting. You're so big and serious, I feel like I'm talking to a senior every time." "You got the right idea, anyway. These will give you a beer gut, and we wouldn't want to ruin that figure, eh?" He turned to the man at the bar. "Giriko, a soda for our friend." "Cola will do," Chad said politely. "Now," said Jinjo, "I take it your moody friend in the back is Kurosaki Ichigo." "I think I remember you," said Ichigo, walking up to stand beside Chad, "from a few weeks ago." "Oh, yeah. You had a hard time with a hollow," So I think that was me lending a hand there. He'd had more than a hard time, but Ichigo wasn't sure the man's modesty was genuine. What's your game? He said bluntly. Poker, said Jinjo. Or, pool. I'm a bit old-fashioned that way. What's your angle? Ichigo said, frowning, and don't joke around. All right, I won't, Jinjo said with a chuckle, throwing his hands up. You got me, I'm secretly out to corrupt you all and turn you into gang members. That's not funny. Ichigo, Chad started, but Ichigo cut him off. I'm not going to just walk into a place like this and take it for granted that they're good people, Chad, he said irritably. You trust them, and that's all well and good, but we've got a war coming up on us and some secret society of people with powers. Well, let's just say I'm suspicious. You know, Jinjo said, his tone mild, I don't remember asking for anything when I saved your bacon back there. Could be it was to gain my trust. Jinjo shook his head. I like you, kid. I really do. Come on, let's talk this out. Cola. No thanks, said Ichigo sullenly. Suit yourself, Jinjo said with a shrug, walking over to a couch, Chad and Ichigo in tow. Jinjo sat down, took a swig, and set his bottle down on the table. Look, said Jinjo, leaning forward, looking Ichigo in the eye, I get it. You're suspicious. I applaud that. A good, healthy dose of paranoia is what kept me and my people alive for this long. I'm not asking you to trust us. Actually, no one's asking you anything. You can leave anytime you want. We'd prefer it if you kept this place to yourself, but we're not going to make you. And what if I don't? Wouldn't be the first time we've gone on the run, said Jinjo with a shrug. Ichigo, you must not, said Chad, and subtly, there was an eagerness in his voice. They are good people. They have done much for me. Good for you, Ichigo muttered. I can see why Chad asked you to come, said Jinjo, having another drink. You're really wound up, aren't you? What's it to you? None of my business, really. We very firmly believe that, me and my little group of misfits. But, you still reached out to Chad. See these people here? Said Jinjo, gesturing with a hand to the rest of the room, toward the other people there. Most of them, I found when they were just kids. Orphans, mostly. Only not just orphans, but ones who had their old folks killed by a hollow. It awakens something in you. I know how to deal with that. So, when I find somebody who's got that quality, that strength that draws hollows to them like a moth to a flame, I feel I have a responsibility. I can help them, and as far as I know, nobody else can. Our boy Chad, here, he said, pointing proudly at the tall young man, he handled himself better than almost anyone I've met, but he's still rough. We all need somebody. I saw him from afar. Talked to him. I was skeptical as well, Chad admitted, but he has done nothing but good. He has taught me how to develop my powers, improve them. Gain strength. Without him, I firmly believe I could not stand shoulder to shoulder with you. You always could, Ichigo protested. You're one of my best friends. Ichigo, Chad said firmly, do you honestly believe that I would be close to your equal if I had remained as I were when we ventured into the Soul Society? Power's not everything. True, but it does matter. So, yeah, Jinjo said with a shrug. That's his deal. I invited him, he accepted. Told me there were other people like him. Everyone here is here because they want to be. You, Ichigo, you can stay if you want, or leave. I want people to be free. That's it. I already have powers, Ichigo said sullenly. And how? Jinjo laughed. I can sense it, boiling under the surface. You could probably thump anyone here easily. I doubt Chad brought you here for more training. From what I hear, you get more than enough of that already. Every day, Ichigo admitted, and then there's school. And lying to your friends, too, eh? Jinjo nodded. Don't try to psychoanalyze me, Ichigo muttered. Buddy, I've been there, Jinjo said. You think you're the first guy with powers he didn't ask for, having to hide it from the people in his life. He shook his head. I think that's why Chad brought you here, to show you that you ain't alone. So, he said, standing up, you can hang around, take it easy, or leave. Do as you please. Now, if you'll excuse me, your redhead friend, I believe, actually came here to train a bit, so I've got to go help her set up with the right person. Stick around if you like. There's no closing hour here. Ichigo watched him leave, then turned to Chad, frowning even more. So, he just trained you? That's it. Mostly him, Chad said. He's very direct. Although in fairness, most of the others have contributed, as well. Chad, Ichigo said, what do you think Erza would say if she found this out? She is reasonable, said Chad. All the same, I believe they have good reasons for not wanting to be found. Ichigo leaned back, concerned. He should report this. Shouldn't he? Then again, he wasn't with the Godei. Their auxiliary status was purely cosmetic. He had no specific loyalty to them, and the war was only his because it had come to his home turf. This wasn't his business. Not his to report. I guess I'll have a drink, he muttered. Would feel stupid to come all this way just to turn around, right? Chad nodded. I'm glad you understand. Momo was warm with effort as she walked away from the store's backyard. Tessai's regimen wasn't usually that demanding, but practical application of keto had, in this instance, left her worked up enough to have her cheeks aflush and the rest of her in need of a shower. Even so, Momo was in high spirits. She was making some progress now, real progress, and under the tutelage of somebody as skilled as Tessai, she could only go up. Hey there! Momo yelped and nearly tripped over herself as she walked through the hall of the store. Embarrassed, she regained her bearings and spun around to look at the one who had called out to her. Really, Miss Yoriyuki, you shouldn't creep up on people like this. What? Said Yoriyuki. I was just standing here. I can't help it if you're elsewhere in your head. Well, said Momo, realizing that she had been more than a little distracted. I'm sorry, I guess I was, elsewhere. She blushed, and felt happy her cheeks were already red with exercise. You look adorable when you're all awkward. Yoriyuki chuckled. I can see what Erza likes about you. Thanks, said Momo awkwardly, and she couldn't help but smile. So, you're working with Tessai now? I can't say I've ever been a fan of all that hard work. Spoken like someone who's never had to work for anything, thought Momo, like someone who's just good at everything naturally. A pang of envy shot through her. That kind of casual confidence and skill, what wouldn't she give for that? It's going forward, she said reservedly, even if it's not lightning fast learning. Yoriyuki nodded. So, anyway. Yeah. Screw it, that's enough small talk, Yoriyuki said with a shrug. I'll admit, I was looking to ambush you just a little. Oh really? Yup. Curious cat that I am, I was wondering how things are going with you and Erza. You know? I mean, oh, yeah, you do, Momo murmured, remembering Erza had mentioned it. You're keeping it to yourself, right? Why do you think I'm asking you? Why are you, actually? Yoriyuki shrugged. I haven't had a relationship for decades and I haven't gotten laid for months. That leaves living vicariously through others. You really are quite shameless, you know, Momo said, feeling a mixture of offended and impressed at the former captain's boldness. I was born without any sense of shame. Tragic handicap, I know, Yoriyuki said with a grin. So, how are things? You don't have to say anything, but, well, to be honest you aren't already. True, Yoriyuki said with a grin, but the truth is, you're both incompetent at this sort of thing. Someone has to look out for you. Momo grumbled, well aware that it was actually quite true. Things are fine, she said reservedly. Define fine, please. We held hands as we fell asleep the other night, said Momo, feeling warm inside at the memory. Holding hands. Yoriyuki snorted. Hold on there, that's too hot a story even for me. That's almost as lewd as looking into each other's eyes longingly. Look, I get that you are just super experienced and stuff, Momo said, her temper flaring a little, but it was actually really nice. Sure, said Yoriyuki, but, you want to move beyond that, right? Yeah, Momo admitted. She realized she didn't mind confessing the truth of it. In fact, it felt nice to talk about the issue, even if Yoriyuki could have been more courteous. So. Well, Momo said slowly, I don't want to rush her. Sensible. Considerate. We both want to give it time to grow. Man, you're both so reasonable about this. Well, shouldn't we be? Said Momo defensively. Love isn't reasonable. Never has been, never will be. Say you take it slow for a while and let it grow. Then what? Well, I figured she'd eventually make a move. In some way. She's usually pretty forward in most situations. Knows her way around, well, most of everything. No, Yoriyuki said, a chuckle turning into a groan. Yes, she's good at most of everything, but not this. Wait for her to make a first move, and you'll let it grow indefinitely. Momo paused, realizing it was most likely true. Well, what should I do? Have you tried seduction? Yoriyuki said casually. You have a nice butt. When in doubt, use your assets. Momo blushed bright red, and there was no way she could ever explain that as the result of an intense training session. Actually, on second thought, no, Yoriyuki said. She's totally clueless in that area, too. I guess a length of rope would work. Hey, take this seriously. Momo cried. I'm very serious about ropes, Yoriyuki said with a glimmer in her eye. They do wonders for enhancing a relationship, let me tell you. Momo blushed even more brightly. Whatever, she stuttered. I have business to attend to, anyway. As she started to walk away, Yoriyuki put a hand on her shoulder, stopping her. All right, I'm sorry, she said with a chuckle. Look, the main point is the same. Erza's an extremely serious person. She naturally puts in a lot of work into her career and everything surrounding any bigger goals she has. Relationships, well, I don't see her prioritizing them without a bit of help. You're probably going to have to be a bit more proactive, is all I'm saying. Proactive, how? Start simple, said Yoriyuki. You're taking it slow? Then, set out for a date. Just a regular, normal date. A nice lunch out with just the two of you. But the war. So iPhone's happy to take command. Yoriyuki scoffed. Honestly, the woman's a complete workaholic. Besides, you could always stay near. There are lots of nice places around here. Being military doesn't mean giving up having a life, you know. It didn't for me. It doesn't for a lot of captains. Being totally dedicated to only work is a choice, not a requirement. Momo paused, and thought to herself. This was actually true. She would have to take action. So far, her idea had been to not push Erza away, to let things lie, and then, of course, there had been the latest invasion. But, right now, things were quiet, and there would be some time off. Maybe it was up to her to move this forward. A date, huh? Just a very normal date, Yoriyuki said with a nod, which I expect to hear in detail about, of course. Momo snorted. You would? Yoriyuki nodded. So, how, do I go about getting there? Yoriyuki laughed. You're already in a kinda sorta relationship. You've kissed. I'd say just asking her out should be doable. Have some courage, why don't you? The hard part's already done. You know what? Momo said determinedly. You're right. Thanks, Yoriyuki. Nectar to my ears, Yoriyuki said with a wide grin. Now, you go out there and get her. Momo nodded, blushing again before hurrying away. She still had work to do, but tonight, she'd try. Erza did need a push, after all. Yoriyuki would know. Aside from a punishingly long report, which Erza had had to repeat directly to the captain commander via video feed, there had been much more administrative nonsense to do. Accounts of military resources. In-depth information on their foes. Transfer of files of collected battle data taken from the night before, to give the Goatee Eyes analysts something to chew on. Erza rather suspected Urahara was already miles ahead of them. In short, the report had only been the beginning of Erza's headaches. But, much to her relief, So iPhone had come to her aid, and sitting cross-legged on the floor by a small wooden table in the shop, together they had hammered out most of it during the day. The woman worked with a zealous efficiency, and Erza had been happy to let her take the reins. So iPhone had spoken only to get clarifications on certain issues, or to hand Erza a paper to sign here and there, and Erza was well aware that she had been overtaken in terms of workloads cleared at least twice. An hour after lunch, they had finished up the formidable mountain of paperwork, and Erza, after being assured the torturous exercise was finally done, took a long breath and leaned back, falling onto her back. She took a minute just to recover, but was interrupted before any more time had passed. "Commander." "Yes, so iPhone." Erza groaned, sitting up again. "Please don't tell me you forgot a stack of papers for us to do." "Of course not," said So iPhone, sounding quietly offended at the suggestion, "but I rather thought we should take the opportunity to review our combat readiness. There is much to learn from last night." "Sure," Erza said, grudgingly, "in a minute. Actually, any word on how Eisen jammed our communications?" "An old signal. A virus of sorts, I suppose you could call it, activated remotely. It has been located, thoroughly purged, and our communications system is now being searched in its entirety to find any other bugs." "That's good," Erza said with a nod. "We could have used those reinforcements quicker." "The Captain Commander concurs," said So iPhone. "On my council, he has ordered that any communications interruption is, from now on, to be treated as a sign of invasion with immediate action to follow. Eisen will not pull the same trick twice." "Good," Erza said, a little impressed. "I have to say, we came out of that on top. Eisen lost a bunch of fighters, failed to retrieve Grimjo." "I am not so optimistic," said So iPhone. "Why am I not surprised?" "Yeah. There is always room for improvement. Last night revealed many weaknesses to our position. We must analyze the events from the battle and use it to optimize our defenses of this city." "You know," said Erza, "I sometimes wonder if you shouldn't be in charge instead." "If I have overstepped my bounds, I apologize," said So iPhone quickly. "I only seek to offer help to the best of my ability." "Please, don't take it the wrong way," Erza said, making a conciliatory gesture with her hand and smiling. "It's just that you have so many answers and ideas ready I didn't even think of." Come to think of it, something had changed. So iPhone had, for the most part, kept to herself and her team of intelligence operatives. Outside of reports and her other duties, she had worked by herself, rather independently. But now she was actively offering her help to Erza specifically, and it was something Erza couldn't help but appreciate. "I do my best," said So iPhone modestly. "It's plenty," Erza said reassuringly. "I would initially have thought I would have to lean on Byakuya for field command, but with the way things have turned out, it's clear who should be considered my second in command. If anything happens to me, you are to assume command in my stead." So iPhone bowed her head. "You honor me, Commander." "Please, relax," Erza said with a smile. "You don't have to bow to me." "No. I suppose I don't have to," So iPhone said after some deliberation. "Old habits die hard, I suppose. Would you prefer it if I was less formal?" "Maybe a little," said Erza. "It helps things flow more easily. But, if formal is what you prefer, then by all means be formal. I may be the one who tells you what to do, but I won't tell you how you have to act." So iPhone nodded. "It is appreciated." "Good," said Erza. "Now, defense plans." "Actually," said So iPhone, "before I forget, there is an issue I suppose we ought to discuss." "Oh," said Erza. "It must be good to tear you from your beloved defense plans." So iPhone's lips curled up in a way that suggested she had made an effort to smile but not quite gotten there. Erza took it as a good sign hopefully. "Actually, it concerns an unknown factor." "Unknown? Shiba is Hein." "Is Hein?" Erza said confusedly. What about him? According to intelligence, he has now regained his powers. He drove back the most powerful Espada alongside his partner. I am sure you read the report. I remember reading Byakuya and Ichigo fighting him, Erza muttered. This is news to me. It was, struck from the record, said So iPhone, at my request. Explain yourself, said Erza, her voice a little sharper, now fully focused. I withheld that information, because I wanted to take that to you first, said So iPhone. As you know, his status is ambiguous. He has, strictly speaking, committed treason by abandoning the Godai. He lost all his powers. Erza said, increasingly concerned. It doesn't matter what you or I think, So iPhone said quickly. It matters what the Godai's justice system thinks. Which, at the moment, is the Captain Commander. Go on, said Erza, a little confused. She had at first thought the Stealth Force commander had gone through all this trouble just to pin down another traitor, to relentlessly pursue a criminal regardless of circumstance, but thinking about it, she had taken the issue to her first. Powerless, Shiba Ishine would be of little concern to the Godai, So iPhone explained, another soul fallen through the cracks. But, with his strength regained, raising a family of people potentially as strong as him? The Godai has never approved of strength gathered outside the confines of its walls. It is routine procedure to hunt down potential enemies getting too strong. To kill people just because they might be a threat, Erza said contemptuously, making a face. Now, that sounds like a good way of making enemies. These are rules I have enforced, but not written, said So iPhone. Please, leave your feelings on the issue aside, Commander. Right now, the Godai is in a sore spot. Your presence is proof of this. But when Aizen is dealt with, when the Godai restores its power fully, it will not forget. Best this be resolved now, while there is still a chance to negotiate to your advantage. Erza blinked. Wait. Are you telling me to strike a deal of some kind? Right under Yamamoto's nose. I would never work against the Godai's interests, said So iPhone severely, but that doesn't mean I have to be unreasonable. Shiba Ishine could be a considerable asset. Negotiate now, and you might get away with a pledge to provide aid during the war. If you live and you garner enough clout doing so, your status would be protection enough. So, we have two scenarios, then, Erza said thoughtfully, one in which we hope things solve themselves, and one in which we take action and do something. Either one could backfire. Yamamoto could say no and demand Ishine return to the Godai immediately at best, or demand his execution at worst. Unlikely, but possible, said So iPhone. He's good people, said Erza. They took me in when I had no one, Masaki and he. I have no doubt. My status is very much in question right now, said Erza thoughtfully. I've openly protested the Godai's core values. But you, So iPhone, would you put in a good word for me? Argue his value as a strategic resource, or whatever. I would never say a thing I did not believe in, warned So iPhone, and my evaluation of the situation might not be as favorable as you'd like. So iPhone, said Erza, you came to me first. You went as far as withholding information. Clearly, you see the value here. Your idea is solid, and I'm grateful you went to this much trouble for me. So, if you went this far, why not go all the way? If it is you making the suggestion, it will mean more than if it is me. What would I suggest? The pardon, Erza said quickly, snapping her fingers. Yes, the pardon. The one offered to me and to the others. Extend it to Ishine as well, under the condition that he offers his service during the war to come. If possible, see him released to be his own from then on. Throw in a condition that he swears not to raise his hand against them, if possible. Is that acceptable? Yes. So iPhone said, nodding. Yes, that is acceptable. Then, you'll speak with the old man. Yes, So iPhone agreed, as a favor. Entirely within the confines of the Godai's code of conduct, of course. I wouldn't ask for anything else, said Erza with a smile. Very well. I will speak with the commander in the morning. Thank you, So iPhone, said Erza, sincerely. Thank you for talking to me first. I would have been very upset if this had become a problem. It is no problem, said So iPhone. A good operative knows when to tread carefully and with consideration. A good operative, said Erza. As you like. Shall we get to those defense plans, then? Yes, certainly, So iPhone said, almost flustered. In fact, I have thought of at least 22 ways we could improve last night's defenses. Jinjo sat hunched forward on a slab of concrete deliberately placed outside the near-ruined building to add to its run-down look, and watched the three kids leave. His fingers were clasped, and he had a smile on his face. Go on, he said, his voice loud enough to be heard through the door, let me have it. Who says anything about anyone getting it? Said Tsukishima Shuakura, stepping out from behind the door where he'd been waiting. Come on, Shiryu, said Jinjo. I can't bring anyone new without your face twitching like crazy. Go on, get your paranoia out of your system. I'm only paranoid because it's the way you taught me, Shuakura said reservedly, less than appreciative of the affectionate shortening of his name. Ever look at something you made and think you succeeded just a little too well? It's sensible, said Shuakura firmly. I've seen our enemies. I remember having to run from my home several times. These people. Good kids, said Jinjo firmly. It was one thing to bring in the muscle-bound kid, said Shuakura, shaking his head, but the girl? The frowning jerk who you had to convince not to sell us out? They're both directly related to a captain of the Godii, Jinjo. They're kids, Jinjo said insistently, kids who need somebody. Somebody like me, you know? Some way of getting stronger. Not just in the body, but in the head, too. That was you one time, remember? They're a risk, insisted Shuakura. That Didzy girl might give us away by accident. That frowning kid might give us away because he's rightly suspicious about it. All it takes is one word, Jinjo, one word, and the Shinigami will come looking. And right now, when they've got their own war coming. With several captains right here, in our home city? We should be lying as low as possible, not inviting security risks in for tea. This is what I do, Shiryu, Jinjo said stubbornly. It's what I did for you, and for almost everyone else we got with us. Sure, these kids still have families, for the most part, but they're still nearly lost. They have tutors. Strong, skilled tutors, said Shuakura sharply. They do not need to be saved, Jinjo. Maybe, Jinjo said with a nod, or maybe I know something those fucking black scarecrows don't. Shuakura shook his head irritably. I get wanting to look after people, sure. But you're doing it at the risk of endangering the rest of us at the same time. Why the hell would you reach out to them if it meant Giriko, or Jackie, or Ririka? If it meant Yukio, or Mo? If it meant me? Shiryu dash. You've told me about them. Shiryu said frustratedly. Ruthless, heartless bastards who'll kill any potential threat without second thought, right? You told me we'd be lucky to get a clean death. You told me they tried to kill you. That they were dangerous, Jinjo. They are, Jinjo conceded, and they did. So, why are you letting this happen? Say you help these three kids fine. But, what if it means the rest of us? Would that be worth it? Would all of us put together be worth less than they are? Shiryu, Jinjo said, but Shuakura continued, growing more agitated. This is you and your savior complex again, he said, shaking his head. Can't walk through town without finding a puppy to save, that's you. But, that's putting us in real danger, and you're too proud to see it. Shiryu, Jinjo said sharply, I would never forget my obligations to the kids. Got that? You guys are my life. So, let them be. We'll go to another hideout and don't talk to them. At least not until this stupid war is done and those Shinigami have left town. We'll be fine, Jinjo said stubbornly. Damn it, I don't want to lose our home a third time, said Shuakura bitterly. You won't, Jinjo assured him. I'll make sure of it. I'll die before I let that happen. That's what I'm afraid of. Go back inside, said Jinjo. I'm keeping tabs on them. If there's trouble, we'll know ahead of time. If we have to run, we'll run. We'll be very careful, But, no, I can't turn my back on M. I had no one. If I can be someone to somebody with nobody, I will. That's me. That's all there is to it. Fine, Tsukishima said irritably. It's like talking to a wall. Walls don't wear stylish leather jackets. Your jokes are the worst. That's the point, said Jinjo with a grin. Go inside, have a drink, and we'll all talk about it together when we're all nice and calm, okay? Fine, Shuakura muttered. Yeah, whatever. See you inside. Jinjo shook his head as the door closed forcefully behind Shuakura. He was still young, still in need of direction, still impulsive. He had a good head on his shoulders, but he needed tempering. Jinjo thought to himself about the risks. He was not nearly as flippant as he pretended to be. There was a real risk. The Godei had a price for his head, and they would not likely be kind to any associate of Kyogo Jinjo, traitor and criminal. But, contrary to what Shuakura thought, the risk was not without reward. The closer he got to the Karakura group, the better he could monitor them. His motivations were not nearly as selfless as he claimed. They never could be. The responsibility was too great. There was risk here, and he played a dangerous game, but part of him was tired of hiding, tired of running. He hated the thought of leaving home as much as Shuakura. This was a rundown building, sure, but it was their rundown building. They'd worked hard to make it something extra. No, he would not turn his back on that. If it meant confronting the Godei, so be it. It was well past time he settled the score with them. Then what? Demanded Grimjo, thumping his fist eagerly into the ground. He sat cross-legged on the ground opposite to Erza, a wide, gleeful grin on his face. I used most of my Ryotsu to charge a lightning blast to stun him. With his guard down, I hammered him hard, taking one arm after another. Hell yeah, Grimjo said, almost beside himself. His voice was practically oozing schadenfreude, and Erza was beginning to wonder whether this had been such a good idea after all. She had come to visit him, for a number of different reasons, to bond with him, to gain his trust, out of concern for him, as bizarre as that was, and sure enough, hearing the tale of how she had pummeled Neutra had gotten him excited. He seemed to hate the lanky Espada as much as he hated anyone else ranked above him. More, even, Erza would not be surprised if he had some grudge against Neutra. He looked at her, eager, genuinely happy, and she was sure he didn't even notice the way he thumped his fist on the ground. It exhausted me, Erza continued, but in the end, I managed to get him on his knees. Did ya kill him? Said Grimjo keenly. Please tell me you fucking killed him. That useless sack of shit, tell me you ended him. Fucking hell, it'd make my day, my fucking month and year, if you tell me you took his shitty head from his shoulders. He begged for it, almost, Erza said reservedly, uncomfortable with the joy he displayed at such a gruesome notion. He was on his knees. Said I should end him. He said it was only right, that I shouldn't look down on him. Oh, man, Grimjo said, shaking his head. That lean fucker's always hated women, and now him on his knees? Begging for death? Fuck me, this is too good. He didn't die, said Erza. Oh, come on. Grimjo growled. You went soft on him? He's even worse than me. At least I don't discriminate whose guts I rip out, yeah. I was all but spent. Before I could end him, Tyr Halibel appeared and rescued him, dragging him back to Las Noches by his collar. There was nothing I could do to stop it. Grimjo burst into a long, howling, mad fit of laughter, echoing across the wide space of Urahara's cellar. His chest heaved, and he slammed his fist into the ground even harder, shattering the ground under him. Fuck. He said, struggling to breathe. Holy fuck, that's even better. He kept on laughing until he ran out of breath, and there were tears trailing from his eyes. Erza felt disturbed, twice over. Not only was it distasteful to see somebody take so much pleasure in the near-death and humiliation of an enemy, but this was the purest joy she had ever seen him express. In his sadistic glee, he seemed the most human he had ever been. Clutching his gut, rasping for breath, he said, "Oh, man, beaten by a woman, then dragged away and saved by one. Oh, he'll be sore. He'll never forget that one, the hateful fucker. I'm glad you enjoyed the story, Erza said reservedly. Ha! Grimjo said, letting out another fit of laughter. First I get to see that shitty goody two-shoes Neely'll get fucked sideways by that shopkeeper guy and his girlfriend, and now this. Fuck, I needed that. I ain't felt this good about nothing since before I lost my arm. Good job, Red. Erza nodded. My pleasure, she said. What? Said Grimjo, suddenly composed. Sick to your stomach all of a sudden. He grinned widely, obviously still cheery. I am fine. Ha. You look at me right now and you feel revolted. I don't mind. I'm a damned hollow. The shit I like makes your kind sick. I get it. Ain't my fault you're all weak, and I don't mind knowing it, either. Weakness, huh? Said Erza. For damned sure. Erza shook her head. I honestly feel sorry for anyone who thinks that. Sorry. Grimjo snorted. Keep your pity. I like what I am. I know what I am, and I'm content with it. How many Shinigami can say that? You all have to think, have to figure out who you are and what your place in everything is. You got doubt. I know. I've seen Hueco Mundo, Erza said quietly. It's a hellish, dry outback of constant violence. In part, I can't blame you for being the way you are. I can only imagine the kind of madness it takes to endure a place like that. I can only imagine the kind of pain you've had to endure. Wouldn't have it any other way, said Grimjo. It made me strong. Made me good at what I do. Made me see the world for what it is. And look where it's taken you, Erza thought to herself. Halibel would disagree. So, I think, would most Espada of her caliber. Hypocrites, Grimjo snorted dismissively. They know the world they live in, but they don't know who they are. They wrap themselves up in fantasies, like Aizen's dumbass ideas. But, they're all stronger than you even at your best. So? Grimjo said defensively. What if you grew strong, and discovered something new in the process? Said Erza. What if you discovered there was more to life than this ladder of yours? That maybe violence isn't the only way? What if the price for reaching their level wasn't just pain and struggle, but realizing something new about yourself? I'd rather die than become that stupid, Grimjo scoffed. Fucking kill me if that happens. Violence, raw force, that's what we are. It's what made me. It's what made them, too, even if they forgot. He spoke fervently, with a passion even, and Erza believed him when he said it. It was the conviction of a man fully certain, and totally opposed to everything she stood for. But, she also remembered what Orium said, and she believed that, too. He's lonely. He misses his friends. Your goal is to be king, right? To stand at the top. Hell yeah, said Grimjo, and when I get my arm back, that's right where I'm headed. That or dying. There's nothing else. And the people you lost on the way. What about them? Said Grimjo, and it seemed like the wind went out of his sails a little. He didn't want to be reminded, she was sure of it. The ones you led here, to their death. You don't care about them at all. Sure, I care, said Grimjo with a shrug. I care that these useless fuckers got themselves killed. I put time and effort whipping them into shape, and they just up and die on me? Fucking assholes. Hell, I'm glad they died. I got no need for weaklings in my ranks. You can be as strong as ever, make no mistakes, and still die, said Erza quietly. The world doesn't care if you try or not. Sometimes, there's just a bigger fish. Was it their fault they ran into one? A good hollow knows not to take a bad fight, said Grimjo with a shrug. As you say. I do so say, Red. Erza sat quiet for a little while. There is this human custom. We Shinigami do it, too. I'm sure you'd find it stupid. Probably, yeah. He frowned when she didn't respond. What? What is it, then? Oh, nothing, said Erza. It's just that we tend to recover the bodies of our dead and bury them. Someplace quiet and all to themselves. I know that. Grimjo scoffed. Don't get it though. What's the point? We honor those who have left us, said Erza. We honor their memory. I knew that kind of pain once. Several times over, actually. I watched good friends die. I still go to their graves when I have the time. What the hell for? Said Grimjo, snorting, and Erza had to restrain herself. He doesn't know any better, she told herself. When you're gone, you're gone. Some dumb piece of rock with letters on it don't change that. Who cares? It's not for the dead, but for the living. I go there to remember them. To reflect on my own life, and where it's going. To make sure I am reminded of their sacrifice, and what they meant to me. What for? Because we are who we are because of the people around us. That's the problem, then, Grimjo said dismissively. You need others. I don't. I don't need idiots telling me I'm good, because I know I am. So, why do you put effort into your servants, then? A king needs followers. Goes without saying, Grimjo said irritably. Keep up, will ya? I only cared in case they made me look bad. I don't miss em. I ain't like you dumbass Shinigami. Tell me, said Erza, staring him in the eye, there are no bodies left, but, would you like to go see where they died? The fuck would I want to do that for? Erza shrugged. Closure, perhaps. You may pride yourself on your lack of humanity, but I believe it might be useful to you all the same. Grimjo gave her a curious glance, furrowing her brows. Under the frown, she saw something like confusion. He doesn't understand, she thought, but underneath it he's human still. I'm sure of it. Stunted and evil, but human. Yeah, whatever, he said, standing up suddenly. You wanna take me out of this place for a bit? Hell yeah. Getting sick and tired of seeing the same fucking thing all the time. Go on. Erza nodded. An hour, I should be able to manage. I'll just check out with iPhone first. Grimjo shrugged, and stared up at the artificial sky of the basement. After getting iPhone's approval, which proved surprisingly easy, Erza took Grimjo out from the basement. She didn't bother restraining him, the keto-powered mark on his neck would be control enough, and even without it, he would be too weak to escape her no matter what. She did not think much of him, but she was sure he would at least be smart enough to not make matters worse for himself. They walked through the city in silence together, taking their time. An hour would be plenty of time, and there was no need to run. Grimjo flexed his body, stretching his muscles, looking quite excited to see the outside world again. He was like a caged animal, finally free to roam. The sun was low in the sky, and sunset was only hours away. However, Grimjo's cheer seemed to diminish a little as they came closer to one of the battlegrounds, his spirits dampened. We're not far now, said Erza, halting. Which would you like to see first? I remember from the reports where each one was slain. I don't fucking care. Then we'll go back. Yeah, fine, Grimjo muttered. Eelford. Let's see where that stupid bastard croaked. Erza nodded. Eelford it is. She took him a little further into the city, pausing a few times to remember. Finally, they came upon a street crossing. Some recent repairs to the asphalt spoke of a battle settled not long ago. This is it, said Grimjo. Erza pointed. I believe his final moments happened toward the end of that street, she said. Before one of your asshole mates purged him. Correct. Yeah, whatever. Grimjo said, twitching irritably. Erza looked at him. The elation he had displayed earlier, the relief of being outside and having a change of pace from his imprisonment, it was all gone. He stared forward stubbornly, but by his body language, Erza felt as if he didn't want to be there. A shoulder angling away, as if he was about to turn around and walk away. What's this for, anyway? Grimjo snarled, staring at Erza. Is it some kinda sick Shinigami joke? Rub it in good and proper? We beat you and this is where we killed your buddies. That it? Erza shook her head. I'd never do that to you, or anyone else. I kill my enemies if I have to, but I never go out of my way to humiliate them. He spat at the ground. Yeah, fucking fine. You fucking bastard Shinigami. His voice had started angry, full of fire, and Erza had expected a long, profane rant about how fucked up their entire system was, and but her surprise, his voice died out weakly, trailing off into nothing, his voice becoming a whisper before falling silent. "You may walk down the street," said Erza, "alone, if you like. I don't know exactly where it happened, but it's as close to a grave as your servant ever would have gotten." "You're fucking weird," he muttered under his breath. "Your whole dumb fucking race is weird. The fuck's this supposed to accomplish?" "Take your time," said Erza simply. "Just walk down the street," Grimjo said, shaking his head. "Then what?" "That will be up to you," he growled, and forcefully, he marched down the street, as if he had to convince his body to move at all. Grimjo didn't like not knowing himself. The purity of the painful, violent experience of the ladder of Hueco Mundo had given him that exactly. He had come to know himself, a beast, and embrace his own monstrosity. He had killed, and killed, taken wounds and returned them tenfold, and he had come to enjoy it. It was his purpose for being as a hollow. Up until now, he had been sure he knew exactly what he was, that he was in control of every part of himself. But, as he walked down the street, a calamitous sea of emotion stirred inside him, one he didn't understand at all. He reached the end of the street and it became all the worse, standing still, with no basic task like motion to occupy him, the emotions intensified. He realized he had been fooling himself. He remembered his humiliation in Hueco Mundo, the breakdown he'd had in his room after losing his arm, his mind fully occupied with the loss of his servants. A lot had occupied his mind since. Revenge against Aizen. Bitterness and anger, first at Aizen and then at the ingratitude of the Shinigami. That weird, stupid captain and her weirder, stupider daughter. A lot of it had been there, pushing away in his mind something that had never gone away, something he knew deep down was always there. Staring out across the street, he remembered Eelford Grand's, his cocky, youthful face, framed by blonde hair, his self-confident swagger, his smooth words, his loyalty and devotion. As he remembered it, there was an ache in his chest, one he didn't understand any more than the tumultuous emotions he felt thus far. But, it was painful, in a way that truly hurt. This was pain of a kind he had no understanding of. "Who the fuck gave you the right, huh?" he snarled, imagining Eelford standing in front of him in the street. "Who the fuck said you could die?" "Everyone dies," the imaginary Eelford said, "and I'm not the first of your followers to do so. What did you expect? You belonged to me?" Grimjo said angrily, lashing out with his arm against a lamp post. It buckled under the pressure of his fist, bending slightly. "You all belonged to me. You were all mine. You were my fractions, and I say when you can die. Me and no one else." He realized he was screaming out loud. He looked to his right, the lamp post had bent over entirely, ruined under multiple hard blows he hadn't even noticed himself making. "It ain't fair," he said. "I was supposed to be king, you stupid bastard. I was supposed to be king, and you lot was supposed to be my goddamn servants. My vassals. Hueco Mundo was supposed to be mine ours. We don't always get what we want. Shut the fuck up." Grimjo snarled, aware on some level that what he screamed at was imaginary, but unable to care all the same. "You shut the fuck up, you asshole. This is your fault. You should be here with me, not elsewhere, you bastard. We're gone now. That can't change." Grimjo's face twisted with an incomparable fury, and he sunk to his knees, pulverizing a piece of the sidewalk with his fist. "Come back," he barked. "You come right back, you hear? You know that won't happen. Come back, damn you. We wish we could. Come back. Come back." Even in imagination, Eelford fell silent. "Don't leave me alone. I am your king, damn it. I ain't supposed to be alone." Then there was silence. Grimjo realized he was trembling. What the hell was this? What was wrong with him? Was it some kinda Shinigami voodoo? Did that bitch captain play with his head somehow? That cunt. He'd been just fine before she took him here, and now he was. You weren't fine. Shut up. Grimjo shouted, grabbing a piece of rubble and hurling it across the street. It made a dent in a wall of the building on the opposite side of the street, but nothing else happened. Grimjo took a deep breath, remembering a technique he'd employed back in the old days, when he'd been grievously wounded. You took long, deep breaths to stabilize your body, to calm, to let it fix itself. You focused, accepted the pain, and waited. It helped, if only a little. He stopped trembling. The pain didn't go away at all, but he was slowly regaining control of himself. After some time, he stood up, gritting his teeth. It was still there, like an oppressive, dark cloud of resentment. He could see them now, each one, almost as if they were right there in front of him. Ilford. Deroy. Nakim. Shalong. Idrid. All of them looking down on him. Idrid. The bastard was still alive, wasn't he? And the last he'd seen of him was when he'd kicked his ass to the curb for being weak. "The fuck are you looking at?" he said. "You're all worthless and weak." Angrily, he marched back up the street, where the red-headed bitch was still waiting. Erza saw him coming, marching like he had a grudge with the ground. His face twisted with anger, he stopped in front of her. "There is still some time," she began. "We could still visit another dash." "Ilford was a stupid bastard," Grimjo said flatly, his words rapid, spat out like a curse. "I'm glad he's dead. I don't give a fuck about anyone else either. This stupid fucking trip's done." Erza looked past him, to the demolished section of the street where she'd seen him sink to his knees. "It doesn't hurt less, even with time," she said softly, "but it does get easier. You learn to handle it." "I don't have a fucking clue what you're talking about." "Sure. Don't you sure me, you stuck-up bitch," he rebutted. "I'll fucking rip your throat out one of these days, and when I do, the last thing you'll see will be my Logan fucking face. Bitch." Erza simply nodded. "Let's go back as you said, then." Finally, he said angrily. "I thought I'd have to beg like a good dog." Erza sighed. She wasn't sure if this had been the right call. Maybe she had just made things worse by bringing him here, but her gut told her it had been worth a try. As she followed Grimjo, who had begun walking back in long, angry strides, well ahead of her, she found herself wishing the best for him. He was a monster still, but she had seen his pain, and it had been familiar to her. It was late night when Erza headed home. The last of the reports from the recent invasion had been handled, and after a conference with Yamamoto, she had at last wrapped up the last of her duties and headed home. After some quick tea and sandwiches with Momo, they both headed up to sleep. Erza was in the midst of switching into her sleepwear, sitting half-dazed on her bed, when a nervous, fidgety Momo spoke up. "So, Erza didn't respond, a bit too tired. She figured if Momo had something to say, she'd say it. There was a pause, enough that Erza was changed and ready to lie down, when Momo began again. So, Erza said, yawning. So we're in a thing together. As, more than friends." Said Erza, willing to concede that this much was true. "Like a couple?" Yeah, Erza said with a nod, "a couple. It's taking some getting used to, but yeah." She shook her dizziness away for a second, realizing Momo had something specific on her mind. She was not normally wise to these things, and even less so when she was just coming back from a hard day's work, but she ought to try to pay attention all the same. "So," Momo said, fidgeting nervously with her fingers, I thought maybe, we should try and do some couple stuff." "Like what?" Erza murmured, suppressing a yawn. If it's not too much." Her kinda sorta maybe girlfriend added quickly. "You can at least make a suggestion," Erza said with a tired smile. "I'll hear you out." "Well, how about? I mean, if there's time, and if you feel like it, and really there's no pressure dash." "Momo," Erza said firmly. "Yes." Momo practically squeaked. It was kind of cute, actually. "You had something to say, so say it." "Well, I was thinking this weekend, if there's free time in our schedule, maybe we could go out? Together?" Just the two of us. Erza blinked. If there's time, Momo repeated. We're soldiers. Duty first, of course. And, if there's anything wrong, we'll call it off immediately. And, you don't have to say yes. You don't have to answer, actually. You can think about it. But, I wish you didn't because the suspense is killing me. Oh, forget that last part. Sure, said Erza simply, and shrugged. Really? Said Momo hopefully. I'm not joking around, said Erza. Too tired for that. A date, right? Yes. Momo said eagerly. Erza yawned, unable to suppress it this time. Yeah, sure. I'll have a look on our schedule. If there's no immediate threat going on, yeah, we could do that. Can't be all work and no play, right? Momo made a high-pitched noise that Erza assumed to be happy, because it would be really strange for her to sound utterly terrified. Thank you, said Momo happily, all but tackling Erza on the bed. Erza looked down on her vice-captain and smiled, putting a hand on her head, ruffling her hair lightly. Okay, Erza said wearily. To be honest, I had almost, not forgotten about this, but pushed it aside. It's good you reminded me. I gotta give this a fair shot, right? Momo leaned in close, and gave Erza a quick kiss on the cheek. In return, Erza put a hand on Momo's shoulder and gave her a quick kiss on the lips. Momo blushed. That's all we get to do tonight, okay? Erza said. 'Cause I'm beat, you know. Oh of course, Momo said, still bubbling with happiness. Yes, of course. Erza lay down. I'll get back to you on the schedule thing, she muttered, closing her eyes as she pulled the covers over her, but right now. Yeah. Momo agreed happily, lying herself down close to Erza. Soon, sleep had caught them both, although Momo lay awake a little longer, too excited to sleep right away. A real date. Just the two of them. To this jubilant thought, she finally closed her eyes and let the dreams come. Chapter 82, King of Nothing. Momo tried her best to contain her excitement. After having finished up their duties for the day, at 6 o'clock sharp, she had headed back to the apartment with Erza. They had changed into the jjigae provided to them, and gone out on the town. Momo had made a particular effort to wear something cute, only to realize that, firstly, her knowledge of outfits and their corresponding cuteness was rather limited, and Erza had made no such effort of her own. With the woman she loved settling for plain jeans and a t-shirt, Momo had in turn settled for a pink skirt and a white blouse. The clothes didn't matter. It was them being together, doing something all on their own, that mattered. The fact that even under these conditions, even with the threat of war looming, Erza had taken the time for a real date. It didn't matter that neither of them really knew how to dress up, or that they both had the badges ready to exit their jjigae at any time in case of an invasion, or that they hadn't told anyone exactly what they were doing as if it were a dirty little secret. She was here, out on the town, on her way to grab a bite to eat with her girlfriend. That had to be it, right? She threw the word around inside her head, staring adoringly at her captain, her friend, her girlfriend, her lover. That last part they'd get to eventually, she was sure. For now, she just had to focus on not messing this up. Erza looked back at her cheery vice-captain and shot her a smile that wasn't as genuine as she would have liked it to be. She had been quite cavalier when Momo had asked, but the truth was that she was feeling the pressure. The truth was that she was nervous. Afraid. She'd been lucky she had been tired when Momo asked, or she might have frozen. If she could have thought properly, she probably would have. She'd had time to think about it since that fateful night, every now and then, even if she had had to force herself to do it. She wasn't entirely sure how she felt. She loved Momo, sure, just like she loved any of her friends. But, was there actually anything more? No, there was. She was quite sure of it. There was something more there, something she had never felt for the likes of Renji or Ranjika or anyone else she had bonded with in her time with the Godi I-13. She felt, oddly protective of Momo. She felt glad to see Momo in the morning, and she had started to feel annoyed when they had to be apart. These things, she knew she hadn't felt them before, Not when they had both been part of the Godi before her exile. She had never let any of it show, because Erza Scarlet took her commitment to captaincy seriously, but it was there. Was that love? Feeling a little protective of someone, a little annoyed? She had decided the only way to find out was to tackle the problem directly. A date, that was as good a place as any to start. Any place you want to eat. Anywhere is good, Momo chirped. She sounds so happy, Erza thought gloomily, inwardly envisioning what it would be like to tell her it wasn't working, that it couldn't go on. She'd be crushed. How about sushi? Said Erza, determined not to let her fears shine though. She had to try. She had to figure out how she really felt. She owed Momo that much. I'd love some, Momo said happily. After browsing the restaurants of Karakura's entertainment district, they settled for a small restaurant. They each got a plate, and despite some attempts at conversation, mostly from Momo's side, they mostly ate in silence. Momo's smile stayed on, but it was starting to seem forced to Erza, plastered on there like too much makeup. Momo, she said, after the last bite had been finished, before the pause between eating and talking had time to become an awkward silence. Yes. Momo said eagerly. She said, taking a deep breath, how do you feel? I feel great. Momo said with impossible cheer. I'm in great shape right now. I mean, about this, Erza said awkwardly, making a vague hand gesture, us. This, date. I think it's going great. Momo, said Erza quietly, if you're being honest? I'd like that much better. I'm not much of a people person, but even I can tell you're trying very hard. I feel like you're wasting it on me right now. So please be honest with me. Always. Even if it's hard. Momo looked down. I am trying, she said, sighing. I just want this to be a good experience for you. For us. Is it? It's not bad, Momo said hesitantly. Momo, please tell me how you feel. Erza looked her in the eye, and Momo buckled under the pressure. I feel like it shouldn't be this hard, she said, sighing deeply. We've done this loads of times, haven't we? I mean, not too often since you came back, but we used to do this. Going out together. We had fun. It shouldn't be so hard to talk to each other, right? We know each other, Erza. We're perfect for each other. It's true we used to do it before, said Erza gravely, smiling sincerely at the memory of a simpler time, before her exile, but it was as just friends. Things changed. There never was this tension before. You're trying very hard, and I feel like I'm not giving you much to work with. It's my fault. Never. Momo said. It's just. What it was exactly, she didn't know any more than Erza. It's me, said Erza, and she saw the hint of terror in Momo's face. She's afraid I'm going to reject her here and now, she thought. It's different now, like I said. There's stakes now. I'll be honest with you, too. I'm afraid of letting you down. I'm not good at relationships at all. I'm not sure I'll be able to return your feelings. And even if I did, I'm not sure I'd be a good partner. We'd not have a lot of time for each other. I'm afraid I would neglect you because I don't know any better. This whole thing scares me a little. Erza, Momo said firmly, sitting up straight, I always knew this. You didn't expect it. A chance was all I wanted, and if you're willing to give it a chance, that's all I need. If it doesn't work out, it might hurt, but please don't let that hold you back. I want you to be happy. Even. She paused, and swallowed, even if you can't be happy with me. So, please, let's just try to enjoy this together. Erza smiled, and gave a little chuckle. Leave it to me to ruin the mood, huh? Better you say it now than later, Momo reassured her, shyly putting her hand next to Erza's, their fingers touching. Erza took her hand and smiled. You're right, she said. We have done it before, lots of times. We do know each other. Let's try to remember what that was like. Let's just be together, like the old days, and see where it leads. I think I can do that. I'd like that, Momo said, her face lighting up. Her smile looked genuine now. And, of course, I don't want you to do anything you're not comfortable with. I'm starting to think it's time I tried going outside my comfort zone, said Erza, or there are some things I'll never get done. If I can take on a legion of hollows, I can take my girl out on a date, can't I? Momo blushed at the words my girl, and Erza felt something stir in her chest. Come on, she said, standing up. Let's get coffee together and just talk. Wind down. No work stuff, just whatever comes to our mind. I'd love it, Momo said happily. With a mixture of anticipation and a fair bit of dread, Byakuya was facing his fate. He had faced many a challenge in his past. He had risen to the intense burden of leadership of a noble clan. He had led an organized 6th division above and beyond the accomplishments of his late grandfather. He had led men into battle and looked death in the eye many a time. He suffered pain, hardship, injury, and close brushes with death time and time again in the line of duty. But, right now, those challenges seemed oddly trivial next to the comfortable chair in front of him. It was placed opposite Kotetsu Isane, who looked at him with the kind of matter-of-fact professionalism that he would normally have quietly approved of. She was not a figure that should inspire dread in anyone of his caliber. Her battle strength was on the low end of all vice-captains in the Godii, and her appearance matched it, modestly handsome, very nearly plain, and entirely lacking the quiet, intimidating sense of danger her captain emitted. She was not an intimidating person, and he should not have felt intimidated by her. There was no sense to it. Please take a seat, Captain Kukaki, she said, with impeccable politeness. She had come to him, to a room in his suite. He had been given that much accommodation. The light of the day was still shining through the windows. By all means, this was a pleasant enough place, but Byakuya felt like crawling out of his skin. Vice-Captain Kotetsu Dr. Kotetsu, if you please, the vice-captain corrected him mildly. I am here in my capacity as Chief Medical Officer, offering services relevant to your personal health. Dr. Kotetsu, he obliged her wearily, is this strictly necessary? You may remain standing if it pleases you, Captain Kukaki. Not that, Byakuya said, tormented. He knew it was a ridiculous thing to ask, but he asked it all the same. Anything to stave off this. The idea of opening up, of telling somebody else his problems that were his to carry, but no, the commander had been quite explicit. Captain Kukaki, Kotetsu said, her voice smooth and relaxing, I have been asked to evaluate you. If I cannot evaluate you, I believe you know the consequences. I will not force you to do anything, but I will not shirk my duty, either. Of course not, Byakuya said. No, a dereliction of duty would be unacceptable. Dishonorable. Certainly, Kotetsu said with a nod. Are you going to ask me to take a seat again? He muttered, unable to contain a very slight sense of irritation in his voice. Captain Kukaki, Kotetsu said frankly, you are here for counseling. In matters psychological, it is generally held that coercion of any kind is destructive to the patient's journey to mental wellness. But, I do not have a choice, Byakuya said, too quickly for it to come off as dispassionate, not in any meaningful way. I very strongly desire to remain stationed here. My remaining here is conditional on attending these sessions. I do not have the freedom to walk out of here, not without consequences that will surely worsen my state of mind. So, how can you speak of a lack of coercion? True as that may be, I will still make an effort to not exercise authority over you, both because it would be inappropriate and because I believe it would be counterproductive for your treatment. This is ludicrous, Byakuya muttered. Is it? I lose my temper one time too many, and it is decided I am a loose cannon. I believe that is the common terminology. And so here I am, Byakuya said irritably. It really is, just not necessary at all. Kotetsu scribbled something down on a notepad, and looked back to Byakuya. You seem quite frustrated. Has this gone on for a long time? Yes, Byakuya admitted, realizing that his protest of the session had seamlessly become part of the session itself. Yes, it has. Would you like to tell me more about it? You know what? Byakuya said, suddenly turning around, marching toward the chair standing opposite of Kotetsu. I think I will have a seat after all. She nodded. Then let's talk. Where does it begin? Byakuya took a deep breath. This would be as hard a challenge as he had ever faced. It goes back to the death of my parents, I suppose, he muttered reluctantly. Strangely enough, the words seemed to flow freely from his mouth once he started, like a breach in a dam, even though he deep down resented himself for sharing these burdens. Soon, Dr. Katetsu's hand was moving furiously, scribbling down notes. The mood had lightened considerably after their little heart-to-heart, and Erza and Momo had taken their coffee together. Conversation had been difficult at first, but now, alone and without the worries of their daily duties upon them, something of the old days seemed to return. They had spoken of nothing and everything, and before they knew it, an hour and a half had passed. You know, said Erza with a chuckle, I think maybe we'd best be going, or at least order something new. I think the store owner is giving us dirty looks. I'm okay with leaving, Momo said brightly. Sure, Erza said with a shrug, standing up. Where would you like to go? Are there any bookshops nearby? Probably none with anything about keto, but sure, said Erza with a smile. Momo laughed. I know a place not far from here. It sells a little bit of everything. Could be a fun look into human culture for you. Great. Together, they walked leisurely through the streets of Karakura, just enjoying each other's company. Momo asked about this and that, about the city and where things could be found, what that store over there sold, and Erza, with a solid 20 years of living in Karakura, actually knew the answers to most of her questions. As they walked, Erza let her hand trail against Momo's, wrapping her fingers around it. Momo blushed as she took Erza's hand, and Erza smiled back, feeling a strange sense of elation, excitement. Is this what love is like? Right here, she said, pointing with her free hand. She led an excitable Momo into one of the bigger bookstores the city had to offer, and Momo reluctantly let go of Erza's hand to explore. Although she could appreciate a good book, Erza didn't quite share Momo's passion for the written word. To her, writing these days was mostly the characters on a battle report, or a logistics recording, or a form for this and that. Momo, though, had a natural affinity for it, and Erza knew she kept her own personal library. Despite the books having little in common with the perspectives of the Godii, Momo seemed fascinated with them. She browsed through the science section, then geography, then lingered by the long, large shelves of fiction. Erza was surprised to realize an hour had gone by, without her realizing it, and all she had done was watch Momo rifle through book after book, occasionally grabbing hold of one to buy. She had accumulated a considerable stack so far, even considering she had put down most books she looked at, and Erza hoped the money they had brought was enough. Find anything interesting? She said contentedly, watching Momo rifle through a novel with a rosy red cover. A little, Momo said excitably. I'm only rifling through it, but this novel seems really cliched, predictable and sappy. You sound pretty happy about what sound like some pretty negative qualities. You know what you get with these things, and they don't pretend to be anything they aren't. It's a sappy romance novel. I know they're silly, but if you enjoy it, then there's no need to apologize for it, said Erza reassuringly. Hey, maybe I'll borrow it from you when you're done with it. Why yeah. Momo said excitably. It's about this young woman who is married to an old man, but in her heart she really desires his nephew, who is good-hearted despite his rough exterior, and she's torn between her sense of duty and her love dash. All right, Erza laughed. Don't give the whole thing away, okay? It really did sound cliched, but if it made Momo happy, then it was all the same to Erza. Yeah, sure, Momo said happily. What else did you get? Some thrillers, a few science textbooks. I'm really curious to see what things are like outside the Godii, actually, and some things about various countries around the world. It's funny how little we actually know about the humanity we're supposed to protect, isn't it? Yes, quite, Erza said thoughtfully. She was right. And she had the right idea. She really was something else. It isn't too much, is it? I think we're fine, said Erza. I'll help out if it's needed. I wouldn't want to impose. If anyone can impose, it's you, said Erza. It's a perk, isn't it? I hadn't thought about it that way. That's how it works, right? If someone around you is getting a free ride, they're either really important to you or a freeloader. And I don't see any freeloaders around here. Momo blushed. Well shall we go pay for them? Said Erza, deciding to say something before she ran out of things to say. She was definitely heading into unknown territory. The kind of flattery one was supposed to heap upon a potential love interest was well beyond her. Don't screw it up. Yeah, sure, Momo said, and if she had noticed how awkward Erza had felt just now, she gave no indication. Unless you want to keep browsing. No, I think I'm good, Momo said, giving the store a longing look. I mean, I'd like to, but... She patted her stack of books, which had gotten fairly tall. Know when to quit. Something like that. All right, said Erza. It's getting late, anyhow. If we want to get to bed for tomorrow, we should think about heading home soonish. Look at you, being all responsible, Momo said with a smile that could, quite possibly, be considered coy. Well, somebody has to, said Erza with a nonchalant shrug, hoping that could, quite possibly, be considered cool. They went to the counter, and as Erza had expected, Momo's spending money wasn't quite enough, but Erza happily lent her what she needed. Carrying 2 bags of books, both heavier than they looked, they were about to head to the exit when Erza heard a commotion. God damn it, don't do me like this. I'm sorry miss, but that is not enough. Freakin', fuck. Erza turned around to see a girl in a white jacket and pink miniskirt, with black hair, arguing with a cashier. By her thick accent and her appearance, it was clear she was not Japanese. Hang on a sec, said Erza, handing Momo the bags. Momo nodded, following behind Erza as she made her way toward the foreign woman. Excuse me, said Erza. When she was ignored, she tapped the woman's shoulder, and said, Excuse me, miss. Said the woman, and turned to look at Erza. She wasn't sure what to make of her. She looked young, but acted even younger. Is there a problem? Said Erza, noticing the relieved look on the cashier's face. Kind of, shall we say, miscalculated the kind of money I needed, the woman said, seeming to deflate, which really sucks, because I was looking forward to this. Taking that out on a cashier was less than admirable, but Erza could sympathize. She looked at the case of books the girl was carrying. It was mainly manga, and loads of it. How much do you need? Said Erza. The woman blinked. Just over 2,000 yen. I still have a bit left, just, not quite enough. That's not a lot, said Erza, digging through her pocket, opening her wallet and handing the woman 2,500. Thanks a bunch. Said the woman, lighting up. I swear I can pay you back, I just need to talk to my dad. Back at the hotel. It's okay, Erza said with a smile. We have money to spare. That much was true. The expenditures of any captain on active duty right now would cover anything but the most extravagant sums, and some small pocket change would not even be noticed. The woman paid, heaping thanks upon Erza as she did, and insistently walked out alongside them. Erza smiled, more surprised than irked. The date was almost over, anyhow, and Momo didn't seem to mind. Name's Bambietta, said the woman cheerily, but you can call me Bambi. Bambi, said Erza, nodding, like the cartoon. Bambi snorted. Yeah, never heard that one before. At least you didn't say, it sounds like a stripper name, or, your parents must have hated you, That would be an awful thing to say, Momo said emphatically as the 3 of them walked out and onto the streets of Karakura. I meant no offense, said Erza. None taken. Hell, you could call me a bitch right now, and I'd probably still like you. You saved my bacon back there. From embarrassment, mostly, but still. What sort of books did you get? Momo said, curiously eyeing Bambi's bag. What's in Yasha? It's supposed to be a classic, said Erza, whose teaching days had left her with some ideas of the tastes of the youth, even if she was hardly a connoisseur of manga herself, as are these Dragon Ball books, right? Holy fuck, you're surprisingly cool, Bambi said with a grin. Yeah, I wanted a real Japanese version, to see how they compare to the translated versions. What are these other things? Said Momo, peering into the bag again. What's this one with the two young men who are very close to each other? That's, Bambi started. Oh, and this one has tentacles on it, Momo said innocently. Is it some kind of adventure horror story at sea? Yes. Erza said, very quickly. That's exactly what it is, and we should probably stop looking at her private property. I didn't mean. Said Momo confusedly. It's fine, Bambi said, hastily closing her bag. Really, it is. Nothing wrong here. She gave Erza a knowing glance, and nodded gratefully. Look, I'm glad to have met you both. Really appreciate it. My hotel's round the corner, so please, let me pay you back. It's fine, really. I was just glad to help, said Erza, smiling. Okay, if you're sure. She's surprisingly mannered under that gruff exterior, Erza thought to herself. We actually have places to be, said Erza. We're sort of, on a date. Momo smiled widely at hearing it spoken out loud. Bambi's eyes opened wide. Oh, shit. Didn't see that coming. Fuck. I'm intruding, aren't I? I'm real sorry, you guys. It's fine, Erza reassured her. No offense taken. I'll leave you to it, said Bambi with a smile, but real quick, what's your names? Erza Scarlet, said Erza. Hinamori Momo, said Momo. Cool names, Bambi said after a pause. Yeah, cool. Maybe I'll run into you again sometime. Without, being a third wheel. You're cool. I'm sure you have manga to read. Said Erza. Shit, yeah, I get it, Bambi said with a nod. Let me just get out of your face. See ya, and, thanks, again. You're welcome, Erza said, waving to Bambi as she made her way away from them, almost running. What a strange girl, said Momo. She's very straightforward, said Erza. Anyway, want to go home? Home it is, Momo said, hooking her arm to Erza's. Arm in arm, they slowly walked home, enjoying the last of their free time together. So, there I am, right? Nearly shitting my pants, sword in hand, and there it is, the first real hollow I ever stood face to face with on my own. Jinjo paused to take a swig from his beer, and Ichigo found himself leaning forward with anticipation. He had come back here after all. With an hour or so left over after his visored training had concluded, he'd decided to spend it here. If these people were shady, he had reasoned, he might as well keep tabs on them, right? Jinjo had turned out to be difficult to dislike. He exuded a sort of casual charisma that reminded Ichigo of his father, only without the excessive emotional outbursts and general lameness. Never too sharp, never too friendly, everything felt natural with him. So, then what? Said Ichigo, realizing he was genuinely in suspense. Well, I made an ass of myself trying to swing a weapon I had no training with, said Jinjo with a shrug. There was a whole lot of dodging, evading, and generally trying to stay alive as I started to realize that holy shit, this is actually real and I could die. Hell of a feeling, that, Ichigo said, nodding with approval. Not too long ago, he had been just like young Jinjo had been all those years ago, and the memories of the simpler times when struggles for life and death were not part of the equation were still fresh. So, how'd you beat it? The bastard saw me fumbling and running around like a headless chicken, and must have assumed I was easy pickings. It just jumped right at me, guard wide open. Me, I was near panicked at the time. Was that when you got yourself together and realized you had to have the will to live, or something? Hell no, Jinjo said with a chuckle. I just thrust my sword forward, hoping to do anything, and by dumb luck it speared itself right onto my sword. All I had to do from then on was hold on and twist, and the thing eventually died. After that, Jinjo said, shaking his head, it evaporated, and me, shocked as I was, I fell over on my ass, covered in blood. Mostly my own. It's never easy in the beginning, Ichigo said, but I at least had a teacher. I was at least pretty fit. Karate, and all that. How'd you get along? You said you were just a normal guy back then, right? I was, said Jinjo. Never touched a sword in my life. I wasn't fat or anything, but I can't say I did anything more thrilling than a jog in the park until then. Ichigo felt a little impressed, although he reminded himself not to take all of what the man said for granted. So, what did you do? Actually, how did you kill that hollow? Do you have some kind of special weapon, these fool whatsits? Fullbring, Jinjo corrected him, but no, I didn't really have one at the time. Fullbrings don't usually manifest the way your kind of weapon does, anyway. So, what did you use? Ichigo insisted. Well, Jinjo said, and paused, giving Ichigo a strange look. I used my own Zanpakuto. What? Hate to spoil the thought you are unique, kid, but you're not the first substitute Shinigami. Ichigo frowned. You were a substitute? How? Jinjo shrugged. It wasn't too different from your situation, really. I bumped into a wounded Shinigami. Got some temporary powers. Helped him close a job. The Godai 13 saw I had some power, and offered it to me as kind of a part-time job. I guess they were short-handed at the time. What? That doesn't make sense. Rukia told me it's a crime for them to dash. My handler was Yukatake Jushiro, said Jinjo calmly, 13th Division. Handsome, white-haired fellow. Great with people, not so great in health. Ichigo blinked. That was, from what he could recall, a very accurate description of Captain Yukatake. And then, of course, there's this, he said, reaching into his jacket pocket. Ichigo's eyes widened as Jinjo pulled out the unmistakable shape of a substitute badge, identical to his own. That. Ichigo trailed off. You got one too, huh? Well, I don't know their rules, or how they work, or if I'm an exception, said Jinjo with a shrug, and put the badge back into the folds of his jacket. And neither do I, Ichigo thought to himself, not really, not more than what they're like on the surface. What I do know, Jinjo continued, is that I got a job offer, and I accepted. If I'd known exactly what it meant, I might not have, but I did. I was young, you know? It seemed awesome. This whole other world of monsters and spirits? Running around with a sword and protecting the weak. It was like, I don't know, Harry Potter meets King Arthur, or something, only I was living it. You know what it's like, don't you? Having all this power you never had before? It's intoxicating, Ichigo said with a nod. Like some high you never had before, Jinjo said, nodding back. You're living the fantasy of being a great hero, and sure, it's got its hard knocks, but you're down the rabbit hole and you don't even know it till it goes real dark. Ichigo had to admit, it was almost scary how much this mirrored his own experiences. Granted, he seemed to have been fated for this long before he knew of it, whereas Jinjo had stumbled into it, but the feeling was the same. Out of words, he simply nodded. After a pause, Jinjo said, I didn't mean to get all gloomy. My bad, man. No, it's interesting, Ichigo reassured him. He felt strange. His head hesitated in trusting any of this as true, but his heart accepted it. And if it were true, it cast the Godai in a strange light, a light that would demand some answers. What had happened to cause him to leave? Are you still a Shinigami? No, said Jinjo, shaking his head, I left that one behind. I channeled my strengths and talents into Fullbring instead. After that whole affair ended, I went on the run. Kept a low profile. My old life? Gone. Instead, I dedicated myself to finding people like me. People like these kids. My kids. Teach them to handle their abilities. Defend themselves. Ichigo nodded. So, you're Fullbring. What's that like? You curious? Show it, don't show it. I don't care. But he was curious, actually. He'd like to know. What was Fullbring, exactly? How did it work? Sure, Jinjo said, and fiddled with a small chain around his neck, pulling it over his head and holding it up. A small pendant was attached to the chain. Ichigo watched intently. Suddenly, there was a small burst of spiritual energy, and the pendant morphed, expanded, grew. For a second it was an amorphous mass of reishi, and then it smoothly took the shape of a claymore, a European-style broadsword, nearly as long and thick as Ichigo's own. "Cross of scaffold," Jinjo said proudly. "That," Ichigo said, staring at it. "That looks like it would invite some kind of immature joke about overcompensation. I'm probably not the right one to talk, though. Mine's even bigger." "By girth, maybe," Jinjo said with a chuckle. "Hell, I must be rubbing off on you, kid. I thought you said fullbrings didn't usually manifest like normal weapons." "Mine does. Maybe it's a remnant from my Shinigami days, maybe it's just a coincidence, but this is my ability, my weapon. Does the trick against hollows. I really hope I won't have to try it against anything tougher." Ichigo examined the blade. If he hadn't seen it change a second ago, he would have taken it for a well-made, expertly forged sword of hardened steel, exotic yet still practical. There was the low hum of riot so subtly working from its core, weaker or perhaps better controlled than the output he would expect from a Zanpakuto. It was an impressive sight. "For self-defense, huh? To be honest, when I pulled it out giving you a hand a while back, it was the first time in years I had drawn it. We try to stay out of trouble. Usually works." Ichigo nodded, and Jinjo recalled the blade, which shrunk back to its minimal size in an instant. He put the chain back around his neck, sliding it under his shirt. "Pretty nifty, huh?" he said with a grin, "very portable. Kinda like Thor's hammer." "You know," said Ichigo, "you put on a slick front, but you're kind of a nerd, aren't you?" Jinjo laughed. "You got me. Although if it took you this long to figure it out, I'm questioning your intelligence." Ichigo leaned back into the couch, feeling thoughtful. "I might have time for one more drink before I gotta run," he said, "just one. Tell me more about hunting hollows." "You got it," said Jinjo, getting to his feet to fetch another soda. Ichigo watched him carefully. Was this a good idea? Or, was he getting in over his head? Either way, there was no denying that he had started to enjoy his time here. He had to tread carefully. Rukia hurried to her feet when she heard her brother enter, painfully aware that she was wearing only a bathrobe. She had showered just before and she was still damp. She cursed quietly to herself, furious that she had let herself be caught in such an undignified garment. She was staying with the revered clan head. He had been late from work, which was hardly unusual, and she had made herself comfortable, maybe too comfortable. Maybe if she dashed toward her room. Too late. Her brother strode into the room, and Rukia noticed he hadn't even changed into his Jigai. He dragged his feet, and Rukia noticed, as she scrambled to her feet, that something seemed wrong. He looked weary, and wordlessly, he slumped into the couch of the main room, staring out into the air with a glassy look, seeming not to even notice Rukia. Greetings, brother," said Rukia, bowing. There was no response, and she considered backing away, out of the room, to perhaps avoid making a fool of herself, to perhaps change her clothes before he noticed. He seemed pretty distant. But, then she paused, and looked at him. This was, unlike him. To seem expressionless and indifferent was certainly what anyone would expect from the noble Kukaki Byakuya, famed for his dispassionate bearing, but it looked different now. He sat motionless, and save for breathing, he was entirely still. His hair was ever so slightly out of order, and the fact that he hadn't bothered to adjust it spoke volumes. "Brother," Rukia said, slowly edging toward him, making sure her robe was tied on tight. "Brother, is everything all right?" Normally, she would not have dared ask the question, but as of late they had spoken more than usually. More than they had for all the time they'd known each other, in fact. For whatever reason, he seemed to have opened up a little. "Brother." She dared for a second time, when he did not respond. "Everything is all right," he said. The words were controlled, calm, perfectly enunciated, and just a little too quick. It sounded rehearsed. "As my revered brother says," Rukia said hesitantly, sitting herself down on the opposite end of the couch. Nervously, as if afraid to offend him just by looking, she turned her head to see. She had seen him worse, certainly, but something had upset him. She was sure of it. "It's a disgrace," he muttered under his breath, as if speaking to nobody. Brother. It is nothing to be concerned with, he said reservedly, turning ever so slightly toward her, just work-related troubles. Brother, in all my years with the clan, I have rarely heard you call anything disgraceful unless it was severe. He gave her a strange look, and Rukia wondered if she had taken one step too far. It is disgraceful, he said slowly, for a clan leader to show weakness. To expose himself, vulnerable and weak. To anyone. Is that not so? It is the commonly held tradition of the Godiai's noble clans, said Rukia diplomatically, knowing that her brother had always taken that virtue more seriously than most noblemen, perhaps more so than any one of them. To have it thrust upon oneself. He muttered, to make a man violate his own sense of self, is that not disgraceful? Is that not shameful? Brother, what are you talking about? Rukia said confusedly. There has been an irregularity. Irregularity. Within the context of my battlefield conduct. Our commander has found it unstable. Disgraceful. I believe she called me a danger to myself and others. What? Rukia exclaimed, a sudden outrage growing inside her. That's crazy. How could Erza, Commander Scarlet say that? Was it some sort of vendetta, some sort of grudge? They had always been different people, Erza and her brother, but to think she would use her newfound command to abuse her power over mere differences of character. I am being disciplined. Quite severely. This is the disgrace. Rukia said angrily, raising her voice. How could she? Your conduct has always been exemplary, brother. You must file a complaint with the Captain Commander. No matter how good she may be, she has no right to treat you this way. It was merited. Rukia paused, mentally reeling like she had hit a brick wall, and her anger began to turn into confusion. I do not understand, brother. You have always I behaved recklessly on several occasions. In retrospect, my actions were unwise. I believe she is treating me more kindly than I would have treated her in the same situation. Rukia blinked. Brother, what did you do? Very briefly, with the minimum amount of words needed to form a sentence, her brother described to her what had happened. His growing frustration, his recklessness, his incident. Rukia listened, and realized toward the end that her jaw had dropped. This sounded nothing like the brother she had always looked up to. I am facing censure, he finished. Unfortunately, my punishment is of a kind that I find particularly abominable. What is she doing to you? Rukia said, struggling with the emotions her brother's confession had brought. It angered her to think Erza would in any way harm her brother. She understood Erza would hate him for what he had done, and she never expected the woman to understand Godiai nobility, but to punish him like this was as certain a way as there ever was to drive a wedge between them. But, to then hear that he thought the punishment fair, to think that he Kukaki Byakuya, her exalted brother, exemplar of the Kuchikis, greatest of the clan leaders, most exalted and august of anyone she'd ever known, to think that he would have acted so recklessly, so emotionally. It was not that she blamed him for it. It was only human to feel these emotions. All the same, it damaged her view of him. He wasn't so untouchable after all. He was fallible. Perhaps that wasn't such a damaging thing. I am being forced to attend therapy, her brother said, his lip briefly curling into a sneer of distaste. Rukia almost laughed, on its face, that was such a trivial thing to despise. But, then she remembered it was her brother, and knew why it would be so hateful to him. He had been taught, by others and himself, to keep his heart hidden away. To be made to expose it, that was cruel, even if Erza probably didn't appreciate that it was forced. Said Rukia. Brother, you must refuse. She may be commander, but she cannot force you to do that. I was given a choice to either attend sessions or be sent home. Rukia blinked, again confused. So, he wasn't forced, after all? Then, you ought to resign from this mission in protest. She would be worse off for it. There is no shame in that. I cannot, Byakuya said firmly. In fact, I believe I'd rather die. Brother, said Rukia quietly, staring at him. There was a finality to his words, underlined and sealed with a quiet anger. Was it still for her? Why? She inquired. I have heard, he said simply, gravely. It must be set right. That, I cannot do from the comfort of my mansion. I have need of this, as I need air to breathe or food to eat. To me, this is no choice at all. It is like a choice given to one with a blade to one's neck. I am sorry to hear that, said Rukia, shaking her head. I will talk to her. Perhaps I can convince her to see reason. We're old friends, after all. No, he said, gently shaking his head. You must not, Rukia. In fact, I forbid it. She must not get the impression that I am attempting to get out of this discipline. If she does, she might send me back. I could not bear it. I won't, Rukia assured him. It was the first actual command he had given her since before the events that had nearly seen her dead, she realized. Not once until now had he made her do anything at all. I find it challenging, he continued, unprompted, deeply challenging. Today, I spoke to Medical Officer Katetsu about my childhood, of all things. It came more easily than expected, but at the same time, it disgusts me to expose that part of me. You said it came more easily than you thought. Rukia said curiously. He nodded. Then maybe it could work, Rukia said quickly. It's good to have somebody to talk to. To vent your concerns with them. How so? Rukia took a second to carefully consider her words. If I am worried about something, let's say I've offended a superior, and I am to have a meeting with them to discuss my conduct. This would cause considerable stress in most people, would it not? In most people, yes, said Byakuya, and Rukia realized he would have a difficult time empathizing with her example. He had rarely disappointed a superior, and he hadn't had many of them in the first place, given his exalted position. Even if I felt stress, even if I felt fear about it, talking to a friend about it would relieve it. Even if nothing else changed, even if I was disciplined harshly, having had somebody to talk to about it would have alleviated my stress and improved my state of mind. Objectively, that makes little sense. Nothing has changed about your situation. You would still face the same exact problem, would you not? Yes, said Rukia with a nod, but I would still feel better. I'd still be able to face it more calmly. I'm not sure why, but that's just how the mind works. Everyone, or most people at least, need that sort of companionship. This is largely alien to me, said Byakuya thoughtfully, staring into space. You believe that this practice could be beneficial to me? Only you can decide that, brother, Rukia said politely, but it's worth the attempt, I think. He stared out into space, seeming deep in thought. If nothing else, she added, you could consider it a new challenge to overcome. Or, a duty. Duty is easily understood, is it not? Yes, he said, after some time, it is. Duty. This is duty. It is not pleasant, but duty is not about pleasantry. Duty can be painful, even to the point of costing one's life and limb, but duty is still its own reward. This is duty. I shall approach it as such. Good, Rukia said, nodding encouragingly. I am sure you will master it soon, brother. There is nothing you cannot overcome. I know it to be true. I am grateful, Rukia, he said quietly. Truly, I am. Your counsel has been of some worth to me. It was my pleasure, Rukia said, lighting up. It had been rather an emotional roller coaster, this, but if she had been of use to her brother, then all the better. On another note, he said, turning his head, why are you wearing those garments? Oh, crap. It was early morning, and despite being up well ahead of almost everyone else, Erza was not surprised to find So iPhone awake and alert by the command central. Sometimes, she wondered if the woman ever slept. Nothing to report, Commander, So iPhone said, giving Erza a curt nod. Ryotsu output completely within the expected parameters of the surrounding area. No anomalies detected within a 100-mile radius of our HQ. All quiet, then, Erza said approvingly, quietly relieved. Every day, every moment of peace was precious to her, because soon that peace would be broken. Soldiers would die, and perhaps even the Godii. Quiet indeed, So iPhone said, eyes fixed on the screen. Did you get any sleep? Said Erza, genuinely curious. I fail to see the relevance, Commander. Sleep deprivation has a real and observable detrimental effect to the efficiency of an agent, Erza said smoothly. She had started to learn how her temporary subordinates ticked, and so iPhone took the ability to perform her duties very seriously. So, did you sleep? 6 hours from 12 till 6 in the morning, Commander. As much as I've ever needed. Good, Erza said. I hope you do not take offense. A good commander will make sure her subordinates are performing up to par. I would do no less, so iPhone said quickly. Good, yeah, Erza said, hoping the woman was honest with her. So. I was wondering if you'd care to help me out. What with, Commander? As it happens, said Erza, I could use your help with. She recalled having a couple words with Yoriyuki just the other day. She's trying, Erza. She's being friendly. That is what this is. Erza had said, baffled. She's practically like a ball of ice with jagged spikes. She's been a bit nicer lately, but that's relative. Trust me, Yoriyuki had assured her, she's trying. You should try, too. You should get along with at least one captain on this mission. Erza had found no fault with that argument. Thinking about it, so iPhone had been helpful. She had settled the issue with Ishine, negotiating him into the pardon. She had been alert and helpful in a way she hadn't before. Erza should try. Commander. So iPhone said, and Erza realized she had trailed off, lost in thought. Hakuda. Erza snapped quickly. Yes, actually, I could use your help with a good training session. Captain Kukaki will be arriving shortly, and I'll cede command to him while we go and train. Is that wise? So iPhone said, her tone the verbal equivalent of raising an eyebrow. He is undergoing therapy, not treatment for insanity. He is still a capable commander, Erza said, a little surprised to hear herself defending the nobleman. I see no issue letting him handle things for an hour or two. So iPhone nodded. As my commander orders. It's not an order, Erza said firmly. If you'd rather keep working here, then keep working here. It's a request. Between friends. So iPhone sat quiet for a little while. A request. Yes, Erza said, shooting her a cautious smile. What would you get out of it, exactly? We've fought all of once, before my exile. At that point, you defeated me almost instantaneously. Your close quarters abilities are second to none. Second to one. Erza shrugged. At any rate, they're top tier, whereas mine are serviceable at best. A good warrior learns to master one weapon, but a great warrior seeks mastery of many crafts. I want to be better at hand-to-hand. That is your specialty. You might ask Lady Yoriyuki. With all respect to Yoriyuki, Erza said cautiously, I don't think she takes it as seriously as you do, and I definitely don't think she is as good a teacher. That much is true, so iPhone conceded with a sigh. I suppose this data can be handled by our assistants for an hour or two. If you want. I want it if you want it. But I can't imagine you feel content just sitting still all this time, Commander of the Stealth Corps. So iPhone stood up. I am not, no. Great. So iPhone looked her in the eye. You can expect me to be a rather harsh teacher. Great, because I used to be one. The idea of repeated failure does not bother you. Only way to learn. So iPhone nodded approvingly. 2 hours. 10 minutes to assess your current capacities, approximately 20 minutes evenly distributed across the timetables total to discuss your capacity and flaws, 10 minutes spent winding down toward the end. The rest, relentless sparring. You're very organizational, said Erza with a chuckle. No time to waste, so iPhone said curtly, marching toward the door. Basement, now. Do not waste time. The clock starts now. Yes, Sensei, said Erza, smiling to herself as she followed so iPhone out. The woman had the demeanor of a drill sergeant, but it seemed Yoriyuki was onto something after all. She wasn't sure just why, herself, but Orium found herself coming to visit Grimjo frequently these days after school, even with her newfound training under the Fullbringers. He was verbally abusive, rude, unkind, and cruel, but Orium had the patience to see beneath it. He was just a guy, when it all came down to it, only a fair bit more exaggerated. But, the sight that awaited her when she had climbed down the ladder of Urahara's basement this time was radically different. He sat still, entirely still, cross-legged and with a look on his face like something inside him had died, eyes wide, staring intensely at nothing at all. His fist rested on one of his knees, and the slight tremor of it clenching was the only movement she could detect. She walked up to him, and when he didn't acknowledge her even with his common insults, she became a little concerned. "Hello?" she tried. No reply. "Mr. Jaeger Jacques," she said, opting for politeness. All she got was a persistent silence. Slowly, she sat down in front of him, cross-legged to mirror his stance, forcing him to look at her. At last, he moved, turning his head aside. "Get out of my way, fuck's sake," he murmured. The insulting tone was there, but it was deflated, half-hearted, as if he couldn't muster the energy. "What's wrong?" said Orium, frowning with concern. "Nothing," Grimjoe muttered, "you little." He trailed off. It was genuinely sad to see him like this, too weak in spirit to even manage an insult. His back was bent forward, and he stared into the ground now instead. "Something has to be wrong," said Orium, unsure of what to do or say. How did a person comfort somebody like him? "It's nothing," Grimjoe said, shaking his head. "I'm fine." "You're clearly not, if I'm honest." "I'm Desh," he said, raising his head, a very brief flare of anger in his voice, a glance into the man he'd been only a couple days before. "I'm not," he admitted, staring at her. "I ain't doing so hot, no." Not even a sarcastic, defensive remark. "What happened?" Orium insisted gently. "Ever been sure you was on the right path and then end up fucking yourself so hard you've made yourself your own bitch, without even knowing it?" Grimjoe said, his voice sounding hollow. "Course you ain't. You're young. Your life's roses and sunshine. Well, you've made some mistakes and had some hard times before today," Orium said diplomatically, "and you still refused to accept it. So, what changed?" "Your mother," Grimjoe said, sounding distant, "she made me see some things. Had a day or so to think about it. Now I ain't sure about nothing." "What did she do?" "It don't matter," Grimjoe said, shaking his head. "Well, clearly it does. Let's just say she got me thinking about people I lost. In a big way. I don't know what the hell is wrong with me, but I hurt. Fuck me, I hurt, and I don't fucking know why." Orium knew why, and it was a suspicion she had long harbored. "You said you lost people. Is that it?" "I don't know what the fuck that is supposed to mean," Grimjoe said. "They are just servants. That's what your fractions are supposed to be, for fuck's sake. Who gives a fuck if they die? They're not, they don't matter. If they're too weak. You used to believe that, didn't you?" "Fuck me, I did," Grimjoe said morosely. "I did. Didn't need nobody but me. Everyone who weren't an enemy was my bitch, that's how I thought it worked. But I'm..." He paused, and slammed a fist into the ground. Gravel sprayed around it. "What's wrong with me, huh?" he demanded. "What the fuck is going on? Why am I hurting?" "You're sad because your friends died," said Orium plainly. "It's normal." That don't make sense," Grimjoe said, tiredly shaking his head. "They weren't supposed to be my goddamn friends. Companions, maybe." His face twisted into an angry sneer. "When the fuck did that change, huh? I had lots of shitty hollows who died on me when I was climbing the ladder. Don't miss them one bit. Did any of them stick around as long as your companions did?" "This is fucked up," Grimjoe muttered. "It makes you human." "I ain't human," Grimjoe said, his temper flaring up. "I'm above that shit. I'm a hollow, not some goddamn weakling human. I'm a panther, and humans are the prey I feed on." "I think," said Orium calmly, "that it must be very useful to think that way when all you have is fighting. But, You don't anymore. I should have never left, Grimjo said bitterly. I should have stayed in the goddamn wastes. Just them and me, following the Hollow's path. The real path. Not becoming Aizen's bitch for a bit of power. Would you have made a different choice back then, knowing only what you knew? Grimjo paused, looking puzzled. No. Guess not. Then don't focus on what should have been. Focus on what is. Focus on what you can do now. You can't change the past, but you can change the future. Grimjo laughed, a joyless, airy bark. Fucking human optimism. Gotta love it. Maybe you got a future, but me. He shook his head, gritting his teeth. See, I thought I was smart, turning on Aizen. Figured they'd use the dirt to pull the rug out from under him. They probably will. I was dumb enough to think they'd want to work with me. Forgot their stupid ass rules. Forgot they can't do something as sensible as teaming up on a stronger enemy. Look at me now, huh? Sitting here, weak and alone. I'm going to die here, if I don't get to be a Shinigami's guinea pig first. That's not true dash. Fucking hell, I hurt. He said viciously. I hurt, and I don't know what to fucking do about it. Is this what humans do? How do you fucking deal with it? In so many ways, Orium said quietly, thinking back to her lost brother, because we have to. We lean on each other. We talk. We share the memories. We don't forget, even if it hurts to remember. See? This shit is why I can't be human. This makes no goddamn sense. Having an arm ripped off, that I can deal with. Blood, pain, trauma, all that shit I've been through. But this? What the hell do I make of this? Tell me, said Orium softly, if you could meet your friends again, what would you say to them? Say. Grimjo said confusedly. I don't know what I'd say to them. But. He paused, thinking. I guess if I could have another shot somehow, I don't know. Orium felt encouraged. The look on his face as he thought back changed, a little lighter. What would they say if you told them you were sorry? She said. They'd look at me like I was crazy, he said dismissively. That ain't our way. But if I could have M back, if I could, I guess. He fell silent for a second. I guess maybe I'd listen to M more. Be less harsh on M. I'd hear M out. I'd try not to treat M like my property. I don't know. He grit his teeth, hunched over, his face twisting with grief. Leave me alone, all right. He said, flipping himself around with one quick flick of his wrist, turning his back to her. Look at me now, huh? King. King Jaeger Jaquez, that's what I always thought I was. That was my one goal. Now I'm sitting here crippled, alone, weak. I'm king of nothing. Grimjo dash. I don't need you here, rubbing it in. I don't need you, need you. His voice trembled. If you could make it better, you would, wouldn't you? She gently reached out, putting a hand on his shoulder. You'd do it better if you could. Whatever. Yeah, Grimjo said. He took a deep breath, and struck the ground again with a sudden jerk of his arm. Fucking A, I would. Your whole life won't feel this bad, said Orium reassuringly. I promise. I lost my brother once, and at the time, it was the worst feeling I ever had. I was sure it would destroy me. But it didn't. Life moves on, and so did I. Because I'm stronger than I thought. You are, too. Just not in the way you thought. Grimjo did not reply, and Orium felt a slight tremor in his body. He stared out into space, overcome by emotions long forgotten, anger the only response left to him. Normally, he might have noticed a slight orange flow, but he was too lost in himself, the outside world barely mattered. Grimjo, Orium said gently, will you please show me your hands? My hands. He said irritably. Your hands. I don't have no hands. I only got the one, you know that dash. Stunned, he stared at his hands, both held up before his eyes. Wide-eyed, he examined his left arm. In disbelief, he raised it to his face, letting the fingers run over his face. It was unreal. They were there. Every digit, every joint, every piece of muscle and bone, returned to him. Where there had been red, raw scar tissue healing poorly, there was flawless, unbroken skin playing over lean, athletic muscle. What the fuck? He mumbled, amazed, slowly standing up. Orium stood up with him. Power welled up in him, raw, unbridled strength the likes of which he hadn't felt since before Eisen had him maimed. His riot suit, thrown in flux by the imbalance of his severed limb, righted itself, and with a sensation akin to the snap of a bone being set right, it all came back. Weakened by inactivity, but strength all the same, power to rival that of a captain. It's coming back. He said incredulously. My strength. It's returning to me. He threw his head back and laughed, a long, joyous cackle, and he held out both his arms wide, grinning from ear to ear. Grimjo. Her voice cut through his elation, and he turned around, staring her in the eye. The fuck do you do? He said, bafflement still spilling over into his jubilation. It's a trick I've got. I'm not even sure how it works, myself, exactly. All right, said Grimjo, giving her a calculated look. So, what's the catch? Catch. Something for something. That's always how it is. Orium shook her head. I didn't do it because I wanted something in exchange. I did it because I've talked to you for weeks now, and I'm finally sure that you are a better person than you think you are. Because you are miserable and lonely, and you deserved a break. Because you should have a chance to set things right. This is one of those fucking human things again, ain't it? Grimjo said, stopping himself from objecting to the illogic of it. It is, Orium said with a nod. And how are you sure I won't just snap your neck now that I got what I wanted? Because I believe in you, Orium said, unimpressed by his boast, and also because Erza would grind you into paste feet first if you did. You're smarter than that. Grimjo laughed again, and even now, even in true joy, it sounded a little malevolent. Fucking hell, you're right. But. Can you do it again? There's another spot. Sure, no problem. Where? He turned around again, and gestured to the scar on his back, where his tattoo had been. Get rid of that, too. It's a nasty scar, Orium said, moving in closer. I can take care of it. There's a number tattooed under it, said Grimjo, the number 7. Your rank is an espada. He nodded. Get the scar, and the tattoo both. I'm done carrying the mark of a fucker like Eisen. To hell with him and his hierarchy. I don't belong to him anymore. Orium nodded, and summoned her sprites. There was an orange shimmer, and the scar tissue faded away. For a second, she could see the stylized character for 7 before the ink faded away, too. It's done, she said. He turned around and looked her in the eye. There was something woeful in his eyes. I still feel it, he murmured, the ones I lost. Deroy, Nakim, Shalong, Eelford, but I feel strong now. I feel like myself. That is. I can't even. He paused, uncertain. Well done, is what I'm saying. That's a real useful ability. You're welcome, Orium said happily. But, don't go thinking I owe you more than I do, okay? He said sharply. I didn't ask for nothing. Neither did I, Orium assured him. He shook his head. You humans. He said, but the contempt in his voice just wasn't what it had been. Chapter 83, Like Heaven and Hell. Momo yawned, and tiredly began to wolf down a piece of toast, pausing only to sip her honeyed tea. Erza had done much the same already, and was working on a second slice of toast. Her basic needs satisfied, and certainly fully awake at this point, Erza turned to look at Orium, cheerfully working her way through her cinnamon and salmon porridge. Enjoying that? She muttered with a smile. It's great. Orium said cheerfully. And school? I'm doing just fine, said Orium, the usual. Boys staring, girls gossiping, classes all day, lunch, listening to your teacher, taking notes, it's not really that unusual. Not compared to, well, you know. She shrugged, and Erza knew what she meant. School had to seem quite trivial compared to preparing for an upcoming war. But all in all, it was just small talk. Erza had, vainly, hoped to somehow segue into what she really wanted to talk about, but as usual she lacked the social skills to do so. "Look," said Erza, "about yesterday. Mathematics, English, Japanese, and then biology, I think," said Orium, "or was it quantum physics? I can't seem to remember." "Not school," said Erza, mildly annoyed. "Yesterday, you met with Grimjo, didn't you?" "Oh. Oh. Yes, I did," Orium said, nodding energetically. "Well," said Erza. She had hoped the issue would be obvious, but of course, this being Orium, it was not. That, or the girl was playing coy. "Well. Look," Erza said with a sigh, "you restored his arm." "Oh. Yes, I did do that." "Orium," Erza said firmly, "do you see the issue here?" "No." Captain So iPhone was livid, Momo chimed in. She was fuming, in that quiet, controlled way she fumes, you know? Where she's really calm looking, but has the meanest look on her and you feel like she'll throw you in jail any moment. She said dash. Suffice it to say that Captain So iPhone was quite concerned. Erza cut in before Momo could describe it in full detail. So iPhone had been livid. She had called it a severe breach of security, which, technically speaking, wasn't wrong. Erza considered it lucky that she was in the Stealth Corps commander's good graces, or she would have had to explain herself to Yamamoto the very same night. "Why?" said Orium. "Orium, we had to spend an hour renewing the spell keeping him in check, because the sudden surge of power broke the seal," Erza said gently. "Thus far, you've been allowed to see him because you're my daughter. As a privilege of sorts, because it did no harm and because you're trusted. But this was a good bit more than that. And, to be fair, because she'd had a benevolent effect on his mood, making him easier to work with. I'm sorry if it caused you any trouble." "Orium," Erza said patiently, "I get that you're nice and I get that you care about people. I bet you thought it was the right thing to do dash. Wasn't it? You gave a murderous, homicidal monster back powers to rival my own," Erza said severely. "I'm sorry, but under right things to do, that doesn't quite fall in the same column as that." "You're wrong," said Orium firmly, and Erza recognized the stubborn conviction of her voice. It was something much too similar to Erza herself. "I'm wrong," said Erza. "Orium, normally you could have been charged with a crime. You're only lucky I managed to talk So iPhone out of it." "Yes, you are wrong," Orium said, putting her spoon down and looking up from her bizarre porridge. "He's not a monster. He thinks he is, and he's had to be one for a very long time, but it's not who he has to be. He was very, very sad, Erza, so beaten and broken that he couldn't even find it in him to sneer at me. It was the saddest sight I've ever seen. He's lost everything he wanted. What did you feel like when all your friends died?" "Orium," Erza said sharply, anger flaring at the mention. It was not something to evoke lightly, just for the sake of an argument. She stared into Orium's eyes with the kind of furious, steely gaze that made Ichigo go weak in the knees. "I said what did you feel like?" Orium insisted, staring right back at her. "It was the worst thing you ever felt, wasn't it? I'm sorry to bring it up, I really am, but he's gone through the exact same thing. And he's feeling just like you did. Only he didn't understand it, and still doesn't, really. He needed something." Erza paused, and bit back a harsh response. She briefly looked to Momo, hoping she might interject with some conciliatory remark, but her girlfriend very suddenly seemed absolutely fascinated by her toast. "Look," she said at last, "I know you see the best in people. That's one of the things I love about you. But we're talking about a murderer, someone really dangerous. Is he out of control?" "No," Erza admitted. "The spell holds, and he's not going to go back to Aizen even if it didn't. But, still. Orium, you can't be this trusting," Erza said, shaking her head. "Doesn't everyone deserve a second chance?" "Maybe some do." "Erza," Orium said gravely, "tell me that you believe he's just a monster, and nothing else. Tell me there's nothing worth trying to save." Well, Erza said evasively. She had seen the former Espada's grief, herself, and she knew he was more than a monster. Look, you have to ask me first about things like these, okay? That's what I thought, said Orium proudly, and I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cause you any trouble. It was just what seemed right at the time. Don't meddle like this again, Erza warned her. Please, Orium. I can't stand the thought of the Godii doing anything to you, and I'd rather not be the kind of person who uses her power to bail out her family. I promise, Orium said solemnly, placing her hand over heart, no more doing things rashly without asking for permission first. Just like you never would, Erza. Don't get smart with me, young lady, Erza said sharply, but the edge had gone from her voice, and she broke into a smile. Do you really think he's worth the chance? You'll never know until you give it, said Orium, returning to her porridge. Erza sat back, thoughtfully chewing back the last of her stale toast. Redemption? For the likes of Grimjo Jaeger Jacques? Uriah wiped the sweat from his brow, and took a seat on a fallen log near the overgrown glade where Hashwalth had asked to meet. His clothes had gotten dirty from sweat, dust, and dirt, and the log was uncomfortable and uneven, but none of it seemed to matter. He felt good. Today, Hashwalth had requested to attend their training session, to observe it from afar. Uriah supposed the Grand Master was curious about his progress, and had said yes without hesitation. Bambietta had tagged along, naturally complaining about it every step of the way. Meninas had worked him hard, harder than usual, but Uriah had handled himself every step of the way. In a few weeks of training, he had reached levels of precision he had previously only dreamed of. It wasn't that he was getting stronger, per se he was getting better. The bow was sealed to the cross around his wrist, and he breathed heavily as Meninas, smiling brightly, sat down next to him. He took a minute just to breathe in and out, wiping his brow several times again. He was red in the face, sweat trailing down his forehead freely. Well, said Meninas expectantly, sounding quite pleased with herself. It wasn't dog shit, said Bambi with a shrug, I guess. For a rookie like him. What Paladin Basterbine means to say, Hashwalth said smoothly, is that we are fairly impressed. You have exceeded expectation, young Ishida. Fairly impressed. Meninas said. He has done quite well under your tutelage, Hashwalth replied. He's done more than well, Meninas said insistently. You've performed excellently, Uriah. Geez, get a room, Bambi snorted. You listen here Meninas started, but Hashwalth cut her off. It is not customary to overpraise a Quincy in training, lest their ego swell to unhealthy levels, said Hashwalth, but yes, I suppose it would be fair to admit you have done more than well. Prodigiously, Meninas said. Sensei, you're embarrassing me, Uriah said, glad to already be quite red in the face. She is not wrong, Hashwalth said with a shrug. You are on a path of considerable excellence. But, do not forget that if you stray from it then my pride will swallow me whole, and acting ignobly and with selfish cause, I shall become my own worst enemy, Uriah said. Hashwalth paused, and nodded slowly. You have learned from the catechisms of knightly virtues. I have asked my sensei about your order from time to time, Uriah said with a nod. She spoke, and I listened. Hashwalth raised an eyebrow, and Meninas spoke, flustered. The wisdom of our king is not wasted on him, Grand Master. I would never share it with the unworthy With a gesture of the hand, Hashwalth silenced her. On the contrary to your concerns, Meninas, I quite agree. It surprised me, briefly, but it is a proper extension of your tutelage. As we progress our strength of arm, our strength of mind must match the pace of our limbs. I recognize that, too, said Uriah with a nod. Sensei told me it was from the second book, third chapter. Quite accurate, said Hashwalth. I've been thinking, said Uriah. I've learned about your virtues. Mercy. Justice. Fidelity. Kindness. Strength, to do harm and to know when not to. Restraint. They are everything I once believed the Quincies to be. The memory of my grandfather's family was sullied by the truth of his actions, but learning the virtues of the order he once pledged allegiance to has washed the stain from my memory. Learning it, somehow, it makes me feel whole. Glad to be as I am. Geez, Bambi snorted. You'd think dash. His hand moving as swiftly as a striking snake and as softly as a falling lead, Hashwalth placed a hand over her mouth. It lightens my heart to hear you say that, young Uriah. But, I can't help but feel as if you have more to say still. Am I correct? I do, Uriah said, hesitation in his voice. Grand Master, I am ready to learn more. I will not pledge myself to your organization, not yet, but I wish to learn more. I wish to learn what it truly entails to be of the Wandenritter. I am grateful for your training, and I hope I do not ask for too much. If it is too much to ask, I will understand. Young Uriah, Hashwalth said with a smile, we always wished for you to learn your true heritage. I would not deny you this. Uriah felt his heart soar. So, Grand Master, Meninas said hesitantly, I'm not sure it's time yet. He is still young, he still has a life. Your concern is noted, Hashwalth said gently, but we're far from that juncture yet, Paladin. I have a simple suggestion. For this Friday, I could book us all a flight to Germany. A weekend spent at the castle is hardly very committal, is it? Christ, that place. Bambi muttered, prying Hashwalth's hand from her face. He'd probably like it, too, he's that much of a stiff. I don't want to go back, damn it. This place has shopping malls and cute dolls and all the manga you could want dash. You mean porn, Meninas cut in. That, too. So, stay behind, Hashwalth said. We'll need somebody to keep an eye out, anyway. He turned to Uriah. What say you, aspirant? Uriah nodded fiercely. And I'll be back in time for school. By Sunday night. You may have to deal with some jet lag, but that's it. Then, let's do it, Uriah said excitedly. Show me Castle Vanden. Show me your order. It is settled, Hashwalth said approvingly. Oh, this will be such fun, Meninas said cheerily. There are so many people I have to introduce you to. Oh, Hashwalth added, yes, young Uriah, do expect that she will parade you around and tell everyone who will listen about you. She's very proud of everyone she teaches. I think. I can live with that, Uriah said with a smile. Right. This weekend. I'm good with that. He felt a mixture of excitement and nervousness. Deep inside him, his father's warnings still gnawed at him, but at the same time, he had never felt so right in his life. It couldn't possibly hurt to learn a little more, could it? The thrust came in quickly, hard and fast. The tip of Lanza's blade cut through Neliel's guard by the slimmest margin, the blade sliding in toward her skull. She edged her head to the side in the nick of time, and the strength of her arrow saved her from anything harsher than a scratch on the cheek. She batted his blade aside, and Lanza readied for another attack, but Neliel held her hand up. Break! She demanded. Obediently, Lanza stopped his strike and lowered his blade, taking a step back. I apologize, Quinta, he said politely. I should have measured my strike better. The truth of the matter was that the both of them sparred with sharp blades for a reason, trusting their steel skin to absorb any serious hits. Tyr Halibel was lounging in a couch further back in the room, stoically observing them both, and out of the three present, Lanza was the one whose swordsmanship needed the most work. Neliel had kindly offered her services, and he had gladly accepted. It had become a habit as of late, and it had made the Quinta more familiar to him, more approachable. But, it wasn't usually like this. I'm fine, Neliel insisted. It's but a scratch. Not the first one you've taken today, either, Halibel noted dryly. It's true, Neliel, Lanza said, having to remind himself to use her first name, as he knew she preferred. I've wounded you more than once so far. 1, 2, 3, 4 cuts, 2 to her face and neck, and 1 on each side. None more than a scratch, but it was more than he had ever scored. Don't worry about me, Neliel insisted. You're getting better. She shot him a smile, and he felt guilty when he realized he thought it seemed forced. False. Not that much better, he said. I usually can do little more than hit you. Today, I've drawn blood 4 times. That is exceptional, if you don't mind my saying so, and I do not believe I can attribute it to my own skills. Is something wrong, Quinta? Everything's fine, Nilil insisted. Really, I'm fine. I'm just distracted. As you say, Nilil, Lanza said politely, but I hope I am not too forward in saying this, but I'm not entirely convinced this is the case. Something has to be bothering you if you are this distracted. Your swordsmanship is usually quite superior to mine. It's nothing, Nilil said, trailing off. As you say, Jalal said, deciding to let it go. She was a likable person, a rare trait amongst his fellow Arankar, and he'd very much prefer to remain in her good graces. Being nosy was a sure way to counteract that. However, he didn't have to worry, as Nilil spoke up again. It's just. I was thinking about my battle in Karakara. I was sent in to retrieve that traitor, and I was beaten. What of it? Said Halabel firmly. You are strong, but the worlds are filled with strong people. It should not surprise you to be outmaneuvered in hostile territory, especially by such a devious character. I know failing Lord Eisen is bound to disappoint you, but dash. It's not that, Nilil said, shaking her head. Disappointing our Lord weighed on me, but I can live with it. But, the things I heard were a little upsetting. More upsetting after the fact than in the moment, actually. I have this stupid line of thought that won't leave my head, even if I know it's ridiculous. Please, feel free to share, said Lanza warmly. Such thoughts are more easily discarded when they've been vented, in my experience. You can rely on us, Nilil. She sighed. The traitor said his usual things, of course, she began, that we were being used by Eisen and so forth, that he was no different than any other warlord, that we'd have to wake up one day. Typical of him, Lanza said, shaking his head. He never had the vision to see past his mold of brutality. Of course, Nilil said eagerly, as if to reassure herself. Yes, of course. But that shopkeeper, he had me at his mercy, blade on my neck, and looking up at him. What troubles you, Nilil? Said Halabel. Did he treat you indecently? Did he try to molest you? Nothing like that, Nilil said quickly. No, it's just, the man has nothing. Just a basement and some Shinigami sorcery, and whatever trinkets he's been able to scavenge. Yet he looked totally confident when he spoke of Lord Eisen. Like he was the one with an army and all the knowledge in the world. He's a weasel, Halabel said with distaste, delusional. It's no wonder he had to ambush you. He spoke like he knew Lord Eisen directly. Like he was predictable. Surely that cannot be all, said Lanza. I know your confidence is not so easily shaken, Nilil. You're right, said Nilil, nodding. It was Lord Eisen's reaction when I spoke to him. Impetuousness is the vice of the juvenile, that was the message I was given. Lord Eisen hid it well, but I smelled a change on him. It affected him in some way, like he was angry. Or frightened. I couldn't tell which. Ridiculous, said Halabel dismissively. Yes, it is. I keep telling myself that, Nilil said, her tone conciliatory. But, when I think about it, Lord Eisen can be quite harsh, can't he? And now, when that weasel, as you called him, seems to have gotten a rise out of him, there's this ridiculous thought in my head, which just won't go away. What is it, then? Said Lanza. Part of me wonders. Nilil said, swallowing, her tone nervous, what if he is just the same? This stupid doubt, wondering if maybe Lord Eisen isn't all he claims to be. I thought of him as. Nilil, said Halabel, standing up suddenly, do you remember when we both lived in the wastes, hollow in shape, enduring the brutality of the latter? Of course, Nilil said, shuddering. We met once there, out in the perpetual night. The first time our paths crossed, I believe. Once we both realized neither of us wanted a fight, we entered into uneasy conversation. Neither of us willing to drop our guard. We spoke, and as we did, I realized I had found a kindred soul. Somebody who, like me, desired more. You told me, there must be more to life than this. There must be more to life than killing. I saw in you a hollow who wanted more strength, but for the sake of peace, not for her own vain pursuit. I remember that, Nilil said, smiling lightly. It was so long ago, but I remember. I could not trust you then, but I can trust in you now. Do you trust in me? Said Halibel. Of course, said Nilil, nodding. We're friends. I treasure your company. Then I would remind you of this, said Halibel firmly. Remember what we had then. Remember the rule of King Luis Barragan, which was truly the kind of kingdom Grimjo Jaeger Jacques was born of and aspired toward. Remember the constant struggle, the constant mistrust and betrayal, the constant murder and death and carnivorous indulgence. Remember the constant fear and anxiety, always sleeping with one eye open. You remember it as well as I do, I am sure. I do, Nilil said with a shiver. Weigh that against what we have now. See this human form, said Halibel, raising her arm, fingers spread wide. She flexed the digits, and made a fist. This human form, the one we once came from, returned to us with the perfection his science brought. We are ourselves, the kind of people we should be. Remember the chaos and terror we used to have, and weigh that against what we have now. Peace. The ability to sleep soundly when we feel like it. Most importantly of all, purpose. A vision greater than constant struggle. You see all these things, Nilil, and remember what we used to have. It's like night and day, like heaven and hell. Of course. Nilil said hastily. I agree. It's just a silly doubt. A stupid weakness. I don't know what I'm even talking about. Nilil, Lanza said reassuringly, you saw Lord Eisen as perfect before, didn't you? What do you mean? Said Nilil. He's an incredible person, explained Lanza, intelligent, intensely skilled, brilliant, and equally charismatic to boot. But he's not perfect. Nobody is. He bears a great responsibility on his shoulders. You saw a crack in that image of perfection, the one he carefully crafts, and it made you doubt. It's only natural. But, the moment you stop and think about it, it's of course obvious that he might feel something when faced with a devious character like Urahara Kisuk. It's obvious that he's a benevolent lord with a great vision. He's harsh, but only because this world demands it of him. In time, he'll make a gentler world that doesn't require such harshness. You're right, Nilil said embarrassedly. I'm just being silly, aren't I? I'm glad you brought it up, said Lanza eagerly. Better that you talk about it than let it gnaw at you unreasonably. We're all friends, aren't we? Yes, Nilil said with a smile. Thank you, Lanza. We can be assured of this, our Lord Eisen is no Luis Barragan, said Halibel. Put those foolish doubts aside and focus your mind on the battles to come. You'll need to be at your best if you wish to live to see this better world. You're right, Nilil said, nodding eagerly. Lanza, again. My pleasure, said Lanza, assuming a stance. As they began to practice anew, Halibel sunk back down into her couch, clasping her hands together, staring at the two of them thoughtfully as they did battle. He is no Luis Barragan, she thought to herself, but then again, that's not high praise. Jackie, out. Ryrika, tag in. Jackie Tristan, at Jinjo's call, took a step back, and Ryrika stepped into the ring in her place. It wasn't much of a ring, per se, it was just the backyard of their ruined building, mud and dirt encircled by ruined, rusty piping, worn-out machines and concrete, the garbage cleared out enough to form a vague ring-shaped space large enough to train in. Jackie sat down on a piece of metal piping, wiping a bead of sweat from her face. She'd stripped down to a sleeveless shirt for the training exercises, knowing they could be draining. Her black hair framed her face as she stared at the young woman facing down Ryrika, fascinated. She's not bad, said Jackie, unable to contain her approval, not bad at all. You ain't seen nothing yet, I'm sure of it, said Jinjo, smiling confidently. They had been training Orium for 2 hours now, taking turns to test her strengths and abilities. Currently, they were testing the limits of the shimmering, orange shield she used defensively. The girl had come to their hideout 3 days in a row, utterly determined to train herself to be better than she was, to be something more. Jinjo watched intently as the spar continued. Ryrika's abilities were not powerfully offensive, but the girl was light on her feet, and her full bring accentuated that. She could shrink herself, or potentially others, for a second or two, during which time she could move quite rapidly. The effect was similar to short-range teleportation, and it was perfect for testing Orium's ability to react. Jinjo watched carefully as Ryrika landed a few impotent kicks and punches to the shield, barely making it rattle, but she was suddenly gone, appearing behind Orium a second later. Santon Keshu tried the girl, but Ryrika was too close, too fast, and she lashed out with a kick, catching Orium in the midsection. She coughed and staggered back, grimacing with pain. "Geez, take it easy," Jackie called. "She's just a kid, Ryrika. Know your strength." I'm sorry," said Ryrika, and Jinjo noted her oddly conciliatory tone. She was acerbic to most people, but she had taken to Orium, who was simply too likable to pretend to hate. "I didn't mean to." "You okay there, Orium?" Jinjo called. The session would not be called off so easily. It was easy to think of somebody as feminine and sweet as Orium was as weak, but Jinjo had seen enough things and trained enough people to know that appearances meant little and that coddling was a terrible way to gain strength. "I'm fine," Orium said, wheezing a little as she struggled to stand up. "I just got caught off guard. That's all." "We don't have to continue," said Ryrika. "If I hurt you." "I'm fine," Orium insisted. "I can't give up just after a few knocks here and there." "Try it again." "I'll be ready this time." "Separate," Jinjo called. "Jinjo," Ryrika said, "maybe we should call it off." "She said she can keep going." "If she says she can, she can." "She's the one who says when she's had enough," he said simply. "If you want to tag out, but this ain't over." "Don't leave," Orium said firmly. "I think I'll get the hang of it." "Okay, if you're sure," said Ryrika, taking a few steps back. "Again, then." "Again," said Orium fiercely, summoning the orange, triangular shield again. "Okay," Ryrika said with a nod. "She's kicking her ass," Jackie muttered as the process repeated. Ryrika pseudo-teleported, and although Orium managed to block the strike this time, it was still a hit that sent the red-haired girl reeling. "Nah," Jinjo said, "for somebody with so much less experience, she's doing just fine." "Come on," Jackie said, smiling and shaking her head, "she's getting thumped. No shame in it. When you're green, that's what happens." "Just watch," Jinjo said. "Ryrika's too aggressive. She's letting Orium know what to expect. Just wait and see." "All right," Jackie said, sounding intrigued, and shrugged. Jinjo had always had an eye for this sort of thing, but watching them, Jackie wasn't sure how Orium would turn it around. She was constantly on the defensive, her shield almost useless. Ryrika shrunk and moved again, circumventing the shield with ease, and moved behind Orium for a fierce kick. But Orium evaded it, dodging under it, and as Ryrika regained her bearings, Orium jabbed her in the chest, sending her off balance. Quickly, Orium grabbed Ryrika by the arm, and before the Fullbringer could retaliate, she was sent tumbling into the dirt, flipped over. It had happened quickly, and suddenly it was a triumphant Orium putting her foot on Ryrika's chest, staring her down. "Did I mention my best friend Tatsuki is a karate champion, and she also taught me how to fight?" Orium said with a smile that, had it come from anyone else, would have seemed quite smug. "Son of a bitch," Ryrika muttered, accepting Orium's hand, letting herself get pulled to her feet. "You weren't wrong," Jackie said, raising an eyebrow. "How could you tell?" "She's moving her body well," Jinjo said, "no wasted movements. She's green, but she knows her basics." Ryrika didn't notice. "I did." "You don't say," Jackie said thoughtfully. "Although, I doubt a bit of karate will help against a hollow." "She's probably the weakest, least accomplished of her friends," said Jinjo, his eyes narrowing, "right now. But those powers? They are by far greater in their scope than anything I've seen so far. She could go real far, mark my words." He shrugged. "Okay, guys, break," he called. That's enough for today. Orium, Ryrika, let's discuss. The girls walked over to Jinjo and Jackie. Jinjo stood up, smiling widely at the both of them. How was that? Orium said. She sounded bright and cheery, but Jinjo recognized the hint of anxiety underneath. She wanted to be told she had done well. She wanted to be strong. First of all, he started, great job, Orium. You're a lot tougher than you look. I'm sure Ryrika realized that by now. Go screw yourself. Ryrika muttered under her breath. Jinjo chuckled. When we figure out how your powers work, we'll be able to help you develop them properly. Right now we're just testing the waters, seeing what you can do, but I've no doubt you can do incredible things. Give it a couple weeks, and we'll see. That's great. Orium said happily. Thank you, Mr. Jinjo. Now, since I'm here to teach, I'm going to have to tell you what I think you're doing wrong, he said gently. Please do, Orium said eagerly. I believe you will gain great strength if you put in the effort, if you work hard and make the time to train often, he started, but before you can get there, you have to rethink your mindset. My mindset? Orium said quizzically. Here we go. Ryrika muttered. What? Said Jackie. He told me the same thing, and he wasn't wrong. What I mean, Jinjo said firmly, his tone silencing them both, is that you are a kind person, Orium. I can tell by the way you fight that you don't want to see anyone hurt, that it hurts you to do something too violent toward another person, even if they are an enemy. Am I correct? It's true, Orium admitted reluctantly. I don't like fighting, and I don't want to see people hurt. I try my best, because it's necessary, but I don't like it. Jinjo nodded. Just like I thought. He reached into his shirt, and pulled out the pendant around his neck. His European-style greatsword appeared in his hands, and he planted it in the ground tip first. What is this, Orium? He asked. It's a sword, she replied. Yes, he said, nodding approvingly, but most importantly, it's a weapon. What is the function of a weapon, Orium? She blinked. To fight. The purpose of a weapon is to do harm. Whether it's to attack or to defend, that is what weapons do. You have a weapon, too, one that can split people in two. Like it or not, weapons exist for this reason. To deny this is to hold yourself back. To deny this is to live in delusion. I'm not sure I understand. I was once a bit like you, said Jinjo. Well, in a sense. I was just a regular guy back in the day. I wasn't violent or anything, and I'd never had to really fight. When I first got a weapon like this, I didn't realize its significance. That nearly cost me my life in the beginning, and it's the most important lesson anyone has to learn. So, what is the significance? The significance, Jinjo said severely, raising his blade up in one hand, admiring its smooth edge closely, is that when you take a weapon into your hands, you have to be ready to use it. This isn't a club or a truncheon, or pepper spray. It isn't designed to disable people. It's made to kill. I try not to, but if I have to use it to defend the people I care about, I will use it with the intent to kill. Not for my own sake, but for others. You lack that readiness. I don't want to kill anyone, Orium said, shaking her head. Neither do I, Jinjo replied, but I'm still ready to do it if I must. You need to be able to do the same. I can't, Orium said, now also staring at the blade, her eyes fixed to its steely length. Then get out of this whole world, said Jinjo with a shrug. This isn't a game. You can't say, I want to get stronger, but not be ready to ever kill under any circumstance. Spirits, demons, Shinigami, the world you've gone into demands you're strong enough to live in it. It's a terrible thing to say, Orium said quietly. It is. But it's still true, Jinjo said. You chase strength, why? Because I want to be useful to my friends, said Orium tentatively, and Jinjo realized it was what he had expected. The girl hadn't thought about this much at all. I want to keep up with them. I want to help them, protect them. I want not to be a burden to them. He nodded. As good a reason as any. But, that means embracing a fundamental truth. Are you willing to do that? To train, knowing that you may one day have to take a life? I said Orium hesitantly. This is not my decision to make, and I won't pressure you, said Jinzhou gently, and sealed his blade back to its inconspicuous form, but I'd ask you, would your friends do the same thing as you? Or, would they kill their enemies if they had to? I know they've killed hollows before, said Orium, but that's not the same thing. They're just purged. But she stopped to think. Erza had killed before, hadn't she? She remembered being told of it once. With great regret and with no other options, her mother had taken the life of a ruffian to protect Momos. Sometimes you had to, didn't you? Well, Jinzhou said. Sometimes, she said, maybe sometimes, you have no choice. He nodded. But only if I have to defend myself, said Orium, or somebody I love. I don't ever want to go into a fight thinking I want to kill you. Only as a last resort, Jinzhou said with a nod. That's good enough. Sheesh, give her a break, Jackie said with a grin, she got the message already. Thank you, Jackie, said Orium, but I think he's right. It's all about mental fortitude, said Jinzhou. You have to strengthen your will as you strengthen your body, or you won't be strong enough to protect anyone. I understand, said Orium, nodding. Yes. I can't do it halfway. I came here to get stronger, and I can't do that without committing. Jinzhou nodded approvingly, and smiled. He turned to Jackie. Now, tell me, did I sound cool there, or what? Jackie made a face. You were kinda cool until just now, she said, rolling her eyes, but anyone who has to ask if they're cool, isn't. Ah, come on, Jinzhou said. I was all serious and stuff. Orium laughed. See, this is what a leader gets, Jinzhou said dramatically, all the hard work and none of the recognition. Ryrika rolled her eyes even harder, and sighed. You're lame, she said. Orium, let's go inside and get a drink. Non-alcoholic, Jinzhou reminded them. Yes, Dad, Ryrika said sarcastically, taking Orium by the arm. Actually, Orium, wanna tell me about your friend who does karate? Is she strong like us? Oh, totally, said Orium as they headed back into the Foolbringer's hideout, but she's got her own thing going with a really good teacher, so she's fine. Jinzhou smiled as he watched them leave. Promising, isn't she? Said Jackie. Like you have no idea, said Jinzhou, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. Like you have no idea. Aizen wrapped the tips of his fingers against his desk, staring at the screen before him. In the privacy of his office, he had set his mind to analyzing whatever data Sale had extracted from their last, admittedly disappointing engagement. There was nothing else to do, and Aizen detested idleness. His mind needed a task to approach, a challenge to complete, a riddle to solve. His Car were all compliant and calm for the time being, and no threat to his power reared its head at the moment. So, scientific study it was, another task he excelled at. Of course, Aizen had yet to encounter a task he didn't excel at. He stared at the computer screen with the focused mind of a prodigy, going through line after line of data. The tedium of extracting the exact sets of data of relevance, he had left to Sale and his adepts, but what was left was still expansive and interesting. Currently, his eyes were fixed on the data set extracted from Yami Realgo's untimely death. That the brutish churl had perished did not bother Aizen in the least. He had made it to the rank of Espada through sheer force alone, and had possessed a stunning lack of cunning. The only thing truly extraordinary about him had been that somebody so stupid had made it so far, and Aizen already had several replacements lined up. But, that he had been slain with such ease was a cause for concern. Knowing it had been the work of a Quincy, Aizen had taken a closer look. In the days following the admittedly unsuccessful operation, Aizen had, very quietly, sent out probes to Karakura to scan for traces of riot for anomalies. A captain-level Shinigami would have struggled to beat the likes of Yami, and one that could do so easily? That was a cause for concern, but more importantly, it would leave a trail. The trail that Sale's drones had followed had eventually gone cold, but they had set them on the right track. By focusing on a general area, scanning it carefully, Eisen had found enough faint traces to begin to paint a picture. They were faint indeed, and there was no wonder the Godiai's clumsy intelligence agency had missed it. One would have to know what one was looking for, and where, to find it. What Eisen had found had, for the first time in ages, stunned him very slightly. He had recognized, among two other powerful signatures, the signature of Jugram Hashwalth. Eisen had not personally participated in the First Quincy War, it was older than him by far. The second he remembered as a mostly one-sided affair, with the Quincy's putting up a proud, valiant, but ultimately futile struggle. They had been exterminated almost to a man, leaving only a few survivors scattered to the winds. The great Quincy clans had all been destroyed, barring one. Eisen had familiarized himself with the full history, and although the books had been read long ago and were now safely locked up in the Godiai's libraries, Eisen's memory was almost eidetic. He remembered what he had read with great clarity. The 5 great Quincy star hosts. One for each of the 5-pointed star the Quincy's held with such significance. The East Asian Coalition of the Rising Sun, operating out of China, Japan, and Korea. The Sekhemran Brotherhood, descendants of the ancient Egyptians, operating from northern Africa. The Patrician Legion, operating out of southern Europe, supposed heirs of Rome's legacy. The Swift Striders of Persia, hailing from the long-dead Khwarezm. And youngest of them all, the knightly Wandenritter, out of Western Europe. Together, they had formed a coalition strong enough to challenge the Godiai. Eisen had noticed clearly the historical bias on either side regarding who started the conflict, and it didn't matter, either. The truth was that there had been cause for war, and a war had been waged. One that had shaken the Godiai to its core, one that it had actually had a chance of losing. One that had given the Godiai actual defeats, more than once. One that had been uncertain at points, until Yamamoto had taken the head of the enemy general in the most pivotal battle of the war. The Wandenritter had been young then, newly formed, but their leader had fought with distinction, and they had carved themselves a spot in the Godiai's history books. The champion, Sigismund Waiwak, had slain the Kenpeki of the time before facing defeat at Yamamoto's hands. They had faced defeat among the other hosts, and when the Second War had come. When the Second War came, they had been nowhere to be found. They had quietly faded into the mists of history, and nothing had ever been heard of them since. The Godiai had, with time, come to assume they too were a lost clan, but now Eisen was not so sure. Was Hashwalth the last of a dying breed, leading a small group of survivors, wandering the earth? Or, was he representing a delegation of powerful Quincy's, hidden away for centuries, waiting? Waiting for their time to come? Or, was it anything in between? Too little was known, and Eisen knew better than to let his mind race and make one assumption after another. What he knew so far was, Jugram Hashwalth, Grand Master of the Wandenritter and High Marshal of their armies, such as they were, was alive and present in Karakara, along with at least 2 Quincy's of comparable strength. But, what did he and his kin want? Were they potential allies or enemies? They were an unknown factor in all of this. Until more was known, they were potential enemies, a potential threat to the fulfillment of his plans. It was one thing to let the Godiai run free, with their clumsy, predictable nature. He had 1,000,001 contingencies in place, and once Yamamoto was dealt with, he was confident victory would be his. But, the Quincy's, they were different. They were meticulous, precise, and calculating, unburdened by the stagnation that had made the Godiai so complacent. More had to be known. He would have to send somebody to investigate. Somebody, subtle, quiet, personable, expendable. Eisen smiled to himself. He knew just the man for the job. A gently smiling face stared down on her, familiar and kind. Brown locks framed a handsome face, adorned with stylish glasses. A hand extended in kindness. Momo reached out to take the hand, knowing the instant she did it that something was wrong. The face smiled at her still, but it had become twisted into a malignant, superior grin, the being in front of her growing to monstrous proportions, his ham-sized fist closing around her. He was a giant, staring down at her, laughing. The sky was blood-red, black streaks of lightning the only interruption. "No!" she cried, struggling in vain against the hand holding her stuck. No, no. No. The face said nothing, but she could feel the malice he radiated. He raised her up, squeezing her so hard that she couldn't breathe, and she felt panic rising. Yet at the same time she saw with perfect clarity what he showed her, his other hand gesturing at a dreadful cityscape. The goatee eye was reduced to ruins, raving monsters striding across once proud buildings, raising them with a casual flick of their gargantuan limbs. The home she had known for so long was being reduced to ash before her very eyes. All that remained was a blackened, sooty throne for the monster who held her to sit on. In the distance she saw bodies lying still, and even though they were too far to see, she knew with absolute certainty that they were her friends. There was no blood, but they were still, pale, lifeless. Shihei. Renji. Izuru. Rukia. Erza. She tried to scream, but she couldn't, the air choked out of her. She wiggled and squirmed, panic overtaking her, but she couldn't get away, she couldn't get away. Then she sat bolt upright, breathing frantically, letting out panting, moaned breaths. She blinked. She was in her bed, the covers thrown aside. She felt hot, sweat trailing down her forehead. Frantically, she raised both her hands up, as if to reassure herself that she could, that nobody was holding her down. "Are you okay?" came Erza's voice, groggy, not quite awake yet. I'm fine," Momo lied, sitting up, curling her legs up against her chest, leaning her face forward as she hugged her arms around her knees. "You screamed," Erza said, slowly coming awake, "and then you kicked the covers off. Did you have a nightmare or something?" Momo panted, then shook her head, leaning hard into the fold of her knees. She felt shaken to her core, horrified. Tears streaked down her face. "Hey," said Erza, and Momo felt a strong arm wrap around her shoulder. "Hey, listen. Whatever you saw isn't real, okay? I'm right here. Look at me. Please." Her voice was like a balsam to Momo, soothing and sweet, reassuring and safe, and slowly she looked up, wiping her tears aside. "It was Aizen," she said weakly, her voice barely audible. "I saw him, I saw dash." "Take it easy," said Erza. "Just relax." Momo sniffed, and nodded. "Let's go downstairs," said Erza, "get a cup of tea." "Sound good." Momo would have agreed to just about anything at that point, and nodded meekly. A few minutes later, she was sipping a warm brew that Erza had, with the effort of a morning zombie, prepared for her. With a cup of her own, her girlfriend sat down across from her by the kitchen table, offering a hand. Momo took it gratefully, sipping her tea. "Now," said Erza, after the first sip seemed to have given her the jolt she needed, "are you okay?" "I'll be fine," said Momo. She was slowly regaining her bearings. Reality was real. Dreams were not. The things she had seen, it was just fear. It lingered, the terror, the panic, but she was beginning to shake it. "You don't have to tell me anything," said Erza, "but, what's wrong? You said you saw Aizen." Momo nodded. "Just a nightmare," she said. "I'm sorry to wake you like this. I'm an adult. I shouldn't make a fuss like this. Everyone has nightmares, right? I'm sorry I bothered you." "Momo," said Erza emphatically, "if there is anyone in this world you can bother, it's me." Momo's eyes welled up, but she didn't cry this time. Something about Erza's sincerity and support was a little overwhelming to her, there and then. "Thanks," she managed, nodding slowly. She hid her face behind her mug for a couple seconds, taking a deep drink. "It's fine if you don't want to say anything," said Erza, gently squeezing Momo's hand, her thumb rubbing lightly over it, "but you said you saw him." "Aizen," Momo said after a pause. "Aizen. I don't want to call that man him. I'm already afraid of him as it is, so I shouldn't be afraid just to use his name." "That's fair," said Erza, nodding understandingly. Momo wanted Erza to keep talking, wanted to be reassured a little more, but when she didn't, Momo at last continued. She took a deep breath. "I saw him. Aizen. He was towering over me like a giant, and he had me in his hand. He showed me the end of the goatee eye. Everyone was dead. She trailed off, taking one long, deep breath after another, trying to still the emotions welling up inside her. Pain, buried underneath, was surfacing again. "Momo, that won't happen," Erza said firmly. "What you saw isn't real. It was just a dream. When Aizen comes, we'll beat him back, him and every last one of his army. He won't kill us. The goatee eye won't burn." Momo nodded weakly, holding herself together just barely. "It's so stupid," she said weakly, her voice trembling. "I know it was just a dream. It shouldn't bother me like this. I'm not a child. But, look at me, acting like one." "No," said Erza, shaking her head, "you're not being fair to yourself at all. You almost died. Somebody you loved and trusted almost murdered you. That will leave scars. You're not being childish at all. I feel like I shouldn't. I mean, there are so many people with so many problems." Momo whimpered. "You are so very strong, Momo," Erza said gently. "When he betrayed me, it destroyed me emotionally. It wasn't long ago he did that to you, but you've held yourself together wonderfully. Don't be ashamed to bleed just because somebody cut you." "I don't feel very strong," Momo said meekly. Erza's words soothed her, calmed her terrors a fair bit, and she looked her captain in the eye. "I feel weak. Miserable. Everyone feels weak sometimes. It's part of living. I fear for my friends, for you, for what's to come, and when I do, I feel weak. The important thing isn't not to be weak, it's to be strong when you have to. I can't imagine you feeling weak. That's because I know how to hide it. But, I wonder if I should. Right now, the way you feel, I've been there, too. I made it, and so can you. So can anyone." "You really think so?" "I know so," said Erza firmly. Momo felt her spirits lift, and they sat quiet for a couple of minutes. "I used to love him, you know," Momo whispered, "in a way. He was just so admirable. Gentle. Kind. Inspiring." Momo nodded. "He knows how to put on a show, the bastard," said Erza, shaking her head, "and he fooled us both, for a time. But, we'll mend. We'll lean on each other. You and I, we understand each other here, don't we? We both know what it's like to be fooled by a monster and have your heart ripped out." Momo nodded again. "Thank you," she whispered. "It's what I'm here for," said Erza, and she smiled. "Feeling better?" "A bit, yeah," said Momo, "but I don't think I want to go back to sleep." "Then I won't either. Come on, let's sit by the couch. We'll watch some TV together until it's time to get up." "You don't have to," Momo almost said, but she knew Erza would insist. Instead, she smiled. In the end, she did fall asleep again, an hour later, leaned on Erza's shoulder, an arm draped around her shoulders. It wasn't the best of rests, but it was a damn sight better than the night terrors that had woken her. Meanwhile, iPhone burned the midnight oil, as she was wont to do. She was no stranger to late nights, and as a commander, her workload was a Sisyphean labor, unending. That was, at the end of the day, and after it, the way she liked it. She thrived on hard work, and if that meant an erratic sleep schedule, then it was all the same to her. She sat by the computer terminal she had set up in Urahara's shop, carefully secured by her personal team of operatives. The city's security was her responsibility, and that meant constant, frequent updates. She could leave menial tasks like probing the data and reports to her underlings, but although she had chosen her most senior, dependable officers, iPhone thoroughly believed that the best way to get something done the way one wanted it was to do it oneself. So it was that she stared at the screen, transfixed, going through one sheet of data after another with an efficiency and speed only a machine could outpace. Thankfully, all surveillance data of spiritual activities following the last invasion had so far yielded nothing. What few irregular spikes of Ryotsu output there were fell well under the mark that merited concern of any type. It was a bit more difficult here, given that Karakura seemed so particularly rich with spiritual energy, but her equipment and her team were up to the task. Some things grated at her. There was the irregularity of the big, burly Espada's death, for one. By the time it had been slain by Captain Cookaki, it was already near death, and no officer present reported engaging with it, nor any of the auxiliaries. She had questioned everyone involved, and the more she looked, the more she became convinced there had been a third party at work. The site had been scanned thoroughly, but aside from a brief flare of energy, too long dissipated to be identifiable, there had been nothing their equipment could catch. It was a mystery, at a time when mysteries were less than welcome. She shook these concerns aside, determined to finish the task at hand before losing herself to the hypotheticals of detective work. As stimulating and valuable an exercise as it was, she should tackle things one at a time whenever she could. She went back to scanning the datasets, noting with satisfaction that she was nearly done. She almost missed it, which was how she realized she was getting tired. By the time the notion that something was off had registered, she had already cleared 3 pages worth of data, and had to scroll back up. She finally found what she had been looking for. The riot sources were familiar, authorized even. The signatures of Kurosaki Ichigo, Yasutara Sato, and Inu Orium, 3 of the auxiliary forces left to their own devices. Although she had paid some attention to their movements, she had so far found nothing too suspicious. They went their own way, as young people did, mostly doing the same things every day. Often they would come here, she knew, to train. But, as of late, they had stopped. It was not their presence in and of itself that had made her notice anything. It was the pattern. Yasutara and Kurosaka both had stopped coming here some time ago, and coinciding with this, they had converged, along with Inu, in a rundown part of the city marked for demolition. So iPhone's knowledge of human culture was shallow, but she was dimly aware that teenagers, in their spare time, tended to loiter. It was common enough, she had learned, that they would find some spot to converge and do a whole lot of nothing at all. To So iPhone, whose upbringing had been characterized by discipline and punctuated by beatings, this was a concept as alien as it was obnoxious. Imagine what they could accomplish if they really applied themselves. Young Arisawa, who would often spar with Lady Yoriyuki and sometimes with So iPhone herself, showed a smidgen of that discipline. No. She really was getting tired. No sidetracks, no mental diatribes, no personal admonishments. This was about the facts. The fact was that it was probably nothing at all. 3 teenagers under considerable pressure, finding some place to loiter. It was not admirable, but was probably harmless. But, there was the faintest irregularity around that area. The general Ryotsu output was 5.45% higher than average. This could not be accounted for by the occasional presence of 3 young people who were, admittedly, quite strong for their age. On its own, that above-average value was not a merit for concern, but what if there had been a third party at that battle? It was probably nothing. She doubted any of the 3 had the mental acumen to actively conspire against them, but So iPhone was an investigator and part of that was checking any and all potential leads. Most potential leads were, in fact, nothing, but only a fool would consider that a waste of time. Confirming that something was nothing at all meant ruling it out of potential answers to a question. She looked at the digital clock beside her. The bright red of it read 4:45 in the morning, the wee hours. Not long from now, the dark of night would be replaced by the graying light of the coming dawn. She yawned, realizing that one could burn the midnight oil only for so long. She had to go to sleep. A few more minutes of this data set, and she'd be all done. But, before that, she reached for a scrap of paper from her notepad. It was old-fashioned to write like so, in an age of computers, but it was dependable. She procured a pen, and scribbled down a set of coordinates, marking the general area where the 3 had converged. She then added, to make sure she didn't forget through the haze of weariness, Keiichigo, Y Sato, I Orium. Send operative, investigate site. Confirm lack of hostile presence. She yawned again, and focused on the data report again. She was almost done. By the time she had finished, and headed off to slide into bed, she had forgotten all about the 3 delinquents. Thankfully, the note had been stuck to her computer screen. One always checked. One always made sure. Nobody was above suspicion, especially these days, especially auxiliaries whose allegiance was questionable. It was probably nothing, but probably wasn't close enough. Chapter 84, The Truth According to Jinjo. It was noon, and Erza had headed to the designated lunchroom at the HQ to eat. She had spent most of the morning doing menial chores, paperwork, reports, accounts of their use of resources and finances dreadfully boring, but she had forced herself through it. As a leader, she shouldn't keep putting that sort of work onto Momo just because it didn't appeal to her. It was, however, with some relief that she heated her cold lunchbox. She was surprised to see iPhone asleep in a cot, door halfway slit open, in a room just next to the designated intelligence central, draped around Yoryuki's naked frame. She didn't dwell on it, particularly because Yoryuki noticed her and got up, gently leaving iPhone behind to sleep. As Erza began to warm her lunch, a still naked Yoryuki walked into the lunchroom, dragging a worn t-shirt behind her. "I'm not surprised to see you asleep this late," Erza said dryly, leaning against the counter by the microwave, "but iPhone." Yoryuki sniggered. She insisted on going through some data last night and didn't get to bed until it was almost time to get up. "You know how she is." "Quite," Erza said with a nod. "You do know you're still naked, right?" "Really? I hadn't noticed." "Clothes. Now. Please. You sure you don't want to check out the goods?" Yoryuki said, giving a quick twirl. "No? Suit yourself." She chuckled and pulled the worn t-shirt over her head. The piece of cloth just barely covered all the essentials. "Come on," she said. "No lecturing me for being a pervert. Honestly, Yoryuki, decent people don't go around showing their doodads off like that." She cheerily imitated Erza, poorly, while wagging her finger. "You've never been decent," Erza said with a snort. "I think you were born lewd. Also, I'd never call somebody's curves doodads, either." "True. True," Yoryuki said, quite proudly. "So?" Erza said. "You and iPhone." "What?" "You know," said Erza, giving a shrug she hoped was quite suggestive. "What?" "Like that," Yoryuki said with a snort. "Don't be ridiculous. It's just bonding stuff. Perfectly normal. No suggestive comments of any kind," Erza thought. "Curious." She replied. "Yeah, just sleeping nakedly together, as friends do." "That's normal for me," Yoryuki replied. She paused, her eyes narrowing. "So, this is what it's like when the shoe is on the other foot, huh?" said Erza. "You, teasing me, instead of the other way around." "Me, tease?" said Erza, a look of all too innocent surprise on her face. "Gosh. I'd never." Yoryuki burst out laughing. "The real shocker is that you're not bad at it," she said, shaking her head. "Just a matter of practice," Erza said with a smile. "I've had ages to watch you do it, haven't I? You're a bad influence. You only have yourself to blame." She laughed, and Yoryuki laughed with her. "Actually," said Erza, as the laughter died down, "I was wondering about one thing." "Yeah? So, you've been with women, right?" I mean, I know you have." "Right." A little flustered, Erza felt her cheeks redden. "You know, we had this conversation already," Yoryuki said, clearly enjoying the moment. "It's not that." "Well, sort of," Erza muttered, taking in a deep breath. "I think I'm starting to feel things for Momo. And the thing is, I'm not sure what to do with it. I could ask Isane, but it's not like those two have very normal circumstances, you know." "Is it sex?" "I could tell you about sex," Yoryuki said briskly. "There are these amazing things you can do with just your fingers dash." Not that," Erza said quickly, "not yet." "You sure? Because it's really, really good dash." "Not that," Erza insisted. All right, Yoryuki said, holding her arms up in contrition. "So, what, then? You said you didn't have that many romantic relationships, right? But I'm not exactly spoiled for choice. So, I was just wondering. I dunno. What is it like to be in love, is that it? Said Yoryuki. Erza nodded. Well, said Yoryuki, the cheeky grin on her face dimming a little, I've been in love, really in love, not just crushes and such, twice in my life. Once with a man, once with a woman. Neither really worked out, so I can't say I have a lot to offer there. Something's better than nothing, Erza said, almost pleadingly. Yoryuki sighed. For some people, love is like a bolt of lightning that just strikes you in the moment. You see the right person and you're like, bam, that's the one I want. Wasn't the case for me. For me, for many other people, it comes creeping up on you like a thief in the night. You find somebody you enjoy spending time with, somebody who's kind and who puts you at ease, and before you know it you've fallen for them. But when you're there, when you're really there, they're the center of your life. They're the kind of people you'd die for. It burns like a wildfire, and it can be just as destructive if you're not careful. The first time for me, I felt things so strong it made me afraid. If that's what love's like, muttered Erza, then I'm all out of luck. What do you feel, then? Said Erza, hesitating. I want to be around her. I look forward to the end of the day every night, because that small time we have together before going to bed, it's started to feel really special. There's so little of it, but that makes it so much more special. I found myself dreaming about spending more time with her. But I don't know. I can't shake this creeping suspicion that I'm just trying to help her out, that I'm not feeling something real, that it's only there to spare her feelings. I want to be honest with her, but aren't you? I think I am, Erza said, shaking her head. Behind her the microwave let out a ding, but her heated lunch suddenly didn't seem important. I think so, yeah. But these super strong feelings you talked about, they're not there. I know very much that there are bigger, more important things than our relationship. She's precious to me, but I know it can't be everything. It makes me feel like I'm devaluing what we have. Like I'm too coldly rational. Like there's nothing really there. I think I'm just paranoid, but Erza, said Yoryuki softly, it's not the same for everyone. It's very much an individual thing, this crazy little thing called love. It can take time. You feel more for her than before, no? Erza nodded. Then that's enough for now. Spend more time with her. See how she feels and how you feel. Don't sweat it. Don't work yourself up over nothing, and don't blame yourself for not feeling the way you imagine you should feel. You know, said Erza, for somebody claiming not to have much experience, you make a surprising amount of sense. What do I know? Said Yoryuki with a grin. I could be full of shit. I'm just doing my best here. It's good enough, said Erza warmly. Thanks, Yoryuki. Yoryuki nodded. Happy to help. There was sincerity in her voice, the natural playfulness dropped for a second. They looked at each other silently, no words needed between them. This is the best part of friendship, thought Erza, relying on each other for anything without judgment. By the way, said Erza after a while, go wake up your girlfriend. I need somebody manning the surveillance station. You suck, Commander, Yoryuki said with a snort. She stuck out her tongue and made a face, but headed out anyway. Erza chuckled to herself, and opened the microwave. She was starting to get a hang of this whole being social thing, and it had only taken her a century or so. Uriah had gone through the week with a growing sense of anticipation, each day feeling less bearable than the next. It was like being a small child looking forward to his birthday again, dialed up to 11. The entire week, he had fantasized about the Knights of the Vandan, the fraternity of gentlemen warriors living by a code of chivalry. He had repeatedly tried to reel himself in and temper his expectations, knowing that if they were raised too high, the real thing could never measure up. He hadn't been able to stop himself, though. He had searched for images of Western-style castles on the internet to get a sense for what he might expect from their keep, and it had only stoked the flames of his imagination. The alien grandeur of the Western styles, so rugged and hewn from gray and brown rock, had only made it even more appealing. Would it be a military-style keep, with buttresses and defense towers, or a fantastically beautiful palace with grand spires and majestic, artistically crafted walls? What would await him inside those walls? Row upon row of knights in gleaming armor, bowing respectfully to one another as they passed. Great drills of combat by chivalrous men and women, respectfully improving each other's skill set by intense bouts of mock combat. By the time Friday arrived, it had taken considerable discipline to focus on his school work. When school had finished for the day, he had gone straight to the knight's hideout. Saturday classes were technically optional, and he had left a note for his father. He cared not to hear the old man's warnings or lectures. It was time he saw for himself the legacy left to him by the last great clan alive. It was time he took the plunge on his own. So it was that while Erza jauntily bickered with Yoriyuki, Uriah landed in Germany with an express flight on a private jet. His excitement had peaked at the airport, and as he traveled ever closer, Uriah found himself growing calmer. He had forced himself not to ask too many questions. He did not want to come across like an excitable child about to receive a basic tour of a museum. This was a great honor, and he would carry himself accordingly. Instead he engaged in conversation with Meninas and Hashwalth, and even Bambietta, and found their company soothing. By the time they entered the car that would take them the last stretch, to the castle itself, the brightest of his overexcitement had died down a little, instead replaced by a sudden nervousness. Meninas and Hashwalth seemed to think well of him, but what of the rest of the order? Would he not come across like the Quincy equivalent of some ignorant hillbilly? Would his cool demeanor make him come across as arrogant? Would he fail to keep his cool and come across as immature? A plethora of nightmare scenarios, each one worse than the one before it, flashed through his mind. Expelled, disregarded, hated, cast out. His nervousness had to have shown, because Meninas, seated next to him in the car, placed a hand on his and smiled reassuringly. "You'll be fine," she said encouragingly. "Just relax yourself. You're an aspirant. People won't think about you as much as you think." "He's his own worst enemy," Bambietta said with a snort. "I know that look. Taking everything bad he can think of and blowing it out of proportion in his head." "Be nice," Meninas chided her. "She's right," Uriah admitted. "Fuck me, that's a first," Bambi said, sounding pleasantly surprised. "I usually get that cool, you're not knightly enough and a disappointment, kind of stare. Don't look at me like you're surprised, I know that look by heart." "That's because everyone at home also gives it to you," said Hashwalth sardonically. "Whatever, man," Bambi muttered. "As Paladin McAllan said," Hashwalth continued, "I am sure you will be fine. You are not there to make an impression, you are there to have an impression made on you. Nothing is expected of you except an open mind." Uriah nodded gratefully. It was not the first time the Grand Master had said those words, but they took time to sink in. "That said," continued the Grand Master, "there are some small obeisances that you must make." "Hashwalth," said Uriah quizzically. "That right there, for example," said Hashwalth. "I am perfectly happy to be called by name outside of the keep. In fact, I welcome it. The weight of authority is eased when I can be just Jagram Hashwalth, not the great and powerful Grand Master. But inside the keep, all attending are expected to address each other by rank and with respect. In there, I am Grand Master Hashwalth, or Milord. Anybody with the rank of knight must be addressed as Sir before their name, whether they're male or female, or by their rank. Paladin McAllan, or Sir McAllan, for example. Anybody beneath that is cadet. You will be addressed as aspirant. Bowing is not required, but is considered a polite courtesy. His Majesty, should you meet him, is to be addressed as my liege or Your Majesty." Uriah made a mental note to bow appropriately to anyone he met wearing the knightly colors. "It's a huge fucking hassle," Bambi said, rolling her eyes. "How will I do language-wise?" "My German is not great," Uriah admitted. "I know a few phrases and some basic grammar, but that's it." "Most present also speak French and English," said the Grand Master. "Your English is decent." "I know that. You will get by." Uriah nodded. "Are we close?" he asked, looking out the window. "Very soon," said Hashwalth, a content smile on his face. "Just around the bend, I think." He was correct, and a minute later, it began to come into view. Uriah watched eagerly, staring out the window. "To travel," said Hashwalth, a quiet happiness in his voice, "is a joy. But it is as they say, there is no place like home." It took Uriah several seconds to realize his jaw had dropped. Slowly coming into view was a magnificent, enormous building, at least a kilometer in both length and girth. It was no beauteous palace with great spires, cast as it was from grey granite rock, but it possessed a grim kind of majesty. It was situated on a hill, as castles often were, and 8 great towers rose from its walls. Crenellations lined the wall ramparts, which Uriah could see, even in the distance, were being patrolled by figures in black and white cloaks. A great gatehouse opened to a drawbridge lowered to welcome them, and Uriah stared in awe. There was a great courtyard, leading up to an inner keep, holding a 9th tower, taller than all of the others. The walls and towers looked beautifully crafted, a marriage between graceful elegance and blunt practicality. It was the kind of castle any architect would weep at as a work of art, and any lordling would happily defend indefinitely. It looked solid, powerful, and indomitable, like a monument to defiance. "I cannot say I blame you for your reaction," Hashwalth said, mildly amused. "When I first saw it, I was but a lad of 14, and I was odd as you are now. The first stonework was laid over 900 years ago, and it has been built upon, expanded, rebuilt, and remade since. It's been burned and halfway razed twice. It has endured sieges the likes of which you could not imagine. It has repelled invaders and forged warriors in fire. This, aspirant Ishida, is the Castra Wandan." "Hum," Bambi muttered, her usual rough demeanor muted. "It don't look bad from a distance." "Hum," Maninas said solemnly, "where our heart and hearth is." Uriah stared silently, only barely keeping his jaw shut. It was like being transported into another world. As they drove into the courtyard, there certainly were signs of modernity: other cars, wiring, electrical lights, antennae, but it was still as if the castle defied these new additions, as if the sheer weight of its intimidating presence made them null and void. "This way," said Hashwalth, as the car stopped and a young knight in what Uriah presumed to be initiate's robes hurried up to open the door for him. Hashwalth exited, and Maninas and Bambi with him. "Well," said Maninas cheerily. "Aren't you coming?" "Yes," Uriah said, slowly exiting the car, at a loss for words. There were no great rows of warriors lined up in fanfare, nor was it filled to the brim with intense spars, but somehow, it didn't seem to matter. There were knights around them. Uriah could see a dozen marching through the yard and up the stairs. Other personnel were milling around, lacking the tabards of the Wandan Ritter yet still sporting their colors on their jackets and uniforms. It was a busy, industrious place, yet as they walked toward the keep's entrance, everyone parted before them like ice before the prow of a mighty ship. The dozen knights fell upon one knee when they saw Hashwalth, each one reciting, "The Wandan Ritter welcomes their Grand Master home. May good fortune follow him, and long may he live." Hashwalth waved as his presence parted the crowd, smiling happily, and Uriah realized the man was truly akin to royalty. Taking in the new sensations and experiences, Uriah almost tripped over himself as his companions stopped, so lost in thought had he been. They had come upon a majestic stair, some 40 steps high. In rows around them, knights and servants had fallen to their knees when they saw Hashwalth, and Uriah felt a little awkward to be standing up. As if she sensed his unease, Maninas nudged him. "Don't worry," she whispered. "I'll let you know." "Thank you," he muttered back. Well. A voice boomed out from across the stairs, and Uriah saw what looked like a young man around Hashwalth's age, which, for all he knew, could mean any age between 820, wearing full plate mail, the black and white cloak of the Wandan Ritter draped around his shoulders. A well-crafted tabard covered his chest, and his shoulder guards were lined with gold. If it isn't the lazy, lost prodigal son, deigning to return home at last. Uriah's eyes widened a little. Who dared speak to a Grand Master like that? Manina's smile reassured him, though. Hashwalth seemed to take it in stride, walking up the stairs one step at a time, the stranger meeting him halfway. As he got closer, Uriah saw him better. His hair was neatly shaven except for a well-groomed mohawk, and he had a cocky smile on his face. "Sir Black," said Hashwalth with quiet cheer, I am glad to see you are well. It seems not even my absence is enough to let your recklessness end you. You always were high and mighty, weren't you? Said Sir Black, grinning widely. Welcome home, you son of a bitch. He caught Hashwalth in a bear hug, and Uriah was surprised to see Hashwalth heartily return the embrace. As they broke apart, Sir Black stared down at the rest of the entourage. What have we got here, eh? He said. Fresh meat for the grinder. Ishida Uriah, said Hashwalth, it is my pleasure to introduce the paladin Sir Bassard Black, one of my oldest friends. Somehow, the wear and tear of time has yet to fully smooth out his rough edges. Sir Black snorted. We weren't all born wrapped in silk, he said, eyeing Uriah, and I go by Bess. You know that. Not before an aspirant, you don't, Hashwalth chided him mildly. Some formalities do have to be observed. Bez shrugged. This is the life of a knight, kid, he said mockingly, turning to Uriah. They shove a sword in your hand, tell you to wreak bloody murder on people, and then they expect you to be polite afterward. Said Uriah, wondering quietly if he was at all related to Bambietta. Pay him no heed, said Hashwalth genially. His mockery of the profession aside, this man is one of the most virtuous I've ever had the privilege to call a friend. You know, buddy, said Bez, only you can compliment me while making me feel insulted at the same time. It is a unique talent of mine, said Hashwalth with a smile. But, enough dawdling. Warm greetings aside, I must speak with His Majesty on matters delicate. Meninas, I shall leave aspirant Ishida to you. Yes, Grand Master, Meninas said, saluting sharply. Right this way, then, Mr. Grand Master, sir, said Bess. You know, he gets awful sullen if you're away too long. Uriah watched as the two of them walked up the stairs and into the castle by themselves, odd as before. Only now after Sir Black Bez had left did Uriah realize the sheer amount of power he had sensed about the paladin, stirring restlessly under the surface. How many more like him were there? How many were so powerful? So colorful? He had expected Bambietta to be the exception, but it seemed clear that the Vandin were not as strict as he might have expected. This keep had not matched his wildest imaginations. Somehow, despite not being much like them, it had completely exceeded them. Between the continuous training sessions with the Vizard, which were literally a matter of his life or death, school, and the looming threat of the upcoming war, sparring with Tatsuki was by comparison quite relaxing. She had challenged him after school, and Ichigo, who realized he'd spent a fair amount of time away from her in the Foolbringer's hideout, had accepted. He had been curious. He was aware that she had been training with Yoryuki and Soifone, both masters in hand-to-hand combat, and her power had begun to develop beyond the raw, crude mass it had been only a few months ago. They had headed to the park, found a desolate spot, and Ichigo had entered his soul form, discarded his Zanpakuto, and the two of them had gone at it unarmed. It had been over an hour now, with little more communication than a few grunts about what had gone wrong and where when either one of them would inevitably bite the dust. She had come a long way, and he had underestimated her. Every blow she threw at him now felt explosive, strong enough to hurt even when he blocked them well. He had neglected his karate for some time now, whereas Tatsuki was still fighting with the acumen of a professional, and it showed. Her movements were cleaner, faster, and sharper than ever before, and Ichigo found himself on the back foot repeatedly. His greater pool of spiritual energy helped him, even though he tried to hold it back to make sure the fight was fair. His greater reach, height, and body mass helped, as well. But, even with these advantages accounted for, she would come out on top over and over again. She would use her feet, her fists, her legs, and her arms, launching great, swooping kicks that could transition into quick jabs. She would somersault over him, outpacing his movements no matter how he tried, and it was obvious her style was evolving from just formal karate. Her tutelage under Yoryuki was beginning to pay off. One-on-one, with no sword, without going all out, she was too good for him, too skilled. Come on, she insisted, hands up and fists balled, dancing on her feet, again. Get up. Easy for you to say, Ichigo grunted, getting to his feet. He had been brought to one knee by a savage kick to his knee joint from behind, followed by a roundhouse to his jaw, sending him to an undignified collapse onto the forest floor. I know you don't need to hold back when I'm in my Shinigami form, but that hurt. Irritably, he rubbed his jaw, and stood up. His Shiakusho was dirty and dusty, and he knew his face probably looked no better. You ready to quit, or what? Tatsuki said impatiently. I know you're stronger than that. I know you're holding back. I'm not a teacher, Ichigo objected. I don't know just how much I gotta hold back, or what sort of fighting you need the most. Come on, Tatsuki said. I can keep going, and so can you. Tatsuki, Ichigo warned, calm down. You're getting a lot stronger. I don't think you know how much stronger that is. I don't want to end up hurting you accidentally, and I sure as hell don't want to get kicked in the face like that again. You kick like a mule, damn it. Tatsuki sighed, and relaxed her stance. Yeah, okay. Sorry. Ichigo grinned, and in an instant, before she could react, he was upon her at full speed. His hand grabbed across her chest, and as gently as one could possibly do something that violent, he slammed her into the ground. Tatsuki coughed, the wind halfway knocked out of her, and as she struggled for air, Ichigo couldn't help but laugh. You asshole, she blurted out. That, said Ichigo with a chuckle, is what full tilt looks like. Don't ask for it if you are not ready for it. Fine, we're even, she wheezed out, stretching up an arm. Ichigo gave her a hand, but braced himself, and sure enough, she tugged hard. All it accomplished, of course, was pulling Tatsuki to her feet with speed. Damn, you're like a rock, she muttered. Can't help how good I am, Ichigo said, with deliberate smugness. She gave him a dirty look, but slowly eased into a smile. All right, she said, with a shrug. Yeah, I guess that's enough for today. Thanks for taking me on. Anytime, said Ichigo with a shrug. Well, when I'm not doing any one of the million things keeping me busy these days. You do have a lot on your plate, Tatsuki said, and here I thought we wouldn't be drifting apart until you finished school, got a job, and had 5 kids to worry about. Hey, we're not drifting apart, Ichigo protested. It's just, a lot going on, you know. Relax. I'm just hassling you, Tatsuki said with a snort. But, come to think of it, it has been a while since I saw you. Or Orium, for that matter. What have you all been up to? Oh, a bit of this and that, Ichigo said evasively, and realized to his surprise that he didn't want to give away the full bringers. Nothing too special. Ichigo. Tatsuki said, and her tone said it all, he knew she wasn't buying it. Look, it really is nothing special, Ichigo said hastily. It's just that Chad, Orium, and I found this place to train. Well, when we get there I've had enough training for the day, so I mostly just hang out, but they use their time to get stronger. I was going to ask you, but, well, I don't think you'd get better work done with us than with the ones you already got. Sure, said Tatsuki, giving him a suspicious look. You sure that's it? More or less. Are you and Orium dating? The question was like a bolt of lightning from clear sky, and Ichigo, baffled, stuttered, and no? What? Really now? No, really. Ichigo insisted, catching his bearings. I mean, she's really nice and I like being around her and she's really supportive and helped me through some really hard stuff but dash. But, you're not dating. Right. You probably should be. What makes you say that? Ichigo said, incredulous. Better you than some douchebag with smooth moves and an ego, she said with a shrug. Anyway, just a thought. Her face split into a grin. Should have seen your face just now, though. Are you fucking with me? Ichigo said angrily. Oh man, you weren't you? Tatsuki chuckled. That's it, Ichigo muttered irritably. Next time, I'm not holding back anything. See how you like that? Just as planned, Tatsuki said with a smirk. After Hashwalth had disappeared into the depths of the castle, Meninas had led him on a tour of the grounds outside the main building. Bambi had tagged along because, in her own words, the place is boring as shit anyways. Uriah followed along, drinking in the sights. As they got further into the grounds, he saw more of the knights this time. There really were military drills, companies of Quincy knights performing combat moves in unison, with perfect precision. Their faces were obscured by their helmets, and they all wore plated armor, polished and gleaming where it wasn't covered by their tabards. It was an intimidating and impressive sight to see them all mustered together, more Quincy's in one place than Uriah had seen in his whole life, all carrying out order after order. "Look at you, rookie," Bambietta said gleefully, getting all googly-eyed over just one company of knights. "We got many more like 'em. You ain't seen nothing yet." "Just, how many?" asked Uriah. "We can't say," Menina's cut in smoothly. "Privileged information, as Grand Master Titas would put it," said Bambietta with a shrug. "Privileged information?" asked Uriah. "This tour of the castle," explained Menina's, "will show you plenty of our order, but plenty of it will be left in secret. The full secrets of our order are reserved for sworn members ranked as knights." "I understand," said Uriah, nodding slowly. It made some level of sense. "I notice you have a fair number of non-Quincy personnel working here. People with negligible rights. Normal, everyday humans. The essential personnel are all sworn to our cause," explained Menina's, "given ranks as lay brothers of our orders. Most people, though cleaners, repair crew, tech department, IT, electricity, mundane things like those are just normal people traveling to and from the castle from the nearest town. As far as they know, we're just an exclusive club for rich people who like to roleplay as knights." "Easier to explain than being immortal," Bambietta said. "That makes sense," Uriah said, nodding. "Rich people tend to be eccentric." "Forget that," Bambietta said, pointing ahead. "You're in for a treat today, rookie." "Oh my," said Menina's. Uriah looked forward. There was a gathering of people ahead, clearly with the signatures of Quincy's young Quincy's, untrailed and barely in control of their craft, like he had been years ago. He counted just over 24 young men and women, all staring transfixed at the spectacle before them. As Uriah got closer, he saw it. There was a ball, no bigger than his fist, levitating over a small device that emanated Reishi. It looked like a pedestal, but no doubt housed some form of complex machinery, because the ball jerked and twisted around in the air in an area of 2 meters around the pedestal, occasionally surging around and twisting left, right, up, or down with bursts of speed before slowing down again. "Target practice," Menina's whispered. Uriah had figured as much. It would be quite a challenge to hit it for somebody as inexperienced as the youths before him. But what really caught his eye was the man standing beside the device. Unlike the knights he had seen so far, this man wore a much lighter set of armor, gleaming chain mail, lined with gold. The only concession to armor was 2 shoulder pauldrons, elaborately decorated with patterns in gold. The patterns were slanted, complex, and looked more Chinese than European, and Uriah got the impression the pauldrons were more decorative than functional. He wore no tabard, although he had the knightly cloak. Its rim was lined with thick, rich fur, and its edges were lined with gold thread. The outfit would have seemed a tad vain if not for the severe, dignified look of the man wearing it. He was distinctly Asian, but when Uriah looked closer, he felt sure the man was not Japanese. A neatly trimmed mustache framed his chin, and his head was carefully shaven except for a top knot, wrapped in leather bindings, trailing down from the top of his scalp to his shoulders. He looked older than most people Uriah had seen, like a man in his early 40s, well kept but worn. A spiked helmet lined with gold was tucked under his arm, and he spoke with authority to the group before him. "Acolytes," he said loudly, in the tone of a man accustomed to giving orders. "Before you, you see the one obstacle all must master before passing on to become an initiate of our great and glorious order. You may think it a simple challenge, you may expect that you are expected to simply get a good score hitting this moving target, standing still. Quash any such expectations of laxity. You are all expected to hit this target dead center, 100 times in a row, while moving at least 70 kilometers per hour across this courtyard, at a distance of at least 40 yards away." There was a quiet murmur of disbelief soaring through the group of acolytes. "Silence!" roared the man, and the acolytes obediently fell silent. "This order accepts only those who truly apply themselves," those who take their duties seriously and push themselves beyond what they think they can do, into what they are truly capable of. Believe you me, acolytes, thousands have mastered this challenge before you, and by all the gods this world has seen, so will you, even if it kills me. Uriah blinked. The man seemed quite harsh, but that was not unexpected from an instructor. Allow me to demonstrate, said the man, setting his helmet down on the ground. He unslung a quincy cross from around his wrist, forming a surprisingly short bow, oddly curved. In an instant he was off, having dashed 40 yards away. No sooner had he launched into the air than he had fired the first shot, hitting the ball dead center. He soared through the sky, raced across the ground, and sped over and across wall sections, running up them like they were flat ground, firing as he went. In the span of 10 seconds, he had run a circle around them 17 times and fired exactly 100 shots, each one hitting the target dead center. He reappeared where he had stood only seconds ago, dismissing his bow. When I came here, he said loudly, I was a fat old man, over 70 years old and very nearly on death's door. That was well over 500 years ago. I learned the craft of His Majesty, restored my body, and learned from scratch how to master the gift. If a man so old and decrepit can master it, then you, young, strong, and full of potential, have no excuse not to. You will all have 1 year in which to master this challenge. Those who cannot will never become initiates. So, find your targets, practice hard, and take your duties seriously, for this obstacle falls to you and you alone to conquer. The odd students, gaping at the display their tutor had just given, milled around to find their own targets. Uriah looked carefully. Impressed, said Bambietta. It was quite a show, said Uriah, although this challenge in itself does not seem too difficult. I hope I do not sound arrogant, but I believe I could have passed it without trouble. It's basic accuracy, albeit pushed to an extreme level. You could, Meninas said reassuringly. He called them acolytes, said Uriah quizzically. They're not aspirants, like me. Aspirants, Meninas explained, are potentials. When you formally begin training, you are an acolyte. If you pass your schooling, you become an initiate. An initiate is assigned to serve under a knight veteran, who will determine when and if the initiate is worthy of becoming a knight. Uriah nodded, fascinated. Who is that man? He looks rather well dressed for an instructor. Good eye, said Meninas. You just had the privilege of seeing Lord Commander Subutai, His Majesty's war dog. You don't like him? Asked Uriah. His Grace the Lord Commander is a peerless commander, Meninas said diplomatically, undefeated. Even His Majesty defers to his tactical expertise. Buledin ut, Bambietta sing-songed. But, Meninas said with a sigh, quietly, he is not very noble. I don't mean by blood, he was quite exalted in his homeland, but he's a little ruthless, so to speak. She's salty because he makes her students cry, Bambietta said bluntly. A believer of tough love, the Lord Commander is. Up by 4 in the morning, run 5 miles in the mud before breakfast, do a million push-ups before lunch, push you right till the edge to see if you break. You know, that sort of thing. There's really no need for such medieval methods, Meninas said irritably, and Uriah noted she sounded rather defensive. They can do much more harm than good depending on the student. Where is he from? Asked Uriah, keen to steer the conversation away from his sensei's grievances. He didn't like seeing her angry, even in a small way. I can't place his accent. He's obviously not from around here. I know he's not Japanese. Subutai, the name, it doesn't sound Korean or Chinese, either. Privilege, Bambietta said with a shrug, for now. Uriah nodded, wondering to himself just how much of this castle would be secret to him. Why take him all this way if much of it was to be kept from him? I wonder, he continued. He's the Lord Commander. You said His Majesty defers to him in matters military. His position sounds quite exalted. Second only to the king, yeah, Bambietta confirmed. Only guy who doesn't need to bow to Hashwalth, actually. Only one equal in standing, although I don't think Lord Commander Subutai think they're equals. Huh, Uriah said perplexedly. So, why is such a person training ordinary recruits? His Majesty believes the leadership of an organization like ours should never be too distant from the lives they command, Meninas explained, that we should never be too exalted, or difficult to approach. No knight should ever feel intimidated in the presence of their masters, that is his philosophy. If they trust us with their lives on a mission, then we should be accountable. His Majesty will often train acolytes himself. I see, Uriah said, legitimately surprised. That, he hadn't expected. Men who went by His Majesty, or Lord Commander, weren't exactly the kind one thought of as personable, or in touch with their people. But then again, Hashwalth was Grand Master, a title just as exalted, and he was nothing but personable. The Wandenritter were full of surprises, it seemed. Come on, said Meninas eagerly. I'll show you the rest of the grounds. Then we'll go inside the castle proper. There is so much to show you, and I know you'll love it. Lead on, Uriah said with a smile. Ugh, she'll probably take you past the art gallery, Bambietta said, making a face. You have an art gallery? Uriah said interestedly. Of course. Meninas chirped. Nerds, Bambietta groaned. The training session was well underway, and Subutai watched it with a careful eye from a distance. The youths were fumbling, some of them barely maintaining their bows under the stress of firing rapidly, and not one of them came close to hitting. He smirked to himself. He had seen the same spectacle 100 times, intimidated beginners failing every step of the way, without realizing the value of failure. He had lived through the same failure, but at least he had been old enough to know its value. Lord Commander. The meek voice was from the knight he had summoned. Lil Tata Lampard, new to the rank of Paladin, was clearly intimidated by the presence of the Order's first general. Paladin Lampard, he said absent-mindedly, I was wondering when you would speak up. I thought it would be impolite. Correct, said Subutai, his gaze still fixed on the stumbling acolytes, but to be fair, I kept you waiting for some time. It is no trouble at all, Lord, said Lil Tato firmly. I know my duty. As do we all. I must admit I was puzzled to be summoned here, Lord, she said awkwardly. I am sure you have a purpose in asking me to observe basic acolyte training, Lord Commander, but I am afraid I have not yet seen it. Look at them, Subutai said keenly. So raw. So weak. So lacking in everything we are. Just as it is unbelievable that an ugly, stunted creature like a caterpillar could become a butterfly, so it is unbelievable to me that such ragged misfits could ever become knights. They are seeds, Lil Tato, the most important resource our order has. That is itself reason enough to observe. Yes, Lord, Lil Tato said meekly. That is the essence of humanity, struggle. Ever since the first week, lean, hungry savage sharpened a stick to fashion for himself a crude spear, to take a leap forward to advance his species, that has been humanity's nature, to improve just a little with every generation, to learn more, to become greater than the sum of his parts. Yes, Lord. Subutai shook his head. I am rambling again, Paladin. Not at all, Lord, Lil Tato said hastily. Your wisdom is always a welcome presence. It is renowned through our order dash. I have neither time nor patience for sycophants, said Subutai sharply, abruptly turning around to face her, his piercing glare fixed on her eyes. Are you a sycophant, Paladin? Are you a yes-woman, the kind who would say anything to please her superior, hoping for their favor? No, Lord. Her voice came out as something in between a squeak and a shout, and it was hardly dignified. Then be silent, he said. I called you here for a reason, Paladin, and it was not to philosophize. Lil Tato nodded, obediently keeping silent. I have called upon you before, have I not? Yes, Lord, she said enthusiastically. Do you recall what we spoke of those times? I recall 3 instances where you spoke to me, Lord Commander. Each time, you asked of me different strategical questions, which I believe were drawn from real historical examples. So I did, Subutai said with a nod, pleased but taking care not to show it, and you answered to the best of your ability. Yes, Lord Commander. Theoretical, he said sharply. You command 700 knights. You engage believing yourself to have a tactical advantage, only to realize you have been drawn into a trap, disadvantaging you totally and negating any use of superior numbers or skills. The enemy encircles you, and soon you will be surrounded. Your objective is the annihilation of your foe, yet you stand to be annihilated, yourself. What is your response, as commander? I will immediately retreat, Lil Tato said, after a quick pause, sacrificing 100 knights to act as a rear guard to cover our retreat. 100 men will die, so that 600 more may live to fight another day. Strike, then come back again. Find another opportunity to strike where I can turn the enemy's advantage against them. Subutai nodded. Solid basic strategy. But you are running very short of time, and retreat will mean losing your chance to accomplish your objectives before you run out of supplies. Escape will mean total defeat. Is my order to annihilate the enemy at all costs? Yes. Then I will retreat from disadvantage, sacrificing the 100 men still, yet preparing to strike back immediately. You are outnumbered. Do I possess superior mobility? You do. Then I will circle round their flank, harrying them mercilessly, always striking where they are weakest. I will make it a prolonged engagement, and avoid direct conflict, turning our strengths into advantage. You have increasingly limited space to move in. Then I will proceed with my plan of battle anyway, and look for a mistake from the enemy lines. I will attempt to goad my enemy to break formation, and isolate and destroy parts of his army. The enemy commander is too skilled, and familiar with your tactics. I will look for any advantage I can find, be it from the terrain, from a surprise maneuver, whatever I can think of in the situation. If I keep a level head, and my opponent does not, victory might still be in my grasp. You are at this point reliant on your enemy's foolishness rather than your own strength. I am, unfortunately, Lil Tato admitted. You are cornered and encircled, Subutai continued firmly. He could see the girl thinking, trying to find a way out of his riddle. There was usually an answer. Would she find it? Lord Commander, she said, after some time, this scenario is becoming increasingly difficult, I would say bordering on impossible. Or, beyond your grasp. If I am surrounded, outnumbered, and disadvantaged. Lil Tato said thoughtfully, rubbing her chin. Can I negotiate with the enemy commander? You can, said Subutai, but he has a history of deceit, and is not considered trustworthy. Surrender may damn you and your soldiers to death or worse. That being the case, Lil Tato said slowly, working through all possible outcomes, I see no other options, except to draw blades and fight to the last man, hoping to wound my enemy badly enough that my allies will find them weakened when they come to retaliate. At the cost of your life, and the lives of all your assets. There seems to be no other choice. Correct, said Subutai, a hint of satisfaction in his voice. Never let yourself be cornered. Impossible is nothing. These two things, I teach to all my sub-commanders. But sometimes, you cannot win, no matter what. If that time comes, then sell your life dearly, and serve your lord by weakening your enemy. Surrender only if it would benefit you. The answer is that there is no answer. Lil Tato said, surprised. Lord, you've spoken to me before with riddles like these, and there was always a way out. Often, there is. Sometimes, there is not. That is reality, Subutai said with a shrug. That is a disappointing lesson, Lord. The truth does not care whether it disappoints you or elats you. Lil Tato nodded. You are wise, Lord. Come, said Subutai. Walk with me. These younglings can handle training by themselves for a bit. Yes, Lord. They walked away from the training fields, toward the castle. As they entered through a sculpted archway of granite, Subutai said, You may wonder, perhaps, why I have asked this of you before, Paladin Lampard. No, Lord, said Lil Tato. I was sure you had a good reason. I only wait for you to reveal it to me. Your loyalty does you credit, Paladin, Subutai said, giving her a scrutinizing gaze. His centuries of life had given him an acute sense for people, and he could usually tell if they were less than sincere. Analyzing Lil Tato carefully, he sensed no flattery about the Paladin. I have watched you for some time, he said at last, as they passed through a hallway decorated richly with tapestries, ever since you first made Chevalier. You always excelled at military doctrine. First in your class. Oh, that. Lilt Otto said dismissively. I just dash. You must not, Subutai said firmly, almost harshly, underestimate your own ability. Arrogance is a poison, but so is humility. I know of my worth, and I make no secret of it. So must you. You were the best of your peers. This makes you exceptional. Yes, Lord, said Lilt Otto, taken aback. Yes, I suppose I am. Exceptional. It just seems normal. Your normal is, objectively, exceptional, Subutai said firmly. Yes, Lord Commander. The purpose, said Subutai slowly, the reason for which I have tested you, has it dawned on you yet? As I said, Lord Dash. I know you wait for the truth to be revealed in due time. Speculate anyhow, said Subutai dismissively. Why would the exalted Lord Commander, second only to His Majesty, take such interest in Lilt Otto Lampard? Such a young and untested potential, so raw and lacking in experience. Lord, I. Come now, girl. Think, Subutai said impatiently. It is well known that you pay close attention to the Order's ranks. As a new paladin, I didn't find it strange you would test me. Your lordship believes in being sure of the quality of your soldiers. Close, but not close enough. Lord, I do not understand, said Lilt Otto. I am but a paladin among other paladins, and of my rank I am among the youngest and least accomplished. What particular purpose you might have for me, I do not know. Forgive me, but I have no idea. We must do something about that humility of yours, girl, Subutai said, making a face. He shook his head, then grimly continued. The time will come, sooner rather than later, when this order will need capable military leadership. I have watched you, as I have watched every student who shows promise, and I have tested you as I have tested all up-and-comers. Out of all the people in our order not already in a position of command, you have shown the most promise. I tested you, and will continue to do so, because the burden of leadership will fall on you in due time. You will send men and women to die in battle one day, so say I, Lord Commander of the Holy Knights of Vanden. Lilt Otto blinked, and gaped. Lord Commander, you honor me too highly. She cut herself off, seeing the hard look on his face. I mean, I did not expect this at all. I will struggle to live up to your expectations, Lord. Struggle, Subutai said with a nod. Yes, that will summarize it. You may watch many die in your time, good comrades whose presence you will miss sorely. Responsibility for victory or defeat may lie on your shoulders. Will you shoulder that responsibility, Paladin? To the best of my ability, Lord Commander. Good, Subutai said with a curt nod. Yes, I will expect nothing less. Accept the severity of this duty when it comes, but also relish it, for there is no greater joy to the world than a warrior. Lilt Otto bowed deeply. Subutai nodded again. Run along now, he said, and meditate on the fate bestowed upon you. I have youngsters to teach yet, and at least one of them is bound to have hurt himself by now. Yes, Lord Commander. Lilt Otto said excitedly, elation and worry both running through her chest as she hurried away. Subutai shot her a glance as he watched her go. He'd once had that swagger, of a youth shouldering responsibility for life or death, glad and terrified all at once. Hopefully, she would show the same kind of steel as he had when she had been tempered in the forge of battle. After lunch had been dealt with, and Erza had made sure to check everything was all right as usual it was, thankfully she was left with a number of possible tasks to deal with, as was always the case in her time as commander. She could go check up with Nozomi and Urahara to see if they'd found anything useful. She could pen a report for Yamamoto. The old man had been requesting them more frequently after the last attack, although it would be a waste of time to write a few thousand words that added up to all normal. She could go through the goings-on of her division back at the Godii, or review the expenditures of their expedition so far to see if they were in line with the economic projections by the Godii's clerical servants. If nothing else struck her fancy, she could head out on patrol and leave the minutiae of bureaucracy to Momo, or Nimue, or anyone else who had a greater affinity for it. But, something had eaten at her since this morning. Orium had struck a bit of a nerve this morning, but with some time to reflect, Erza was starting to come around to her side. The woman she had been over a century ago, before her death, would never have doubted that just about anyone could turn their life around and become a better person. But, that had been a teenager, yet to be blunted by the cruel realities of life. That had been a different Erza, one who hadn't seen her friends butchered before her eyes, one who hadn't been betrayed, cast out, isolated, and forced to endure one encounter with death after another. Looking back at who she used to be, she knew she had hardened. The woman she had been wouldn't have dismissed even Grimjo Jaeger-Jacques so quickly. Orium, she was still young, still innocent. That, Erza reasoned to herself, wasn't necessarily a bad thing. It had reminded her of something old and important. She was, and always would be in her heart, a member of fairy tale and bearer of the indomitable spirit it represented. Wearied and battered in her beliefs, but stubbornly holding on to them all the same. Tempered, but not broken. Abruptly, she stood up from her desk and marched out of her makeshift office, passing Momo on the way. "Commander," Momo said, careful to observe rank now that they were on the clock. "Are you busy?" said Erza. "As in, really busy? Do you need me?" "Come along," said Erza, gesturing to her. Mystified, Momo got up from her desk, leaving her paperwork behind. "Commander, what's this about?" she said, perplexedly. "It's about second chances," Erza said cryptically. She headed for the basement, and took a leap down the ladder, landing smoothly on the dusty ground of the artificial landscape. Momo followed closely behind. Erza marched toward where Grimjo would usually loiter, Momo jogging to keep up with her. "Erza, Commander, what are you going to do?" she said anxiously. Erza stopped abruptly, Momo almost walking into her. "Nothing drastic," she said, "but I'd like you to see. I don't trust myself to be objective right now." "What, you think I am?" Momo huffed. "With you, of all people." Erza smiled. "True enough, I suppose. But it's better than nothing. I might just be a little silly. I might just not want to do it alone." "Do what?" "Like I said, nothing drastic," said Erza with a shrug, and she began walking again. Before long they came upon Grimjo, who lay stretched out at rest, rather like a sunbathing cat. And, just like a feline, he smoothly jumped to his legs, stretching himself out, yawning. "Yo," he said, staring Erza down. He had that mildly malicious look about him, superior and confident. It was clear he was enjoying the privileges of having both arms. But most importantly, he didn't seem hostile. "Grimjo Jaeger-Jacques," said Erza, placing a hand on the hilt of his sword, "you came here some time ago, voluntarily giving up your freedom and valuable intelligence on Eisen Sauschik. Until now, you have been denied anything in exchange for services rendered." His eyes narrowed. "What, this is when you finally got tired of me?" "You've been a bastard," Erza said bluntly, "an insufferable piece of shit, for the most part. You think flattering me will make it all better?" he said with a snort. "But," she continued, ignoring his jibe, "as you've demonstrated a willingness to cooperate in a change in attitude, I have decided as commander of this operation to provide you with something." "Gonna cut me loose?" Grimjo said, cocking his head. "You're not going to do that, right?" Momo said. "No," said Erza, shaking her head, "but I will give you a chance to earn a bit of trust, Grimjo." "Well, hoop to fucking do," Grimjo said dismissively. "Momo," said Erza, "we still have room in our budget to commission a GGI, right?" "Oh." Momo said, blinking. "I mean, yes. Easily. We will fashion a fake body for you," said Erza, "and allow you, once a week, a few hours free to yourself amongst the humans. Your power will be seriously limited, of course, and your movements will be supervised at all times, and if you show up late, you will not be allowed out again. There will be no tolerance for screwing around. Still a dog on your leash, huh? Do you want to stretch your legs a bit, or do you want to be cooped up here all the time?" Erza shot back. "Who says I don't like it here?" Grimjo said stubbornly. "Fine," Erza said, turning around. "Momo, let's go back." We're wasting our time here. Alright, alright, alright. Grimjo snapped. Shit, I was just kidding. Don't get your panties in a twist, Red. That's what I thought, Erza said, turning back around. So, how will this work? Grimjo muttered. For starters, the GGI will be custom made to ensure that any type of violence will trigger the seal on your neck. Even self-defense. I will not be the reason you broke somebody's neck in a street fight. Fucking hell, cut my balls off while you're at it, why don't you? Grimjo grumbled. That could be arranged, said Erza, deadpan. Momo suppressed a snigger. Grimjo shot them both a dirty look. I don't mean that technical shit anyway, Grimjo muttered. This whole, free time shit. What am I supposed to do with it, anyway? What humans usually do, I guess, said Erza with a shrug. That part is up to you. Well, I'm not sure you noticed, Grimjo said sarcastically, but I ain't human. Don't give me any of that shit about how we're more alike and shit. I flat out don't know what humans do. You were human once, weren't you? Said Erza. This was something she hadn't considered. Sure, Grimjo said, shrugging, only it was ages ago. So long I forgot what my name was. So long I forgot how humans treat other humans. So long I forgot what Bane, human means, besides Bane, weak as shit. I don't know, Red. How could anyone forget that? Momo said confusedly. Try spending a lifetime or two in a featureless desert doing nothing but fight for survival, dumbass, Grimjo snorted. I don't know any hollow that remembers who they were before, and I ain't an exception. That shit, it fades away. When you become a hollow, you become someone else. It just goes away. Melts into nothing, until all you know is fighting and killing and licking your wound. Most hollows don't even have names. Takes evolving to have a proper consciousness to get that far. That sounds terrible, Momo said, her voice trembling a little. I'm so sorry to hear that. Fuck me, spare me the pity, Grimjo said, rolling his eyes. I don't mind being this way. It's just that it's kind of, I don't know, a problem. You, Red, he said, nodding to Erza, you're more like M. What do humans do? I don't get out much, Erza admitted. Fuck me, Grimjo said, groaning. Yeah, fat lot of help you are. I'm guessing the twig next to you ain't any more social than you are. I read books, Momo chimed in helpfully, or train. When I'm not working. But I get out, sometimes. Figures, Grimjo snorted. Go to a bar, Erza said bluntly. A bar? The fuck's a bar? Grimjo replied. A place where alcoholic beverages are served. It generally functions as a meeting place for humans to interact with each other for various reasons, usually to alleviate stress of different kinds. I haven't been to very many, and I think they're overrated, but humans prize them highly. We'll even give you money for drinks, I guess. Money? Grimjo asked. A unit of currency used to trade in exchange for goods and services, Momo said. Yeah, because I understood that sentence, Grimjo said. Fucking humans and their rules. Well, you could always do the much cooler thing and go for a quiet walk in the park, said Erza. Don't do sarcasm, Red. It don't suit you. Erza shrugged. I'm giving you a chance, but I'm not going to hold your hand. Go out for a couple hours when we give you the chance, and do whatever. Stretch your legs, go for a run, I don't care. Or, stay down here and mope. This is your problem, not mine. This is so fucking stupid. Grimjo muttered. Well, glad to see you're back to your usual self, Erza said, sighing irritably. Who else could turn an offer for more freedom into a chance to complain? All right, Grimjo muttered. You know what? I'll do it. Take the chance. Go out and paint the town red, or whatever they say. Figuratively. He added the last word quickly, seeing the look Erza was giving him. That's more like it, said Erza. You show us that you can live up to this, and we'll all hold hands like old chums and figure out we ain't so different after all. Whatever. Grimjo snorted. Need me to bark a little as well? If you really want to. Grimjo made a face, then grinned, and raised his middle finger. I'll be a good boy, he said. Woof, woof. Erza rolled her eyes. It was like dealing with an unruly teenager. As she and Momo turned and left, leaving Grimjo to his idle loitering, Erza waited until they were out of earshot and out of sight, before stopping her walk. She let out a sigh. Commander. Momo said. Aye. Erza said, shaking her head. Am I doing the right thing here, Momo? Commander Dash. I'm asking as your friend, not your superior, said Erza. I'm giving a chance to a mass murderer like him. This could go wrong. Badly wrong. And I can't even know it will work out. For all I know, he might still stab me in the back first chance he gets. He might, said Momo, and you're being a lot more generous than anyone I know. But, is that so bad? It could be very bad, said Erza. Damn it, I'm basing this on the whims of my daughter and some old memories of a younger, more naive version of me, and, if this somehow leads to complete havoc, it will be on me. A huge part of me just wants to go back there and tell him the deal is off. It would be a nasty thing to do, but there would be no danger involved. Nobody would get hurt. Sure, said Momo, but since you seem determined to make the worst case for yourself, I'll try and make one in the other direction. If it does work out, then he might just become a better person. Very slowly, but he might. He could become a useful ally. He could show the world that hollows aren't monsters by nature. You could do some great things, Erza, if you gave him the opportunity. Great things he won't do if you don't give him a chance. Do you really believe that? Not for a second, Momo said without blinking. He's a relentless monster who's killed our own people again and again. I think it might be a terrible mistake. But I don't think you think that. If you did, you wouldn't have gone out of your way to do this, would you? Because I doubt this was a spur-of-the-moment kind of thing, even if it felt like it. You've thought about this, haven't you? Since Orium talked back to me? Erza muttered. No, since before that. Ever since I first met Aizen's foremost hollows, I've known they're not all monsters. I've seen Grimjo be an absolute bastard. I was almost killed fighting him. But, I've also seen him be human. I've seen him in pain. I've seen how he cares about things besides himself, even if he won't admit it. I really do think people can change. Even hollows. Even broken creatures can pick themselves up, Momo. I believe it. It's hard to believe in, even for me, but I do believe it. If anyone else said it, Momo said with a smile, I probably wouldn't believe it. But, you know it better than I do, even if it seems unbelievable. If you say it can work, then maybe it could. And, if it doesn't, well, like you said, he won't be able to hurt anyone. A single slip-up, and he's back in the cellar for good. For good, Erza agreed. And, Momo. Yes. Erza sighed, and smiled. Thank you. I wasn't sure what I was thinking for a while. This is why I didn't want to do it alone. I needed to reason a little, with someone who understands. Momo blushed lightly. Well, better me than Captain So-iPhone or Captain Cookaki, then. Too true, Erza muttered. Anyhow, let's get back upstairs. We've got work to do, haven't we? After his sparring session with Tatsuki, Ichigo had found his feet taking him toward Jinjo's place. He had meant to go home, but without even thinking about it, he had started heading there. It wasn't late yet, he had the time. No, time was not the issue. He'd started enjoying his time there, that was the truth of it. Jinjo understood, and he was the only person in Ichigo's life who asked nothing of him. He loved his mother and father when all was said and done, but they were parents and parents had a duty to make sure their kids stayed on the right track. There was Erza, busy as she was, whose main contribution was training him, which was of course useful, but also intensely demanding. It was nice. Just sit back, relax for an hour, have a drink. That was how he found himself on Jinjo's couch. He had greeted the other Fullbringers by name as he came in, like they were old friends already. Not all of them were as friendly as their de facto leader, but Ichigo understood, having never been overly friendly himself. He took another swig of his cola, having already downed 2. Jinjo was in his usual good spirits, talking, joking, and chatting about everything and nothing. The topics varied, but as usual it came down to the business of supernatural peacekeeping, of hollows and the many misadventures associated with them. So, that's when I jumped back, landed on my ass, rolled over up on my feet expecting to get skewered any second, and I realize I cut the beast's mask without realizing it, Jinjo chuckled. Gotta be the third luckiest save I ever had. It just started disintegrating in front of my eyes, you know? There I am, heart pounding, and it takes a good few seconds for it to sink in that okay, I'm not going to die. And that's when another hollow jumped you from the side to give you another impressive scar. Ichigo joked. Not this time, kid, Jinjo said with a smirk. Believe it or not, but I do come out of these unscathed sometimes. I ain't a master of the blade, but I learned it well enough just by doing. You pick the skills up, or you die. True enough, Ichigo said with a sage nod, although in my case it was more because my aunt was going to kill me if I didn't learn. Gotta love family. Jinjo laughed. You love em, even if you sometimes wish you didn't. Yeah. Ichigo said, trailing off. Truth be told, the comment about Erza had been bait, to see if Jinjo would show interest, if he would pry and prod a little, if he wanted the inside scoop, and the bait remained in place, untouched. What if he really was just a nice goofball who liked to keep things quiet? Hey. Ichigo said. Yeah. Said Jinjo, having just downed the last of a beer. He put down the bottle on the table by the couch. I wanted to ask something. No beers, Jinjo said, mock strictness in his voice. Alcohol is forbidden for minors, young man. Ichigo chuckled. Not that, he said, shaking his head. No, it's more serious. Oh. Jinjo said, reaching for another beer. He popped open the cap with his thumb, a trick he seemed quite proud of. You were a Shinigami. Yeah, I think we established that. You worked for the Godai 13. I want to know the whole deal, said Ichigo earnestly, if it's alright with you. I want to know where you came from, man. You got all these crazy stories, but, it's obvious something went down. Something big enough that you spend your life in hiding. I don't like to poke my nose where it doesn't belong, but that's a pretty big secret to keep. So. Jinjo's mirth seemed to die down, and he gave Ichigo a long, studious look as he took a long swig from his bottle. That, he said slowly, his tone changed entirely, might not be a story you like, kid. Why? I don't like to pry either, said Jinjo, but since you made some obvious statements about me, I'll make some about you. It's clear you're from power by birth. You're crazy strong, stronger than me by far, or probably anyone here. You seem pretty damned knowledgeable about the Godai, and you're a substitute for them, just like I was. Either your daddy or your mama was a captain or a noble of sorts, or you're some kind of freak of nature they swept up. You were trained by someone real good, too. The point I'm getting at is, chances are, you may be looking at the Godai with rosy glasses, if you catch my drift. You might not want to hear everything I got to say. Jinjo, said Ichigo firmly, everything you said is true, except the rosy glasses part. I went there during summer. Quite an adventure. Wound up fighting a captain, and I won, too. It's a long story, but they were going to kill a friend of mine over nothing, and I nearly died several times, as did friends of mine. I don't think the Godai is good, as such, at all. They're better than the alternative, but good? I don't think so. I know they're responsible for some shitty things. If you worry I won't believe you, you're worrying for nothing. There are good people in the Godai, but the organization itself, they're as shifty as any powerful government. Jinjo nodded. Glad to see a kid your age with his eyes open. It took me twice as long to wise up. If you don't want to talk. There's some painful stuff there. I get it, said Ichigo, nodding. I won't pry again dash. I'll tell you, said Jinjo severely. It ain't something to forget. Does me good to be reminded of the past, good times and bad times both. We gotta know where we come from, don't we? Yeah, Ichigo said, a bit of eagerness in his voice. So, you'll. Jinjo nodded. Let me see. I think I had just turned 30. Was just an average guy, really. Part-time worker, doing hours in a store back then. Normal-ass hobbies. Going to the bar on Saturdays, going for runs in the morning, keeping healthy, hoping to get myself a higher education when I saved up a bit of money. All that changed one morning. I ain't gonna bore you with the details, but I found a wounded Shinigami in a hollow rampaging not far away. He made me the same deal you got. I got his powers temporarily, and unlike you, it was temporary. But, his sword awakened real potential in me. The Goatee saw it. To be honest, I think they were just curious what would happen, but they gave me a sword and let me grow my power. You know most of the rest. Drunk on power, living a cool-ass double life, being a superhero by night was pretty damn awesome when you work a menial job in a store with some pretty shitty hours and low pay. It was my escape. When I had the Shiakusho and the sword on, I was someone, not nobody. Someone. I had a few close encounters, but my handler, Yokotake Jushiro, he was a hell of a convincing guy. He even taught me basic swordsmanship. Great guy. Even now, I think he was the real deal. And, it made me stronger, too. Not just in body, but in mind. I walked with my back up straight. I got the nerve to talk to girls for real, and I had been real awkward at that before. When you've stared death in the eye, talking to someone when the worst that could happen is being rejected, hell, it was nothing. I'd talk back to punks in the street, where before I'd just run along. Most of them would just shrink back, because that's how bullies do. The few that didn't, I could mess up pretty easily. I got to work with new energy, and even got a promotion as assistant manager at the store. For a while, I had a hell of a time, you know. Ichigo nodded along. Jinjo had clearly done his stint as a substitute longer than Ichigo had, and it was fascinating to see how it had affected him. But, it didn't last, I take it. Nope, Jinjo said, nodding. It weren't nothing too dramatic. I just had an especially close encounter, and I realized this whole thing was affecting me. In my personal life, I had started to get arrogant. Overconfident. Kind of a douchebag, really, all because I was high on my own power. I could get laid, but I couldn't get anyone to stay. Old friends would become distant. So, I sat down and thought to myself, is this the life I want? A life where people stay away from me and all I really got is risking my life for a little extra money? The whole spellbinding effect of being a supernatural badass with a sword, it kind of wore off. I realized I didn't like myself anymore. Wasn't worth the money, or the high. So, I talked to Yokotake about it one night. He told me he'd see what he could do, that he'd revise my contract. Figured it was the end of it. Hung the cape on the wall, so to speak. Focused on work. I felt a lot better about myself then. And, for 2 weeks, 2 nice goddamn weeks, I figured I was out, that I was done. Hadn't heard jack about no contract, but since they weren't in touch, I figured it was over and done with. It wasn't. Nope, Jinjo said, shaking his head. One night after I closed up shop, one of the bastards showed up out of nowhere. Dressed in all black, tight clothes, face covered by cloth. Looked like some kind of goddamn cartoon bandit, except the sword on his hip looked real sharp. The Stealth Corps. Ichigo muttered. That's what they're called. Jinjo said with a shrug. Yeah, one of them. He jumped you. Nah, not yet, Jinjo said, shaking his head, but we'll get there. He gave me a real lecture. Guilt-tripped me about leaving innocent people in danger, about being a lazy piece of shit, so on and so forth. I was shaking at the knees, cause I doubted I could even defend myself if I pulled out my badge. He could probably get me before I changed. So, there I am, about to shit myself, and I don't know if it was balls or stupidity or both, but I stand my ground. Tell him I'm out, okay? I'm done, through. I get another lecture. He tells me in no uncertain terms the Goatee ain't done with me. That disloyalty is unacceptable. That was when I realized that the Godai was not something you could opt out of. I never visited the place, but I got some sense of how strong they were. I was scared shitless, but eventually, the masked bastard upped and left. I hurried home, you know? Locked the doors, for all the good that would do me. Threw up. Couldn't sleep a dime that night, sat up on my bed clenching my sword, staring at the door, expecting them to come barging in at any time. I was terrified. Christ. Ichigo said, pausing. I mean, did he threaten you? Did he tell you you were going to get yours? Look, I know you ain't very old, said Jinjo seriously, shaking his head, but I don't think you're so naive that you think the only way to threaten someone is telling them to their face what you'll do to them. Yeah. Sure, Ichigo said, nodding. I'm not saying you're making it up, I'm just trying to understand it, that's all. I got some harsh words about being disloyal and how disloyalty is shameful, and he worked in some insinuations about what happens to traitors. Now, this is a guy with his hand on a sword and a mask on. Not friendly, you know? You got to take my word for it, but then and there, I was sure my life was in danger. I believe you. Go on, Ichigo said encouragingly. Jinjo seemed a little shaken, the old memories surfacing with a vengeance. Or, don't. If you're not comfortable dash. Screw that. Jinjo snarled with a sudden burst of anger. Seeing the surprised look on Ichigo's face, he added, I mean, I'm okay. Just, some old emotions coming back to haunt me. He took a deep breath, leaned back, and continued. So, didn't sleep properly for 3 days. Nearly blacked out. Wound up using some sick days to just stay at home. Seriously thought of leaving the country, you know? But for whatever reason, I didn't. So, on the 4th day, I get a message. One of those hell butterflies, you know? Yuka-take's own voice. Tells me all friendly like there's been a misunderstanding, and if I come to the park this night, we'll sort it out. Cut me loose. Make a deal. Me, I was going crazy, so just hearing his voice, hearing somebody I liked tell me it was gonna be okay, I couldn't take his word on it fast enough. So, that night, I walked out, sword in hand, leaving my physical body at home. But as I got closer, hell, paranoia had been wrecking me all week, you know? The worst case scenarios played out in my head, each one worse than the next. I thought of all these little things about the Godai, far as I seen it, that seemed harmless at the time. The way they were all about loyalty, duty, obedience, how they didn't take well to failure or disobeying orders. Seemed to make sense for a military organization, you know? But when you think about it, kid, those things can turn dark real fast. They can, Ichigo said, knowing the Godai had been little better from what he'd actually seen. So, I get close to the meeting spot, and as I approach it, I get to thinking about one of my hollow hunts. Bigger bastard of a hollow, would hunt in packs. Sneaky fucker. Deadly. Killed several Shinigami on his own. When I got to it, I got blindsided by one of its smaller friends. I was ready for the first, but not the second, and I wound up with some real scars to show for it. An ambush, that's what it felt like, even as I saw Yuka take Jushiro. I got closer, and the closer I got, the more scared I got. He was waving to me, and called out to me, and that's when I lost my shit. Turned and ran. I'd had enough. Didn't trust this. And what do you know, 2 of those masked bastards jumped out in front of me, swords drawn. Jinjo paused. The thing about paranoia is, it's just your mind getting worked up and making things way worse than they ever are. Almost always, that's the way it is. But there I was, alone at night, facing off with a powerful organization, and I'm like, fuck me. You know what it's like to be scared shitless and realize the worst case scenario you've been working yourself up about is actually true. No, said Ichigo earnestly. They drop down, right? Jinjo muttered, staring out into space, seeming lost in thought. Blades out. I know I got a second at most before they're at me. I'm already running, got the momentum up, and I swing my sword. There's a whole lot of blood, and the guy to my left falls down dead. The one on the right surges forward to stab me, but I kick him in the gut and cut him hard as I can. I'm just terrified, you know? I've been hunting hollows all this time, and sure, they're ruthless, but they're just malicious animals. They're trained killers. I think they'll get me any moment, that if I blink I'll die. So, my sword cuts in, and it's not until later I realize I got him in the neck. Seeing them both dead and bleeding on the ground, I'm stunned. I see him, Yucatake, calling out to me, telling me to wait. As he comes toward me, I just lose it and run. Run, like the devil's on my heels and I'm about to be dragged down to hell. I get away, somehow. Maybe he let me go, or maybe I'm just real good at running. I don't know. Everything after that is kind of a blur. I know I had to have stopped by my apartment, because the next I remember, I'm standing on a train platform in my real body with a case of clothes, some essentials, and all the cash I could get from my account. Yucatake, set you up. Ichigo said in disbelief. I don't know, Jinjo admitted, shaking his head. I really don't know. On a good day, I think one of his superiors made it happen. That maybe he didn't even know. On a bad day I hate 'em all and think they're serpents, even him. Maybe he did, maybe he didn't, but the long and short of it is that I got to be a substitute, and when I wanted out, the bastards tried to kill me. I guess I could have saved us a lot of time by just saying that, huh? No, Ichigo said, shaking his head, I'm glad you told me. Ichigo, although not an expert on human behavior, still thought of himself as a decent judge of character. Jinjo seemed truthful, honest. The expression on his face, sadness, barely contained, the confident mannerisms about him all gone. This seemed to all be true. What happened next? Ichigo asked. Went on the run, naturally, said Jinjo. Tried my best to suppress my riots. Traveled the world for a bit, doing odd jobs. Always looking over my shoulders. If the Godai thought me leaving was enough to try and kill me, I could only imagine what they'd do to me for murdering two of their own. It was self-defense, Ichigo said emphatically. Killing someone is terrible, but it's not your fault. They came at you, right? Sure did. Not that I think they saw it that way. So, you traveled the world? Said Ichigo awkwardly, unsure of how to respond to this. Jinjo seemed openly vulnerable in a way Ichigo hadn't been prepared for. Yeah. Came back when my savings were all out. I was in a pretty shit place. Not sure what to keep going for. That's when I found Shiryu. Tsukishima. Yeah, Jinjo said with a nod, just this lonely kid who'd lost his parents. He had powers. I saw a hollow creeping up on him and that moment, I think that's the first time I called on a real Fullbring. I'd worked on new ways of developing powers without making it a Shinigami thing, didn't want anything to do with that, you know? But, seeing him in danger, I called on it, and it answered. Beat it solidly. Shiryu, he saw it, and, there was something there, that moment. I saw a kid, crushed by the death of his parents, suddenly have an expression of awe on his face. I felt like I'd done some good there. Beyond just saving a life. So, I wound up teaching him what I could. Eventually he became my traveling companion. I picked up more along the way. Jackie, on one of my travels. Kiriko, Ririka, Yukio, Mo. I went from being a scared outlaw with nothing to live for, to being somebody who mattered. It changed everything. I can only imagine, Ichigo said, impressed. For them, too, I bet. I like to think so, Jinjo said with a smile. We had a couple close calls. Twice, the Godai found us, tried to get me. We fought them off both times and ran. We've been keeping a low profile ever since. I see, Ichigo said, taking a moment to take it all in. That's a hell of a story. True to the last word, I swear it on my life. I believe you, Ichigo said hastily, but, damn. You had quite a life, didn't you? MMMH, Jinjo grunted. Yeah, I have. I know I won't be able to do all this normal shit, like having a job, getting married, having kids, and I can't give the kids that either. but I can at least give them a life. And, at least we got each other. So, why Karakura? Said Ichigo. This place is brimming with spiritual activity. There's Shinigami here. Not usually so many. This is pretty unusual. True, said Ichigo, but still. Well, said Jinjo, what can I say? It's home. It's also got people being victimized. If anyone were to need my help, I want to be where I can help them. Like Chad. Or him. Ichigo stared at the man, scrutinizing him. He really was like a father to these people, the closest thing they'd ever have. I know I'm putting them in danger, said Jinjo. I know I'm wanted. It's a bit selfish, I think at times. Like I'm doing this as much for myself as I do it for them. I don't think they see it that way, said Ichigo. I hope so, said Jinjo, a faint smile on his lips. Yeah. So, that's me. I didn't give you every detail, but then we'd be here all night. It's fine, Ichigo reassured him. Really, it is. Thank you. And you think I'm for real? It doesn't sound like something they wouldn't do, Ichigo said thoughtfully. It's plausible, shall we say? I'll take it, Jinjo said with a laugh, returning to his regular, charismatic self. Anyway kid, want another drink? I'm almost done with mine. Yeah. Ichigo said thoughtfully, sure. As Jinjo left to get drinks by the bar, Ichigo stared at the man thoughtfully. Assassination out of convenience? The Goatee I-13 had a sordid past. But, what if there was more to it? He wished he could hear the other side of the story. Operative Kishida watched the red-haired teenager leave the rundown building from afar. She had been tasked with investigating the place by her captain, the commander of the Stealth Corps, and she intended to do so most thoroughly. Kurosaki Ichigo had left, and the spiritual presences of neither Yasutara Sato nor Inu Orium were present in the building. Quietly, she crawled closer, keeping her Ryotsu at an absolute minimum. The commander had been right to order this investigation. Operative Kishida could sense multiple signatures of empowered humans inside, rough and poorly structured, but powerful still, possessing a crude kind of elegance, like a well-made club. She couldn't sense quite how many there were in there, though. She looked around, and crawled to the edge of the roof she had been occupying, intent on getting closer. Seeing nobody move anywhere near her, and sensing the Ryotsu signatures were all at peace, she launched herself over to the next roof in an elegant leap, her landing barely even disturbing the broken brick tiles. Immediately, Operative Kishida went prone, crawling ever closer. She had to at least get a good head count before she could return to the captain and report. She would have to recommend at least a full scout out of the area, although knowing the commander, they would likely take part in a full-on raid of the place. Commander Soiphone did not believe in leaving potential threats outside of her control. She was focused, fully focused, too focused, actually. All of her attention was trained on the signatures inside the building. Operative Kishida never sensed the shadow creeping up on her from behind. Chapter 85, Real Life or Just Fantasy? Fuck. 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 Ririka was on the brink of losing it, clutching at her hair. She was standing on the rooftop of one of the rundown buildings, and at her feet lay the body of a Shinigami in tight black clothing. A mask obscured her face, and her eyes were wide open, lifeless. A small trail of blood, already beginning to dry, ran from the back of her head. She was quite dead. Around Ririka, her fellow Fullbringers had assembled. Tsukishima had been the first to sense something was off, and when he had seen what had happened, he had hurried to get Jinjo. One by one, the others had shown up, first Jackie, then Giriko, then Mo, and Yukio. I didn't mean to do it. Ririka wailed. I didn't mean to kill her. I just wanted to knock her out before I warned the rest of you. Oh god, oh god, oh god, I dash. Ririka, calm down, Tsukishima said calmly, putting an arm on the shoulder of the quivering girl. You didn't do anything wrong. You defended your family. Ririka, Jinjo said, his voice calm and reassuring, I'm not angry, but I need to know exactly what happened here, okay? Ririka whimpered something, and Jackie walked over, wrapping her arms around the girl. You gotta take it easy, said Jackie. She just had to do something terrible. I get that, said Jinjo, but right now, every one of us is at risk. Ryrika, I get this was horrible, but for everyone's sake, I have to know. Will you please try? Ryrika whimpered, I was sitting watch, like we do, you know? I was doing like you taught me, keeping a low profile, not letting my riot so show. Then I see this figure in black sneaking up a few rooftops over, and I think it's gotta be a Shinigami. I was just so shocked, you know? We were gonna lose our home again. Sadly, I think that may be the case regardless, Giriko said gloomily. Not now, man, said Jinjo sharply. Ryrika, please continue. I grabbed this piece of iron piping I saw, Ryrika said, gesturing weakly toward the rooftop. There was indeed a piece of pipe there, with a bit of blood on it. I just used my shrinking as hard as I could, and how did she not see you coming? Said Yukio, kneeling by the corpse. This doesn't look like an ordinary Shinigami. This is one of their ninja types, right? Stealth Core, Jinjo confirmed, that's what those bastards wear. Intelligence specialists. That's a good question, actually. How'd you sneak up on her, Ryrika? I just went really fast. Ryrika sniffed. I think I got to her in like 2 seconds, maybe. I was really small, and really fast, and then I was full size again and I hit her in the head with a pipe. She was only just turning her head to see me when I hit. Looks like you hit something critical, said Yukio, and hard, too. I guess even Shinigami aren't immortal. I charged a bit of energy into it, Ryrika whispered. I figured I had to, you know? Because they're so strong. I only wanted to knock her out, I swear. She began to cry, averting her eyes from the dead Shinigami operative. It was an accident, said Jinjo, sighing. I'm so sorry you had to go through that, Ryrika. It should have been me. It could have been any one of us, said Giriko, nodding. Indeed, I doubt any one of us would have done better. How could we have? Muttered Tsukishima. Done better, I mean. This is an enemy. They forced us out of our home twice already. They want us dead for who we are. She deserved it. Shiryu. Jinjo snapped. What? Tsukishima shot back. Doesn't she? You are the one who told us they were bastards, and you were right. Twice no, 3 times now, we've seen the proof of it. Man's got a point, Yukio said, standing up. Look, that dash, Jinjo said, trailing off. What? Said Jackie, they are our enemies, aren't they? I mean, yeah, Jinjo muttered. Look, right now, we got to go. Everyone, pack your shit. You have 10 minutes to grab what matters, and after that, we're out of here. We can be in another city by tomorrow morning. Out of the country by the day after that. Right now we gotta get the hell out of here, or the Godai will come right down on us. They don't take kindly to their own being killed. God damn it. Mo muttered. He was the newest, youngest member of the group, and he'd never had to move. Not yet. I hate this, Jackie muttered. I really do. I mean, it's our home. Mo said emphatically, our place. We built this. We took a shitty, run-down place and made it livable. It's everything I ever wanted. God damn it. Do you want to die? Jinjo snapped. He hated being harsh on them, but this was for their own good. Do you want to feel a blade run through your chest after watching the rest of your family gutted like fish? That's what they'll do. The Godai is more powerful than you can imagine, kid. If we stick our neck out, we're done. He looked around at the Fullbringers. His children. The ones he had taken in and raised, the purpose of his life. The one thing that kept them going. They had always trusted him, and now, more than ever, he needed that trust. Or, we take the offensive to them. The cold, dispassionate voice cut Jinjo like a knife. Tsukishima was a good kid, but deep down, he had a ruthless streak, and to make it worse, he was still young enough and ignorant enough to be overconfident. Are you out of your mind? Jinjo snapped. We're talking several captains. So, said Tsukishima. Power doesn't mean a thing next to my book of the end. If we strike now, if we move real quick, then they'll all be on our side before we know it. When I've got them, there'll be no need to run anymore. That's insane. Jinjo said angrily. You're getting us all killed, talking nonsense like that. Everyone, said Tsukishima, turning to the others, do you feel ready to leave behind everything? Our home? Our valuables? Everything we worked for? And for what? More running? A life of uncertainty, fear, your head always in a swivel, always looking over your shoulder for the big, bad Shinigami. This was bad. The others looked to Tsukishima now, listening intently, even the older, more mature ones like Jackie or Giriko. Are you ready to give up and let them take everything from us, again? Continued Tsukishima. Or, will you stand up for yourselves? Make a stand, settle this once and for all. God damn it, he's right, Jackie muttered. Jinjo, I know what you'll say dash. You'll die, Jackie, Jinjo said sharply. That is what I'll say. I'm tired of skulking in the shadows, she said, shaking her head, and I'm tired of building up and losing. If that's what our life is going to be, then yeah, I'm starting to see his point. I am afraid I concur, said Giriko with a sigh. I built the bar desk inside from scratch. It took me over a year to perfect it. It's not just that, but it works as a symbol for everything we've got. And you, Yukio? Said Tsukishima quickly. How strong can they be? Said the boy. We've got your full bring, right? Yukio. Jinjo snarled, a great anxiety building in his chest. He was losing control of the situation, fast. And Ririka? Continued Tsukishima. Don't you want to stay here? You leave her out of this. Jinjo snarled, God damn you, boy. I'm not going to be intimidated by you, Jinjo, said Tsukishima coolly. I've always followed your lead, but I warned you. Several times. You brought trouble to our door, real trouble, and look where it got us. And for what? Your savior complex? You've risked all of us just to get that kid a break. So what if we went on the run, huh? Shouted Jinjo. We'd still have each other, like we always did. That's the most important part. A building is just brick and mortar, but a home is where you make it. It's where your people and your heart is. I call for a vote, said Tsukishima, for everyone here, right now. We're not a dictatorship, after all. Who here is in favor of staying, even if it means taking the fight to them? He raised his hand. Moe's was the first to come up after, lightning fast. Then Jackie's, then Giriko's, then Yukio's. Ririka. He said. I don't want to leave, she said, weakly raising her hand. Jinjo, I'm sorry, but I don't. Jinjo balled his fists, staring angrily at Tsukishima. You can come or you can stay out, said Tsukishima. Like you always say, nobody's forcing you to do anything. But the family's spoken, and it hasn't spoken your way. Jinjo took a few deep breaths. So, it's everyone's will here that we go to war with the Shinigami in Karakura? Every last one of you. You can see the show of hands, retorted Tsukishima, slowly lowering his. All right, Jinjo said, yeah, okay. God damn it, but if we do this, you follow my damn lead. I'm the one who knows anything about this. Got that? Fair enough, said Tsukishima with a shrug, a content smirk on his face. Right now, we do as I said and get the hell out, said Jinjo. We go to the secondary safe house and plan our next move. We'll come back, he said hastily, seeing the darkening expressions on his companions' faces, but right now, we can't be here. We need to regroup and find a plan of attack. I already know where they're hiding, said Tsukishima. I followed that red-haired kid around a few times. He kept coming back to this one little shop. You followed him? Said Jinjo incredulously. Paid off, didn't it? Damn it, yeah, Jinjo muttered. Everyone, we decided what to do. Now go pack your shit. We're getting to that safe house before anyone comes looking for that operative. It felt a little strange to Uriah to think that it was already Saturday afternoon. Just last night he had boarded a flight, and now, here he was, the day having passed behind him in a blur. Friday felt like an eternity ago. He was struggling a little to take in all the things he had seen in the castle so far, so many new things, so many deeply fascinating facets of Quincy culture he had never seen before, only dreamed of. Meninas had faithfully guided him on a tour of the castle, taking the scenic route on the way to the art gallery. He had seen walls and buttresses, buildings old and new. He had seen tapestries and rugs, chambers and halls, rooms from older and later periods. He had seen knights and chevaliers, aspirants and initiates, and everywhere in some form was the black Quincy cross on the white background. The colors were omnipresent. The castle didn't let anyone forget to whom it belonged. Finally, they had arrived at the art gallery, a wing at the east end of the castle. Much to Uriah's disappointment, Meninas had been called away on some official business, and Bambietta had left with her, because the place was just too fucking boring, leaving Uriah to explore it by his lonesome. But, even the absence of his mentor did not dampen Uriah's spirits much. Alone or not, he was still staring at some of the greatest culture his heritage had to offer. Slowly, he walked through the gallery, a large and airy room with walls of stone. One would hardly have known it was stone, though. Every inch of the walls was decorated with elaborate paintings to the point where it looked a little cluttered. The castle's lord, it seemed, had had a long time to decorate this place. Uriah walked through the gallery, taking in each painting one by one. Most of the paintings seemed to be made in the same style, signed with a simple S.A.Y, although not all. The paintings had a clear theme. Most of them depicted some great battle, or a heroic figure struggling with an opponent. Sometimes, the enemy was dark as night, and sometimes it seemed like a worthy foe, as noble as the hero who fought him. Sometimes, who the hero was could not even be determined. Some anomalies existed. Some paintings simply depicted nature in its great beauty, untouched by the ravages of violence. Some depicted animals, such as horses, lions, wolves. One in particular caught Uriah's eye. Indeed, it was hard not to be caught by it. The painting was 2 meters tall and 4 meters long, filled with the scene of a great battle painted in exquisite detail. But, the sheer size of it, or the expertise with which it was painted, was not what struck Uriah first. It was the subject of the painting. Hundreds of characters could be seen, and it would probably take hours to observe everything about the painting, but there was a clear motif there. A knightly figure with gleaming armor lined with gold held his raised sword pointed toward a horde of enemies. Thick, black hair cascaded down from his shoulders, but his face was obscured by his helmet. There was a formation of knights there, and Uriah turned to look toward the enemies. They were Shinigami. Cloaked in black, their curved katana raised, they looked vicious, dangerous, yet oddly noble. Amongst them stood a figure, as tall and broad of shoulder as the hero at the center of the painting. 2 champions, calling out to challenge each other in the midst of a great battle. The image of it took Uriah's breath away. He looked down to see if the painting had a name, and at the center of the frame, he found a small plaque that read, "The Third Duel of Champions, 1379 SAY. A reckoning, then." Uriah marveled at the painting, and time seemed to disappear. There were so many details, such intricacy, and he wondered how many years it would have taken to paint this. It had to be from one of the Quincy Shinigami Wars. To see history depicted like this, so real and so lifelike, it was like the past having come to life. It does look impressive, does it not? Uriah winced, nearly losing his footing with surprise. He had been so totally lost in his admiration of the painting that he hadn't even noticed the man who approached him. Who are you, sir?" he said, clumsily recovering. "Take a guess," said the man. Uriah sized up the new arrival. He wore plain clothes, a poncho smeared with paint stains old and new over some very simple pants, but he seemed greater than his clothes. He was a tall man with thick, dark hair and a short, well-groomed beard, broad of shoulder and with large hands. He held a bundle of brushes in one hand and a palette in the other. He spoke with a harmonious baritone, like the gentle rumble of a bear at peace, and Uriah felt as if he'd tremble if the man would raise his voice. I would assume you were the painter, sir," said Uriah, blinking. Quite correct, rumbled the man gently. I have painted at least 9/10 of everything hanging on these walls. It seems as if nobody quite has the same passion as I do for the art of painting. Ah, excuse me, said Uriu, cursing himself for forgetting. It seems I have failed to introduce myself properly. I am aspirant Ishida Uriu, here to visit for the weekend. I am at your service, sir. He bowed with one hand tucked over his chest, a move Hashwalth had demonstrated on the flight there, and he hoped he hadn't botched it. Quite courteous, aspirant, said the painter with a smirk. Sir, are you a knight? Said Uriu. No, said the giant, not a knight. I was in my studio just one room away when I sensed your presence. So you are the new aspirant I heard about. So I am, sir, Uriu said courteously, deciding to speak formally. The man was not a knight, but it would not do to offend what seemed like a valued servant of the order. I always feel glad to see my work admired for the first time. I do so envy the observers who see it, marvel at its spectacle, never noticing every little flaw that makes me hold it in contempt. Contempt, sir? Said Uriu, astonished. I have never seen anything so marvelous in life. The painter shook his head, and smiled. With artistry, young aspirant, comes a constant dissatisfaction. This work, I believe to be one of my finest, yet every time I look at it, I see everything I wish I had done better. A shade of paint in one area that could have been mixed to be better, more vibrant, or more subdued. A facial feature, imperfect and inaccurate. Sometimes, I feel disgusted with its flaws. Sometimes, I feel glad of it, but never truly, never fully. That sounds terribly frustrating, said Uriu. I would feel quite proud, had I accomplished something like this. I imagined the same, said the painter, but I found out, in time, that nothing could be further from the truth. Truly, it is not as bad as it sounds. The lack of contentment drives me forward, spurs me to always do better the next time. I see, Uriu said, staring at the painting. He couldn't imagine being dissatisfied with it. Tell me, aspirant, would you like to see more of my work? I am always glad to show it to young Quincy's. Of course, said Uriu quickly. Lead the way, sir. The painter nodded, and slowly began to guide Uriu through the gallery, taking his time to pause and explain the paintings briefly, but only after Uriu had had time to make an impression of his own. It was fascinating. The man spoke of the battles depicted, often as if he had been there himself. It was possible, he was a Quincy, after all. Uriu could sense that much. Perhaps a retired member of the order? As they moved forward, closer to the center of the great hall, the painting landscape changed. By the final wall there was a considerable amount of space left, and there were only portraits there of people, some depicting the whole of a person, some others only the bust. Uriu could see a great many knights, but was surprised to see a fair number of other Quincies as well, from other clans. More surprising still was one large portrait of a man in a black, loose-fitting set of robes. He had a stern face, with well-groomed sideburns running down almost to his chin, and a thick ponytail trailing down his chest. He was balding a little, but it did nothing to offset his nobility. He stared down on Uriu from the frame as if to challenge him, as if to dare approach. He held both hands on the hilt of a great blade, nearly as long as himself, and half his chest was exposed. He exuded a kind of savage dignity, like some strange, alien god of war from a time past. By his waist, a white coat was tied with rope. That man, said Uriu, staring, he is wearing a shiakusho, and the haori to boot. Is this, a Shinigami? The painter smiled, and Uriu felt a little like a rabbit staring down the maw of a lion. This, he exclaimed, is the Wall of Heroes. This, by decree of the king, is a place reserved for the greatest people of our order or of other orders of Quincies. Or, in some cases, of our greatest and noblest enemies. The men you see over there, the painter gestured toward a few portraits of men in armor, are men long dead, knight champions of the order slain in battle performing great deeds of valor. Over there, he said, pointing up, you see men and women of long-dead Quincy orders, whose valor so impressed the sovereign that he decided they should be immortalized here. And here at the center, here, we pay respect to our greatest foes. Who is this man, sir? Said Uriu, he seems so savage. I would have said intimidating, but that works, too. That, said the painter, and there was passion in his voice as he spoke, is the likeness of Kumigarashi Kenpeki. He was the champion of the Shinigami forces in the First War. He had a real name once, but Kumigarashi the Bear Killer is the name his peers gave him. He was said to have killed a bear with his bare hands before he was old enough to stand, and he earned the title of Kenpeka by dutiful service to his captain. When the previous Kenpeka died in battle, Kumigarashi succeeded him. He was a fury in battle, like a tempest on the battlefield. Where he went, knights fell, and only the greatest of Quincy's could match him. In the whole of the 5 Quincy clans united at war, only one man could hope to defeat him. The champion from the great painting before? Said Uriu. The third duel of champions? Was that him? Astute, aspirant, said the painter, rubbing his chin. The story goes that the champion fought Kumigarashi 3 times. The first time, he was roundly defeated, for his strength was insufficient, and Kumigarashi was too skilled and experienced. But the champion learned from his defeat, and fought him a second time. The day was won by the Quincy's, but he could not overcome the Kenpeki, for his strength was insufficient. And the third time, Sir Painter? The third time, on the eve of the final battle, where the great star hosts were finally defeated, the knight champion did battle a final time with Kumigarashi, and although it nearly cost him his life, the knight champion finally bested the Kenpeki, and drove his sword into the heart of the Godei's champion. As he saw his enemy fall to the ground, dead, he wept, for he had never faced a nobler enemy. Kumigarashi Kenpeki he had come to know as a man noble in spirit despite his common birth, a man who asked nothing of his men that he would not do himself, a man who spared the wounded and the weak, a man who offered quarter when it was asked. A man who lived for battle, yet never sought it for its own sake. That Kenpeki was as close to the knightly ideal as he had ever seen in any man, despite his rough manners. So, the king declared he be immortalized, that we may remember that no matter our differences, there may be nobility in our enemies, too. I see, Uriu said, impressed. He felt moved. The painter had spoken with heartfelt sincerity, almost as if he had been there himself. Perhaps he had. He looked up, still in awe of the great collection of art. Is that the likeness of Yamamoto Shigekuni Genryusai? He said, looking above the painting of the long-dead Kenpeki, narrowing his eyes. The portrait showed a much younger man than the bald, white-haired, imposing old Commander Uriu had seen. He had hair left, tied up in a topknot, although it was already balding. There was dark brown left in his hair, although it was already graying. His beard was short, and his cheeks were shaven, but it was unmistakably the same stern expression, the same judgmental eyes staring down on them. It had to have been painted hundreds of years ago to capture that ancient warrior so relatively young. I never thought the Captain Commander would command such respect. He was the one who finally defeated the knight champion of the First Quincy Wars and put an end to the battle. His skill and power is worthy of respect alone. Yes. I believe the king holds a particular kind of respect for him, even with the wars and what they did to the Quincy's. Your king must be quite generous in his affections, said Uriu. He felt odd, not entirely understanding of it. It was one thing to venerate a worthy enemy long dead, one he had never heard of before, but Yamamoto was head of the Godei as it was now, and that was not very noble. You disapprove, said the painter with a smile. I mean no offense. I am sure your king has his reasons. You might be reassured to know this sentiment is shared by most of the knights in the order. Yamamoto is widely considered our greatest enemy, at least by those old enough to remember the wars. But the king alone fought him on the battlefield. Presumably, he saw something of great worth in the old man. He must have, Uriu said thoughtfully. I am due to meet His Majesty later tonight, for a formal introduction. I hope to ask him some questions about this order. Perhaps I will add this to the list. I am sure you will, the painter said with a nod. The king is an open book to those ready to explore the order. Treat him with due respect, and I am sure he will answer. I hope so, said Uriu. But, for now, Sir Painter, if you would guide me through the rest of the gallery? I have time left to spare, and my guide seems to have abandoned me. Certainly, aspirant, said the painter with a wry smile. It would be my pleasure. So iPhone was going through another set of reports. Curiously, the operative she'd sent out last night hadn't reported back yet. This was not in itself too unusual. A thorough stakeout could take a long time, and she knew the woman she'd sent to be quite through, but Karakara was not exactly a high-risk environment, and she had been gone all day. Perhaps so iPhone should send someone out to look for her. She yawned. She was a little irritated with herself. Her overzealous pursuit of her work had ruined her sleep schedule. She had slept until noon, which was annoying in itself. She reached for the pot of coffee she kept next to her. That was one small mercy. The substance was relatively rare in the Soul Society, but apparently quite plentiful in the world of the living. As she rifled through the reports, she saw something in one of the security cameras they had installed. A young man in a shirt and suspenders, with dark brown hair, was approaching the store. So iPhone closed her eyes, and sensed for his energy. He was indeed carrying a fair amount of reishi to him, although an unusual amount of people did so in this bizarre town. She looked around, and remembered that Erza was out on patrol, and Byakuya was retired for the evening, spending his time in his hotel room with his sister. That left her in charge. She reached for the COMM bead in her ear, and said, "Civilian on approach. Potentially empowered. Somebody, get rid of him." "On it," responded Hinamori. "I'll be gentle." So iPhone rolled her eyes. She was much too soft. Momo had slipped into her Jigai to appear like a normal human, just as the young man opened the door to the store and walked in. She kept the tool to exit her body in her pocket, easily accessed, but she doubted she'd have to use it. He was completely unarmed, barely putting out any spiritual energy at all. Captain So iPhone really was over worrying. "Hello," said the young man. "Sir," said Momo, putting on her most business-like face, "I'm afraid I'll have to ask you to leave. This is private property." "Huh," said the young man, casually walking closer. "Isn't this a candy store? It looked like it was open." "Unfortunately, that is not the case," said Momo. "We must have forgotten to put up the closed sign." "Oh. Huh," said the young man. "Well, are you sure you can't make an exception for me?" "I'm afraid not, sir," said Momo, and gave him a smile. "I'm under strict orders dash." Suddenly there was a sword in his hand. She hadn't seen him draw, hadn't seen him do anything. He just held up his hand, and then there was a blade, shooting out and hitting her in the gut. She reeled back, clutching her belly. Something was weird. She blinked. She was standing up again. There was no sword in his hand at all. There was just the young man, standing up. She had seen a sword. It had hit her. Hadn't it? It had been, so clear. She blinked again, several times. What was going on? Everything felt so strange. "Don't you remember me?" said the young man, smiling. "Please don't play these games with me." Momo stared at him wide-eyed. Something was wrong here. Her mind felt clouded. Something was off. "You need to get out, sir," those were the words she intended to speak, but somewhere in between her mind and mouth it turned into, "Of course I remember you, Shuakura." "I thought so," said Shuakura. "So, who else is here right now?" "Oh, there's Captain So iPhone in her command central," said Momo, without thinking, without holding back. Why would she hold back? He was Shuakura, the most wonderful person in her life. She could trust him. "Nimue and Isane are taking a nap in the other room," she said, pointing, "and Urahara and Nozomi are doing science in their lab. You know what they're like." "Of course," Shuakura said with a chuckle. "Can't tear themselves from their books, can they? You know they mostly use computers, silly," Momo said with a happy smile. "You can be so goofy, Shuakura." He laughed. "I'm silly, I know. Is there anyone else in the house?" "Only Yuki. There's Tessai and the kids, but they're out on some errand, I think." "Excellent," said Shuakura. "Could you show me where they are?" "You know this place, don't you?" said Momo innocently. Of course he did. He'd been here with them so many times. He'd always helped them when they needed it. Sure, but here's the thing, said Shuakura with a smirk, and leaned in, I want to play a little prank on them. I need your help, okay? We're not doing anything bad, right? Just a harmless practical joke, said Shuakura reassuringly. I just need you to take me to them, and then distract them a little. When you do, I'll play a real funny joke on them. It'll be great. You're so goofy, Momo said with a giggle. Sure, right this way. She wasn't sure what he was up to, but he'd never do them any harm. It was Shiryu, after all, the man she loved more than anyone. So iPhone, tired as she was, didn't notice at first. She saw Hinamori engage the civilian, and turned her eye away for a minute, expecting he'd be thrown out soon enough. These reports wouldn't read themselves. Then, a minute later, she saw the camera was blank. Another camera in the house showed Hinamori leading him, inside. She groaned. What the hell was the girl doing? Hinamori. She growled into the bead. I said get him out. You better have a damn good reason. There was no response. Irritated, so iPhone got to her feet, and walked out of the command central. She stepped out into the hall. She saw Hinamori, the stranger by her side, walking out of the room where Isane and Nimue had been sleeping. The door to the science central, where that wretched Urahara kept shop, was open. She narrowed her eyes. What was going on? The stranger walked into view, followed by Urahara and Nozomi. Along with him, Isane and Nimue stepped into view from their room, glassy stares on their faces. Then, last of all, Yuriyuki stepped out. Yes, she had been taking a nap in that room, too, hadn't she? That lazy mentor of hers. What the hell is going on? So iPhone demanded. Hinamori, throw that man out now. I'll be having words with the commander about this, and I don't care what your relationships are, this is unacceptable conduct. What's wrong? Said Hinamori innocently. I don't get it. Shiryu, why is she so cranky? She just needs to hear me out, that's all, said the stranger Shiryu, and so iPhone started to realize something was really wrong. Everyone, stand down, she demanded. You are under arrest for trespassing dash. What's her deal? Said Yuriyuki, and the stare she gave so iPhone broke the captain's heart. It was like she didn't even know her. Is she always so serious? So iPhone balled her fists. You, she said, her voice trembling. What the hell have you done to them? Better than you were about to do to us, said Shiryu with a smirk. Shiryu, what's this, huh? Yuriyuki said, draping her arm around the stranger. Why is she so weird? At that moment, so iPhone could have broken a rock with her fists. Her eyes widened, and anger threatened to overwhelm her completely. But, a lifetime's worth of discipline and experience with keeping a level head in dire straits kicked in, and the rational part of her brain started to talk. They're all compromised. Somehow, their memories have been altered. Mass hypnosis? They were all potential hostiles. Headquarters had been overrun. Well, there were simple responses for that. Every operative, scatter. So iPhone barked into her comm bead, and as she turned and ran. We're compromised. Every remaining loyal operative, leave immediately. Red alert. Red alert. Regroup at rally point 2. Tsukishima made a move to run forward when the captain disappeared, but he couldn't hope to match her superhuman speed, and his book of the end fell well short of its mark. Why didn't you get her? He snapped at the others. What for? Said the purple-haired woman confusedly. Shiryu, what's going on? Tsukishima cursed inwardly. His full bring had a different effect on everyone, subtly, even if the end result was usually the same. The girl he'd met first had turned easily, she seemed to adore him. The others seemed less certain, even if every single one of them was sure he was an old friend. That was the thing, sure, they turned to his side, but that didn't mean they became automatically hostile to everyone else. They likely still thought of the runaway Shinigami as an ally and a friend. He could change that, but his powers had limits. They inserted him into people's memories as a trusted friend, but the recipients didn't turn into mindless sheep who'd take any order. Right now, he had to create a narrative. Well, they had to work quickly now. So, tell me, he said, silly me, I think I'd forget my head if it wasn't screwed on who's in charge of communications again. We handle that, said a green-haired girl. You know that, don't you? Sorry, said Tsukishima with a smile. I guess I spaced out. So, that's you. And myself, said the blonde man with the bucket hat, for a modest fee, of course. Of course. You're both doing a great job, said Tsukishima with a nod. Now, I'm sure you remember that you asked me to help out with your operation for a bit. Of course, said the green-haired girl. Yes, sure. The memory was being written into her mind as she spoke. He had that much control, at least. There's been a problem, said Tsukishima, one that my friends and I need to deal with. You saw how confused your friend got, right? Yeah, what was up with that? Said the purple-haired woman, frowning. I mean, it's weird. She was confused, conflicting memories not yet settled, and that was something that had to be dealt with, lest his control slip. It might just be a test or something, right? I'm not sure exactly how Shinigami operate, but doesn't she do that sometimes? She's stealth force, right? Yeah, obviously, said Yoryuki. Of course. I don't know why I didn't think of it myself. They do those kinds of tests. Of course, said Tsukishima, and if I understand correctly, we're part of that test as well. Now, for the time being, I'd like for you to close down all passage between the Godai and here, citywide. As part of the test, I think. That's what she said before, when she contacted us. The lie could be as blatant as he wanted it to be, so long as it could conceivably fit into his Foolbring's ability to manipulate them. Sure, said the green-haired girl. We can do that, right? It'll be easy, said the man with the hat, smiling cockily. Shutting down travel for a while? I can do that. For you, I'll even make it subtle. They won't know it. I could always count on you, said Tsukishima warmly. If anyone contacts us, just tell them everything is normal. If they ask about travel, tell them it's a temporary malfunction. Can do, said the blonde man. Now, said Tsukishima, I've got to go get my friends, and finish this whole exercise. So iPhone hadn't stopped running until she was halfway across the city, followed closely by 3 of her operatives. She had brought a team of 4, and with one of them missing, she was left with few resources. Commander? Asked one of them as they huddled in an alley, keeping watch. Quiet. So iPhone snapped. She focused, trying to sense for pursuers. Nothing unusual seemed to be around, and she let out a breath of relief, although she kept herself tense, expecting an ambush at any moment. What the hell? She muttered, the enormity of this new development still sinking in. Some human, just walking in, had somehow brainwashed most of them with no resistance. What kind of horrifying ability was that? She remembered Yoryuki, the look on her face, and quickly forced herself to think of something else. Is this Aizen's doing? Said one of the operatives. So iPhone paused, and looked to the sky. Apart from the fact that she had lost their headquarters and most of their expedition, everything seemed normal. I doubt it, she said. If I were Aizen, I would not let this kind of opportunity slip by. If we were attacked right now, we would be done for. Sharply, she turned to one of her operatives. Kishida, open a Senkaimon. We must call for reinforcements immediately. She watched with increasing horror as her operative drew his blade, put it into the air and twisted it, only for no gateway to manifest at all. Commander, I don't understand, said Kishida, bewildered. You're a Harakisuke, so iPhone hissed. It's got to be him. Who else could disrupt the signal? She balled her fists, then stood upright, addressing all 3 of them sharply. Change of plans. Kishiro, get a message to Commander Scarlet and Captain Kukaki. Tell them to meet me at rendezvous point 72 hours from now. Toshiki, scout out the area I sent Kishida to investigate yesterday. If possible, find out what happened to her. Shinjiro, keep watch over the Urahara store from a distance. All of you, keep low, and don't let yourselves be found. Discard any and all comms devices. Communicate only through Kadu. Right now, we have to treat every part of this city as hostile territory. I'm going into hiding until it's time for the rendezvous. Understood? Yes, sir. Cried the three operatives, glad to have some direction. Then execute. So iPhone demanded, and the three of them dashed away. So iPhone watched them go, a great lump in her stomach. They had been lucky enough to have two captains out of HQ when this had hit. She could only hope this new threat, whatever it was, hadn't gotten to them yet. Jinzhou walked into the store uneasily, followed by his comrades. He found Shiryu standing behind the counter, arm draped around a short, cute girl, smiling confidently. A few Shinigami waved at them, as if recognizing old acquaintances. This feels wrong, Jinzhou muttered, as he walked into the store. We've never messed with this many people's heads before. It's one thing to get one or two people confused and get away, but this. Relax, Shiryu said, running his fingers through the girl's hair. She smiled happily, leaning into him. We've got nothing to worry about, old man. We have a lot to worry about, Jinzhou snapped, unless you can tell me you got every last one of them at once. Shiryu's cheerily confident expression soured a little, and he said, we got most of them. The rest, we'll deal with soon enough. Most of them. Jinzhou snarled. You're telling me there's more out there? Do you know how dangerous they are? Huh. Said the girl. Jinzhou's just a bit excitable, said Shiryu reassuringly. He's always fussing about us, you know. He sounds like a great guy, even if he's a bit scary, said the girl, and smiled again. It's nice to have somebody looking out for you no matter what. What the hell is with the girl, huh? Jinzhou spat, slamming a hand down the counter. You're all over her. Is this what we're doing now, kid? Momo, said Shiryu calmly, would you mind running along? My dad and we're going to discuss some business, that's all. Of course, Momo said cheerily, and exited the room. Are we creeps now? Demanded Jinzhou. Do we brainwash people so we can take advantage of them, like some common rapist? Relax, Shiryu said, rolling his eyes. I can't fully control how my powers work. Sometimes, they just insert me into their memories. Sometimes, I replace somebody else's role. She's in love. I'm pretty sure she thinks I'm her boyfriend. So, to maintain the illusion, I have to play the part a little. It's necessary, I assure you. Jinzhou gave him a long, scrutinizing look, then sighed. If you say so, I guess. It'll be fine, old man, said Shiryu. I got them, like I said I would. This isn't what we agreed on, said Jinzhou, shaking his head. This isn't how it was supposed to go. No, said Shiryu, his tone hardening, this isn't what you wanted, Jinzhou. Tough break. The die is cast already, so roll with it or get out. Jinzhou grit his teeth. God damn it, Shiryu. Relax. Like I said, I got it under control. Do you really? Said Jinzhou, sure, you got a few Shinigami. But, since you decided to wear the big boy pants with your little coup, you're in charge. So, what's the next move, boss? What'll you do when the goatee eye smells a rat and sends reinforcements? I mean, what's your plan? Where the hell does this end? Are you just going to line them all up and kill them until there's nobody left to kill? Now, there's a suggestion, Shiryu muttered sardonically. Shiryu. Jinzhou snapped, I raised you better than that. Relax, Shiryu repeated. Like I said, I dash. Got it under control. Sure. Answer the question. Where does it end? We'll figure that out later, Shiryu said evasively, one step at a time. So, what you're telling me, said Jinzhou, his tone flat, is that you've initiated hostile action against the largest contingent of Shinigami this town has probably ever seen, and you don't actually have a plan. Shiryu's face hardened. Listen here, old man, he said, none of this would have happened if it wasn't for your stupidity, okay? This is on you, and you know it. You couldn't let it be, could you? I could have fixed it. It is what it is, said Shiryu, shrugging. Right now, though, we need to focus on the practicalities. For example, how the only thing stopping these unbelievably powerful gods of death from cutting us to ribbons is my book of the end. Or how I need to make sure they're all on the same page, or what? You said this was under control. It is, Shiryu said quickly, but I need to make sure it stays this way. My powers, they've got limits, okay? Right now, they're all confused, and the longer they stay that way, the more likely they are to start asking questions. Like, where are all the family pictures with Shuakura in them? And if they do, some of them might start to see through it. Right now, I need to squeeze as much info out of them as possible and build a narrative. They all need to believe the same story, and I need to build memories that fit it. Tsukishima, their longtime friend in the world of the living who's been helping them out, who they invited to fix this whole mess. The Fullbringers, their friends. This control takes work, Jinjo, and it's not unbreakable. Fine, Jinjo muttered. It just feels wrong, that's all. Wreaking havoc with people's heads, it rubs me wrong. If you'd rather do it by blood, broken bones, and all of us dead, by all means go ahead, said Shiryu sarcastically. Really, which one do you prefer? Which one is worse, old man? I get it, Jinjo muttered. I didn't choose these powers, Shiryu said with a shrug, but they're awfully handy, aren't they? Just promise me not to take it too far. That's all I ask. The pleading look in Jinjo's eyes seemed to give Shiryu some pause. Don't worry, old man, he said, smiling confidently. We'll settle this, get you out of their records, and then we'll go somewhere else. A new place to call home, for good this time. A real home, and a real future. Isn't that worth fighting for? Do you swear? Said Jinjo. Swear that's all we want. No unnecessary bloodshed. No keeping these people mentally chained forever. You got it, Shiryu said with a nod. Slowly, Jinjo nodded. All right. I'm on board, I guess. God damn it. It had been a rather normal evening, all things considered. Erza had been out on patrol with Rangiku, taking the opportunity to clear her mind, think things through, make sense of things, and look to the future. Then one of iPhone's operatives had caught up to her, needing almost a full minute to catch his breath, so exhausted had he been from his run. Erza had scarcely been able to believe what she had heard, the absurdity of it seemed like some kind of cruel joke. Her friends and colleagues, brainwashed and turned against them. Absolute emergency. Their HQ, compromised and lost. Some unknown group, probably unrelated to Aizen, having done all of this on their own. As the operative hurried on to alert Byakuya and Rukia, Erza had immediately hurried to the meeting point iPhone had designated, keeping low on the streets as they went. What the hell is going on? Rangiku hissed as they approached the meeting place, a quiet alley near the outside of Karakura town. She sounded agitated, almost angry, but Erza could tell there was the hint of fear in her voice. That's what we're here to find out, Erza muttered, as they walked into the alley. Damn it, where is she? iPhone was nowhere to be seen. Was she late? That was unlike her. Commander. Erza turned around quickly, hand going to the hilt of her blade. iPhone had dropped in behind them, soundlessly and with her riot so far suppressed it was undetectable. Damn it, I hate it when you stealth corps guys do that. Erza snapped. What in the hell is going on? I believe my agent told you everything, said iPhone. I have nothing further to add. We're compromised, and most of the expedition and our allies are, at this time, lost to us and to be considered hostile. How? Erza demanded. iPhone, please tell me you have some way of making sense of this. I've done some theory crafting, but there's little to work with, iPhone said with a shrug. Clearly, there has been a group of empowered humans hiding under our noses this whole time. I managed to get some intelligence from my agents. I sent out an operative to investigate a rundown building yesterday, and I can confirm she has been killed. Clearly, they are strong and able enough to sneak up on and kill an operative of mine. She was, really quite good. She'll have justice, Erza promised. I understand how it must feel. How it feels is irrelevant, so iPhone said, perhaps a little too quickly. Furthermore, I have a second piece of intelligence. From afar, another agent of mine observed this new threat interacting with one of the denizens of the store Tessai. The enemy, seeming to be a young human male of some spiritual power, chatted with Tessai for a minute. Then, when the man turned his back, the threat pulled out a blade. He stabbed it in Tessai's back, but did no physical damage. Within a minute, Tessai's behavior changed quickly, and he seemed to recognize the stranger as an ally. Whatever mind control he exudes seems to require direct contact with his weapon. That's useful, Erza said, nodding. Look, we need to find our way back to the Soul Society, get a message through. Impossible, so iPhone said. All communications and Senkaimon are disabled, courtesy of Urahara Kisuk. The Godei will eventually get suspicious, but by then it may be too late. Damn it! Erza said, balling a fist. Just like that, he got them all. He got Momo. All of them, so iPhone said bitterly, Lady Yoriyuki, she looked at me like. So iPhone paused to take a breath. She looked at me like she didn't even know who I was. Like I was a stranger on the street. Like I was no one. She had remarkable self-control, Erza noted. She knew how much this had to have rattled the Stealth Corps commander, but so iPhone nevertheless kept herself together admirably. Someone's coming, Erza said, sensing a riot source on approach. Captain Kukaki, so iPhone said with some relief, her sensory skills being better than Erza's. Before a minute, the captain had come into view, Rukia in tow. I ask your forgiveness for my tardiness, said the captain as he landed, having arrived by Shunpo. I was quite unprepared for an event so unusual as this. It was odd, but for the first time, Erza felt appreciative of his calm, unemotional demeanor. You're here now, she said with a nod. We need to figure out our next move. I've got a plan, said so iPhone. Terminate the intruder. Subdue our allies. Figure out a way to reverse this horrible mind control later. We can't be hasty, Erza said sharply. What if it can't be reversed without him alive? Damn it, so iPhone muttered. Yes, you're right. Truly, this is an extraordinary situation, said Byakuya calmly. We must find a way to resolve this quickly. Obviously, said Erza, but how? Byakuya sighed. It pains me to put up with this charade, he said, shaking his head. Commander, there has been a terrible misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? Erza said, her eyes narrowing. Captain Kukaki, you should know better than to dash. Oh no, so iPhone said. Commander, they got to him too. I was not gotten to, and I resent the accusation, said Byakuya disdainfully. I am merely here to settle the misunderstanding. Tsukishima Shuakura is a long-time ally of ours, and it dishonors us to mistreat him in this manner. His help has been essential in aiding the war effort. Byakuya continued his diatribe, but Erza, so iPhone, and the others were no longer listening. They looked around them instead, and from both ends of the alleys, two groups of people were approaching, surrounding them. Erza recognized them all, her friends, her colleagues, the people from the Urahara shop, and new people she didn't recognize at all. Leading one group, from the left, was an older man with a leather jacket and slicked back hair, a grim expression on his face. The other group was led by a young man with shoulder-length dark hair, suspenders, and a cocky smile on his face. Shit, said Erza. Brother, said Rukia, shocked. He's been brainwashed, Rukia, Erza said quickly, drawing her blade. It's not his fault. You lot, not one step closer, or I will blow you all away. So iPhone had likewise drawn her blade, and Rukia and Rangiku had followed suit. Really, that's just rude, said the young man in suspenders, stepping forward. Beside him was Momo, and behind them were Yoriyuki, Urahara, Nimue, Isane, and two of the new people. Tsukishima Shuakura, I take it. Erza spat. Our long-time ally. Precisely, said the young man. I was fortunate enough to find our good friend Cookaki over there before your message came in. He was only too happy to give us your location. Isn't that right, Captain? Naturally, said Byakuya. You bastard, Erza growled. What's your game? Who the hell are you? That's just rude, said Tsukishima with a chuckle. Why, I'm one of your oldest friends. Urahara, here? I was supportive of his science career from when he was young. Isane and Nimue? I helped get them away from Nimue's horrible, abusive father, and I supported them when they got together. You're Yuaki? Why, she's been teaching me how to fight for ages, I'm her protege. And Momo, here. He put an arm around Momo, who leaned into him, smiling happily. She's been in love with me since forever, and I was only happy to return her feelings recently. As Erza saw Momo lean into him, shooting starry-eyed looks, a flash of white-hot anger surged in her chest. How dared he? How dared he take that from her? How could this brat have the audacity to just take what belonged to her? Momo's love was hers, not his. How could he? Her hands trembled as the grip tightened around the hilt of her sword, but she still fared better than So iPhone, who stared wide-eyed, naked hate displayed on her face. Listen, Erza said. I need to know what you want. Why are you doing this? Really, Commander, Byakuya said, this is quite unseemly. Have you taken leave of your senses? It'll be fine, Nozomi said happily. Whatever differences you have with Shiryu, you can work it out. Just try. He's always been there for us, Nimue said flatly. Please, Erza, tell us what's wrong. I'll help you, said Isane. If you feel paranoid or manic, I can give you the treatment you need. We love you. We just want this settled. Erza stared at the contented, smug smile on Tsukishima's face. How dared he just stand there? Taking delight in this? This was maddening, and he was enjoying it. The sadist. So iPhone, Erza said, keeping her voice low, we're surrounded. We need to leave, now. I wouldn't do that, said Tsukishima. We outnumber you. Just take it easy. Give in. It won't hurt a bit. And when I've got what I want, well, I might just let you go. Trusting that smile, Erza thought to herself, would be like trusting a snake not to pounce. Then suddenly, something like a small pebble cluttered across the street. Close your eyes, you guys. Now. So iPhone barked. Erza heeded the warning just in time, but the flash of light still burned bright enough even through her eyelids that she saw stars when she opened her eyes again. Everyone else seemed to fare even worse, blinded, and fumbling about. Erza, barely keeping her bearings, looked to Rangiku, who was as blind as everyone else. So iPhone. She shouted. Grab Rukia. We're getting out of here. So iPhone hesitated, blade in hand. Now. Erza shouted loudly. That's an order. At the command, So iPhone snarled, sheathed her blade, and grabbed Rukia, who was as blinded as anyone else, and together, they jumped up, skipping from wall to wall at speed, Rangiku and Rukia in tow. What was this? What the hell kind of nightmare was this? They had run far this time, to the very outskirts of the city. Erza had kept looking over her shoulder, but nobody seemed to be in pursuit. Even so, they had gone miles away, and only stopped once they found a ruined building to huddle down in. On Erza's command, they had all suppressed their auras. Holy shit, Rangiku murmured, slumped down on a pile of rubble next to a fallen concrete pillar. I mean, did you all see what I saw? They got in their heads somehow. I mean, what the fuck? Brother. Rukia said quietly, burying her face in her hands. They're making him turn against the goatee eye. I can't believe it. I saw it, all right, Erza said, her voice ice cold. Believe you me, I saw it. Now that the immediate concern of running was no longer her immediate priority, the reality of the situation was hitting her full force, and the adrenaline surge wasn't helping. Momo. Her friends. All, turned by that absolute bastard Tsukishima. She balled her fists. The way Momo had looked at him. I will kill him for this. It was So iPhone who spoke up, and Erza realized that all things considered, she, herself, was still managing better than all of her 3 companions, So iPhone included. However well she had held up before, she had clearly had enough by now. The short woman's nails had dug into her palms hard enough to draw blood, there was a tremor in her shoulders, and her voice shook as she spoke. Erza had not heard such fury for ages. I will peel off his skin, inch by inch, and make him eat it, So iPhone snarled. I'll take a knife, cut through his muscles and expose his naked bones, and take a hammer to them. I'll peel off every nail he has I'll slide thick, rusty needles under them all, until there's no nail left to push. So iPhone, Erza said sharply. The Stealth Corps commander was not taking this well at all, and she was a friend not to mention one of their best assets. I'll fry every part of his body with red-hot iron, So iPhone continued furiously. I'll get a knife and I'll get creative, mark my words. I'll cut off his fingers one joint at a time. I'll crush his knee joints along with every bone in his body. So iPhone, Erza said, stepping toward the woman. So iPhone was shaking now, and Erza could tell the tears were only held back by a vicious anger. I'll make him beg for death. I'll go through every last torture in the book, and when that's done, I'll invent new ones. A whole book of them. I'll cut out his tongue, crush his eyeballs, I'll find every last nervous center and I'll make him squeal dash. A loud, sudden sound cut off her furious diatribe, the sound of skin against skin. Wide-eyed, So iPhone stared at Erza, raising a hand to her left cheek, which was already starting to redden from the slap. Listen, said Erza urgently, placing a hand on So iPhone's shoulder. I get it. For once, I completely get what you're going through. And, believe me, I sympathize. But, right now, I don't need a hurt, emotionally broken little girl with abandonment issues, okay? I need the commander of the Stealth Corps, or we're all done for. Do you think I can make sure we're not found by the likes of Yuaki or Urahara? I need you, right now, and you can't be breaking down on me, do you hear? So, do your duty, soldier. So iPhone gave her a long, furious look, then straightened up and saluted. Awaiting orders, Commander. Erza sighed with relief. I'm sorry I had to dash. She started to apologize, but So iPhone cut her off. Orders, Commander. We need a plan, now. Ah yes, Erza said with a sigh. What would you do if you were suddenly caught in enemy territory with almost no resources, cut off from your home? Attempt to re-establish contact with base as soon as possible, said So iPhone. Urahara Kisuk is good, but he can't jam all Senkaimon everywhere on Earth. I would also attempt to locate my enemy and determine their strengths and numbers. How long before they will start asking questions from base? Said Erza. Urahara is a smooth talker, said So iPhone thoughtfully, her gaze quite sharp, but they've been on edge ever since that last invasion. A day at most. The Senkaimon network being down would be a huge red flag. They would send people through from outside the jam radius within a day, to be sure. So, we could just run a bit further, Erza murmured. Hole up somewhere. Hide and wait. That is an option, sure, said So iPhone, but it does allow this Tsukishima person to run freely. Are you alright with him taking over the Kurosakis, for instance? Or, your daughter? Oh, shit, Erza said, clamping a hand over her mouth. God damn it, I hadn't thought of that. Furthermore, continued So iPhone, we don't know what their objectives are. Allowing them to complete their objectives could potentially be disastrous. Not to mention that every hour this goes by is an hour we're naked and defenseless to an attack from Aizen's forces. Oh, hell. Erza muttered, the nightmarish idea of losing not only Momo, but Orium as well playing through her head. I recommend we attempt to engage, said So iPhone neutrally, seeming to have fully regained her composure. Our colleagues do not seem to view us with hostility, which is an advantage in itself. I did not sense any extraordinary power from the other humans, either. What if they possess abilities even worse than his? Said Erza. A risk we'll have to take. You really want to get to him, don't you? Badly, So iPhone admitted, but it's also tactically valid. Unless you'd rather sit here, waiting for your friends and family to suffer the same infection, that is. Damn it, Erza muttered. All right, fine. So iPhone, I'll let you plan this out. I'm more of a direct action kind of woman, and right now we need to be careful. Cautious. So iPhone nodded. I'll think of something. You did well, Erza said encouragingly. Good work with that flashbang. That wasn't me, so iPhone said thoughtfully. I had actually forgotten about that. Then who was it? Maybe we have allies we're not aware of. It's not something I make a habit of counting on, said so iPhone with a shrug, but, with regards to our current situation, I think we have an ace in the hole or two. Not people I'd normally depend on, but beggars can't be choosers. Who? Said Erza eagerly. In a moment, said so iPhone. Yes. I think I'm starting to get an idea, actually. Rudimentary, but it will do. When evening fell, Uriah was escorted to meet the king for a formal introduction at his court. Meninas had mentioned it in passing on their tour, and he had all but forgotten about it until 2 paladins from the royal guard had come to fetch him. He had been given a new shirt to wear, a plain one-piece thing that ran all the way down to his feet, white except for the black cross on the chest and back. He had been led to a large room lit by candles, which enhanced the sense of mystery and magic that surrounded the place. It was like something from a movie or a game, really long rows of benches in a great hall with walls of stone, and a thick, red carpet leading to the very far end of the room. There, on a dais, stood an elaborate throne in majestic oaken wood, polished and bright, and lined with gold. Undoubtedly it was the king's seat. Uriah had been escorted to the front, where he sat down next to Hashwalth. It seemed like an honor, because he had seen the acolytes and what he presumed to be initiates at the back, knights further toward the middle, and the silver and gold-lined capes of what had to be officers more toward the front. Here at the very edge, only the golden trim of the paladins could be seen. Beside Hashwalth sat Meninas, who gave him a smile and a reassuring wave, and Bambi, who gave a typical roll of the eyes. There were more women next to her, but Uriah didn't have time to get a look at them all. As other people were already speaking, Uriah deduced that it would not be a breach of protocol to ask a question or two. Grand Master, he said. Aspirant, said Hashwalth. There was a contented undertone in his voice, like he felt quite at ease. How long will it be until His Majesty comes? The first rule of royalty, Hashwalth said with a smile, is that others wait for you, but you wait for nobody. He will come when he comes. Not too long now, I suppose, but there's no set schedule as such. What is he like, the king? Said Uriah quizzically. I have heard you speak with the utmost respect of him before, but I realize now I know nothing of him. I will not say too much, said Hashwalth after some deliberation, but suffice it to say he is the greatest man I have ever met. His courtesy and kindness is flawless when he exercises it. His fury is a terrifying thing to behold, when he unleashes it. He is fair, but he can also be quite a hard man. No harder than he needs to be, but often, the burden of leadership means he needs to be strong. For our purpose. He shook his head, and went quiet. As I said, you will see soon enough. Purpose, Grand Master, said Uriah, thoughtfully. That makes me think. Of what, aspirant? I have seen the order, or parts of it, this day, Uriah said, and it is clear to me this is more than just a clan of Quincy's. You have here a real army. So, what is its purpose? Why is this order of yours? That is quite the generic question, aspirant. Almost philosophical. Then I shall narrow it down, Grand Master. Nobody raises an army without a foe to fight. So, what is this order's purpose? What, ultimately, is it that you want and seek? You do not gain this level of organization and strength without some goal to attain. Wise men say that those who wish for peace keep their blades sharpened. Is that the whole of the truth? Said Uriah, looking Hashwalth in the eye. The Grand Master sighed, and smiled. You ask the right questions, aspirant. Unfortunately, it is. Privileged information, is it not? I might have guessed. The truth will be known to all who pledge themselves to our cause. Much more than that, I cannot say without violating the oath I made to our king. Uriah shifted around a little, making sure to keep a straight face. The secrecy of this place was the one thing that sullied the awe and grandeur of this whole experience. What would such an order as the Wandenritter have to do that it could not reveal the truth, even to a fellow Quincy? He made sure not to let his apprehension show. This day had been extraordinary in the best sense so far, and it was best to let this caution be just that, caution, nothing more and nothing less. Before the conversation could continue, there was a deafening noise, a dozen trumpets calling out a fanfare in unison, their melody carrying over the chatter of the throne room. "It is time," said Hashwalth, a little excitably, and the whole room fell quiet. He stood up, and so did the entire room. Uriah quickly followed suit. "Look forward," he added quickly, as Uriah turned to look. "It is customary. We are to lay eyes on the king as he takes a seat on the throne." Uriah quickly looked forward, eyes set on the throne. From a quick glance to the side, he could see that everyone else was doing the same. The lord of the castle, master of the order, crusader for the just, declared the authoritative, melodic voice of a herald, his words carrying out clearly across the entire room, defender of the great ideal and our liege lord, exemplar of chivalry, defender of Bohemia and savior of the great war, our great hope, His Majesty, Sigismund of Baden Awak of Bohemia. Long may he live! Long may he reign! Cried every aspirant, every knight, every chevalier and paladin, and the words were so loud and deafening Uriah could barely even make out their meaning. He felt a little embarrassed not to take part in the ritual, but it would be even worse to say them late. He could hear the slow step of one pair of feet on the rug, taking their time. The trumpets played all the way, one grand fanfare after another, and many of the knights whooped and hollered, cheering for their king. At last, Uriah saw the man pass him by. He was tall, and Uriah saw only a thick set of black locks, running down his shoulders over an exquisite, great white cape, lined with ermine fur. The cross was emblazoned on it, not unexpectedly, and Uriah caught a glance of armor under it. A crown adorned his head, a surprisingly simple band of gold with 4 spikes pointing upward. Aside from some etchings, it was as simple as that, without even a few jewels encrusted along its length. The king finally turned around, and Uriah's jaw dropped. He indeed wore an elaborate set of black plate mail, the majesty of the Wandenritter, inscribed with complex etchings of what looked like past battles. He certainly looked every part the medieval king, with his well-groomed black beard, stern face, and oddly curious eyes, standing tall above all of them. Even as he stepped onto the dais, it was clear he stood head and shoulders above most of them. But, it was not that which caused Uriah's jaw to drop, nor was it the magnificent greatsword strapped to his side. It was not even the tremendous well of spiritual power quietly churning within his huge frame. Uriah stared, both awed and shocked. It was the painter. The man who had not given his name, with whom Uriah had conversed like an equal for hours about the art, the one he had pestered with questions about the most trivial things. He had to remind himself to close his mouth, so as to make sure he didn't seem even more foolish. A king. He had spoken to a king like a peer. "My knights," said King Sigismund, his mature, warm baritone resonating across the room, the last of the cheers dying down as he extended his arm, "as your chosen liege lord, I stand before you once again, and it gladdens my heart tremendously to see so many of you gathered in one place. My brave sons and daughters, you are my greatest strength, as I am yours." He smiled and nodded, and it seemed to be a cue, because the knights broke out into cheers once more. Uriah was too stunned to think of joining in, and simply stood there, nonplussed. The king let his knights have their moment, but after a minute, he gently gestured downward with his hands, and reluctantly, the deafening cheer died down. There had to be hundreds of people gathered here, Uriah thought. The chamber was wide and the seats were tightly packed. So many Quincies at once. "Join me, if you will," said the king, "in the invocation of our creed, to remind us of our place in the world, of our strengths and our limitations. Gesegnet ist unser Schicksal, denn die Zukunft liegt zum Griefen nahe." He began to chant in German, and all the members followed flawlessly. Uriah barely understood any of it, and kept his mouth shut to avoid making a fool of himself. As the invocation ended, King Sigismund nodded, pleased. "Be seated, my subjects," he said, and as one, the knights sat down. Uriah scrambled to at least do that right. Seeing his subjects all sat down, King Sigismund sat down in turn, removing his great sword from his hip, letting it rest between his legs as he sat comfortably leaned back in his throne. It seemed to barely contain him. It looked as if it might break at any time under his larger-than-life presence, as if he might burst from it at any time. "Now that the formal greetings are finished," he said, "I am come here tonight to gladly hear everything you, my children, wish to bring before me. I will greet every new initiate personally, and I will bestow honors upon those who have earned them. I will settle disputes, if there are any. And tonight, when the order of business is settled, we shall feast." He thumped his fist down on the throne's armrest, and as one, the knights stamped their left feet down on the stone floor in what Uriah assumed was a gesture of approval. Everyone followed the same rituals, it seemed, even Hashwalth. "Now," said King Sigismund as the noise died down, "the first order of business for tonight, well, I think you all know. We're all very excited to welcome a new aspirant, are we not?" There was another loud cheer, and Uriah felt a little strange. There was much formality, ritual, and courtesy in this order, but it was oddly punctuated by a loud, exuberant cheer. "Aspirant Uriah Ishida," King Sigismund shouted, his voice roaring over the cheers, "approach the throne." Hashwalth nudged him in the side, shooting him an encouraging smile, and Uriah realized he had almost kept the king waiting. He saw Meninas shoot him a thumbs up as he stood up, approaching the throne. Before the dais, he fell to one knee, his left arm folded over his chest, his right folded behind his back, a perfect execution of the bow Hashwalth had shown him earlier. He looked down onto the carpet, making sure not to look the king in the eye before he had been addressed. "Aspirant Ishida Uriah," he said, loud and clear, "humbly accepting your hospitality, O King Sigismund of Baden-Awak." "Aspirant Ishida," said the king sternly, although there was a playfulness in his voice that was apparent to everyone except Uriah, "I believe we met once already." "I beg your majesty's forgiveness," Uriah said quickly. "Had I had any inkling as to your majesty's exalted nature, I would have shown proper respect. Please accept my most heartfelt apologies." The king's laugh boomed across the throne room, and there were chuckles from the rows of knights as well. "Truly," said the king, as his laughter subsided, "it is I who must ask forgiveness. I hope my little deceit has not inconvenienced you too much, Aspirant Ishida, but I was rather keen to see what kind of man you were. We see what our fellow human beings are made of not by how they treat their superiors, but how they treat their peers and their inferiors. You were quite courteous, I can assure you, although I must say, you got the bow wrong. It is a proper way of greeting a knight, but of course, I am no knight." "Forgive me, your majesty," Uriah said quietly, relief pouring through him. King Sigismund laughed again. "Rise, aspirant. Let me get a good look at you." Uriah stood up, and hesitantly, he looked the king in the eye. It was the same face as before, but somehow it seemed like so much more, framed by the ermine cape and the throne, like he was more than the sum of his parts. "Strong," King Sigismund said with an approving nod. "Strong and hard-working. I can sense Paladin Macallon's tutelage about you, but, there is so much more of Sukin in you, young squire. He was a good man." "Thank you, your majesty." The king nodded. "You have grown quite a bit of strength," he said, "but you have much strength yet to gain, and you are far from the completion of your path. Will you complete your training as one of us?" "Your majesty," said Uriah, and stared the king down. It almost hurt to do so, his gaze was intense, radiating power and majesty. "That is a question I have decided to answer tomorrow evening, when I have seen all you are willing to show me. I hope this will not offend your majesty, but I wish to learn as much as I can before I make such a momentous decision. At the very least, I have no intention to join you before I have completed my schooling in my homeland." "Fair enough," said King Sigismund, waving his hand dismissively. "You are wise to value an informed choice, aspirant. Many young people lack that wisdom these days. Or, well, that is one thing that has not changed since the 12th century." He smiled, and there were another wave of chuckles from his audience of knights. "Your answer satisfies me for now, aspirant," said the king, and gave a gracious smile. "Come, let me at least introduce you to the greatest of our order." "Certainly, your majesty," said Uriah courteously. Stand, if you would, said King Sigismund, gesturing with his hand. A handful of people stood up, including Hashwalth, Meninas, and Bambietta. You have already acquainted yourself with my Grand Master, said the king, gesturing at Hashwalth, who bowed courteously. He is my designated heir, and like a son to me. This order has no one more chivalrous than he. Your Majesty is too kind, Hashwalth said humbly. Not at all, said the king dismissively. And, the man opposite to him would be Lord Commander Subutai Baghatur, hailing from the plains of Mongolia. He is the foremost commander of my armed forces, and his tactical expertise is without equal. Subutai did not bow, settling for a nod. He was sizing up Uriah, that much was clear. You already know paladins Sir MacAllan and Sir Basterbine, said the king. To Uriah's surprise, both Meninas and Bambi bowed reverently. To see Bambietta pay real respect, without a hint of sarcasm of protest, was an entirely new experience. They are joined by the paladins Sir Giselle Guel, Liltata Lampard, and Sir Candice Kazel, of course, the five of them representing the strongest women of our order. Sir Basterbine is one of our most recent additions, relatively speaking, whereas Sir Kazel has served with us for over a century. There is, of course, also Sir Liltata Lampard, one of our most valued soldiers. Do not let her slender build fool you, she has a strength any paladin would be proud to boast of. My pleasure, Uriah said solemnly, bowing to them all. Sir Kingdu, paladin, said another man, clearly Asian by the complexion of his skin and a very slight accent. He was of average height, and had a severe face, further emphasized by a scar running over the left side of his mouth. He was but a mercenary once, said the king, but he found purpose with my order. So I did, sire, said King Du. Sir Gerhard Ragnarsson, said another knight, nearly as tall as the king himself. He was broad of shoulder, muscular, and bore a thick mane of long, straight, blonde hair. Although, my brethren have seen fit to call me Wakuria. A little joke about my ancestry, you see. He was one of my earliest recruits, said King Sigismund. Although the age of Vikings had passed by that time, he has their blood in his veins, and he does not mind reminding you that he does. It is the truth, sire, said Gerhard with a wry smile. Sir Basard, said the king, a paladin of renown dash. We have met, sire, the aspirant, and I. You rapscallion, what have I told you about interrupting your liege lord? Said King Sigismund irritably, a stern look on his face. I shall flagellate myself thoroughly later, sire, said Basard with a cheeky grin. See that you do, said the king. It is my pleasure to make your acquaintance, aspirant, said Basard, bowing, although I shall remind you to call me Bez, not Basard. He is as stubborn as he is good-hearted, said the king. Would you believe I first found him defending an orphanage from the predations of vile bandits? I swear, sire, said Bez exasperatedly, it is as if your majesty and the Grand Master are in a conspiracy to constantly embarrass me. It is not a conspiracy if it's a well-known truth, said Hashwalth with a smile. The king chuckled. Moving on, then. Sir Leelbaro. Aspirant, said a serious-looking knight with dark skin. He bowed, and Uriah returned the gesture. Once a corsair of the Mediterranean, he is now an honorable man, said the king. Sir Askind Lever. At your service, sire, said the last knight to have stood up, a handsome gentleman with his hair combed back, executing a perfect bow. There was the hint of a French accent in his voice. I recruited him personally from the court of King Philip IV of France, said King Sigismund, but do not be fooled by his manners. He is as strange and devious as they come. Your Majesty praises me too highly, said De Vere with a smile. These are some of my best warriors and most virtuous servants, said the king. There are more, but our order is often spread across Europe in the pursuit of hollows disrupting human life. I encourage you to speak to any and all of them at tonight's feast. Any question you have, aspirant, they will be glad to answer. For a given value of any question, Uriah thought. Out loud, though, he said, Your Majesty is most gracious. I look forward to tonight's feast. As do I, said the king. Please, my children, be seated. The next order of business, ah yes, it was Sir de Lamprouge and Sir Kururagi seeking to settle a matter of honor with a duel, was it not? As Uriah sat down, the rest of the evening's business proceeded, and Uriah listened intently. Secrecy aside, it was utterly fascinating to see a full and healthy clan of Quincy's at play. This truly was business he could only have dreamed of before. It was late, soon, Ichigo would go brush his teeth and go to bed. He was keeping a careful eye on the clock, to make sure he didn't miss his time. Between all the crazy stuff going on in his life, he barely had the time to catch up on his homework, and if it weren't for his mom nagging him about it, he was sure he'd have fallen far behind. He was deeply engrossed in his English textbook, so much so that when the first quick flare of spiritual energy struck out, he barely even noticed it. He only dimly became aware of it after the third time. After the fourth, he slowly put his book down, frowning. What was going on? A fifth pulse happened, and by now, Ichigo was paying attention. As the sixth flared up, he focused. It seemed to come from a couple blocks down, pulsating twice a minute. It felt like... Aunt Erza? What was she doing? If she wanted something, she could come up to his door and knock. He had other things to do. He raised his textbook and continued to read, but the pulses did not stop. In fact, they sped up, occasionally increasing in strength as well, as if they were more urgent. As if they were some sort of alert signal. Ichigo sat up on his bed, thinking. Something was wrong. If Erza wanted something, she would walk up to the door and knock. So, something had to be wrong. He reached for his badge, deciding to investigate, and a few seconds later he jumped out the window, wearing the black shiakusho, sword carried on his back. The pulses stopped as he exited, everything going dead quiet, and Ichigo felt a growing sense of unease. When he found his aunt, she had some explaining to do. He found her soon, standing on the roof of a regular house a few blocks down. What the hell is going on? Ichigo said irritably as soon as he landed, and he realized the moment he saw her that something was wrong. She looked harrowed, the firmness on her usually staunch expression subdued. Something had rattled her. Is it Aizen? Ichigo said quickly, are we being attacked? Do I need to go tell mom? It's not Aizen, said Erza, shaking her head. At this point, I wish it were. That way, I could at least make sense of things. Auntie, what the hell is going on? Said Ichigo, the uneasiness growing wildly now. Ichigo, said Erza sharply, something of her normal severity returning to her voice, I am going to ask you one question. It's going to sound strange, but it's important that you answer it directly, straight away, and to the best of your ability without questioning it. We're short on time. What dash? The question, said Erza, ignoring him, is as follows, how do you feel about a man named Tsukishima? Ichigo flinched. How did she know about him? Had she spied on him going to that place? For how long? Answer. Erza insisted, anger in her voice. There's no time to argue. Answer the question. I know a guy named Tsukishima, sure, Ichigo said slowly, looking around as if expecting an ambush. I guess he's alright, but he's pretty standoffish? Kind of a dick, but I mean, his guys say he's alright, so. I guess he has a good side, somewhere. There was a light tap behind him, and Ichigo spun around, hand on his sword. Stand down, auxiliary, said the figure, and Ichigo realized it was So iPhone. Commander, it seems like he isn't infected. Everyone else so far seems to have displayed absolute loyalty to him. I concur, said Erza, breathing a sigh of relief. Will somebody tell me what the hell is going on? Ichigo demanded, spinning around to face Erza. Is my family in danger? What the hell is Tsukishima's deal? How do you know about him? In a quick, businesslike manner, Erza laid it all out, occasionally elaborated on by So iPhone, the attack earlier that same day, all their friends lost. Ichigo's jaw steadily dropped as he heard it. Holy shit. He murmured, holy shit. They really had me going. Ichigo, said Erza, you know him already. I need you to tell me everything you know. So he did, although not as quickly or as well, with a fair amount of stuttering. He retold the story of Jinjo and his gang, the Fullbringers, of his past and his history with the goatee eye, even though it made him feel like a traitor. Jinjo, Ichigo realized, had quickly become a friend. Had this been his plan all along? Had he led him on, using him like a puppet just to get to Erza? Or, was this Tsukishima's doing? An outlaw under our noses. Erza said breathlessly, all this time. And you just hung out with them? It never occurred to you they might be dangerous. Of course it did, Ichigo snapped. I didn't go into this blindly trusting them, damn it. All the worse. Erza said angrily. Then you knew better, and still fell for it. You've been used, and dash. Calm down. So iPhone said sharply. Arguing will help none of us right now. Yes, Erza said with a nod. It's not your fault, Ichigo. I sometimes forget you're still young. No, it's on me, Ichigo muttered. Hell, I feel like an idiot. Focus, said So iPhone. Right now we need a commander, not a hurt little girl, right? Alright, said Erza. The outlaw, said So iPhone thoughtfully, I'm familiar with his file. It's been a while, but there is a standing order for his capture with a considerable bounty to boot. He was nearly caught twice. Somehow, the operatives came back swearing they had no idea. I guess we know why, now. He only wants his people to be safe, said Ichigo. It sure as hell doesn't seem like it right now, said Erza sharply. I don't mean to defend him, said Ichigo, but everything I saw was a guy who'd do anything to keep his family safe. Even if he was stringing me along, I don't think that was fake. What if all this is Tsukishima's doing? Don't fool yourself, said So iPhone dismissively. This Kyogo Jinjo is a murderer and an outlaw. Seeing the best in people is the easiest way to deceive yourself. Look, forget all these arguments, said Ichigo exasperatedly. Do you have a plan? Working on it, said Erza wearily. Right now, that means getting whatever allies we can. You included. We need to keep whoever we can safe. I'll tell Mom and Dad to get a hotel for a couple days, said Ichigo nodding. A good start, said Erza. I'll see about getting in touch with Tatsuki and Chad. Like I said, anything counts. What about the goatee eye? Said Ichigo. We're working on getting in touch with them, said So iPhone, but until the details are known, we may not even want reinforcements. Imagine all our captains overtaken and brainwashed. Shit. Ichigo muttered. Look, if you do get through to them, get in contact with Yukatake. He was Jinjo's handler before it all went sour. Duly noted, said So iPhone. At any rate, we'll carefully reconnoitre after we've located our allies. It's all we can do right now. Look, said Ichigo, what if I went to talk to them? Jinjo's in charge, and he still trusts me. I could try and make sense of all this. Maybe even get you some information. Absolutely not. So iPhone and Erza spoke in unison, both seeming surprised to be in such complete agreement. There is no way, said Erza firmly, that I'm letting you risk yourself like that. You don't know them. Clearly you don't know them well enough, or we wouldn't be in this mess. I've lost enough people already. It's a tremendous risk, said So iPhone, which could end with you dead, or worse, in their control. We already have to contend with at least one captain-class fighter. Fine, Ichigo muttered, I'll go warn Mom and Dad, okay. Ichigo, said Erza severely, promise me you won't. I promise, Ichigo muttered. I swear, all right. Good, said Erza. Go warn your family, and then meet us. Well, we'll find you, so go hide somewhere. Good call, said So iPhone. For now, let's go. She was the one to lead, Ichigo noticed as So iPhone took off, followed closely by Erza. They soon disappeared into the approaching night, leaving a confused, scared Ichigo. Jinjo, were you really playing me all along? It had taken considerable self-control, as well as So iPhone's firmest grip, to keep Erza from breaking down the door when they had tracked Tsukishima to Erza's apartment. Everyone seemed to have followed him, It looked like he preferred to keep a close eye on his friends. "That's my home," Erza hissed. "Orium is in there." "That son of a bitch." "We can't take them," said So iPhone coolly. "Patience. Now. Patience, or we'll lose you, too." "What are you going to do, barge in there and kill your friends?" "I'd never." "You might have to. They're absolutely loyal to this scumbag now. They'd do for him as they do for you. So, ask yourself if you're ready to do something you'll never be able to forgive yourself for. Are you? Of course not. Then stay down." Reluctantly, Erza stayed still. They were both keeping their distance, lying prone on a rooftop some 100 yards from the apartment. Erza felt, amid the emotional turmoil, fairly impressed with So iPhone. She had held herself together well better than Erza, herself, right now. "How many do you sense?" said Erza, taking long, deep breaths to calm herself down. She still ached to burst into action, still ached to barge in and wreak bloody murder on the psychopath that had taken a sledgehammer to her life in one fell stroke. "Let me see." So iPhone muttered, concentrating. She was better at this than Erza, having been trained in this line of work as part of the Stealth Corps. "Katetsu, Kuratsuke, Hinamori, Kukaki," So iPhone said under her breath. "They're all suppressing their energy. He must be keeping them on a leash. I also sense Urahara in there, along with several weaker signatures must be the other people with Tsukishima. Can you feel Orium?" Erza said urgently. "Hang on a second," said So iPhone. From somewhere in her uniform, she produced a small pair of binoculars, and after adjusting them, she peered through the windows of Erza's apartment. After a minute, she lowered them. Erza gave her a strange look. "What?" So iPhone muttered. "It's basic technology." "Yeah," Erza said, shaking her head, speaking in a hushed tone. "Anyway, did you see Orium?" "I did," So iPhone confirmed, her voice neutral, seeming quite pleased to converse with the others. She greeted Tsukishima, and she looked friendly. At this point, it's best to assume she has been turned. The words were like a stab to the chest, and Erza balled a fist. "Careful. Remember what I said before," So iPhone reminded her. Yes, I know," Erza said, burning with anger. "First Momo, and now Orium? That monster, he would pay for this." Images flashed through her mind of Tsukishima, bloodied and broken, and she understood how So iPhone had felt earlier. This was as intense a violation as anyone could imagine. "What do we do next?" Erza hissed, her nails digging into her palms. "We still need to figure out about the hypnosis somehow," So iPhone muttered, once again looking into the binoculars. "If we can just get the basics down, if I could confirm it would cease to influence them upon his death, it would just be a matter of eliminating him." Eliminate? To assassinate him? The idea seemed better and better the more Erza thought about it. "But, how?" Erza murmured. Their ponderings were interrupted as a single black hell butterfly fluttered up to them. "What in the?" Erza muttered. "Somebody knows we're here," So iPhone said sharply. Erza extended a hand. Whatever it was, she wanted to know. The hell butterfly spoke its recorded message, which sounded synthesized, artificial. "You are found. Leave immediately. Regroup at rally point 6. Son of a bitch." So iPhone said, standing up, battle ready. She pulled her blade out, looking around, and Erza quickly followed suit. A second later, Yoryuki's lithe form jumped up onto the roof with the grace of a cat, confidently walking toward the two of them. "You're quite good at stealth," she said to So iPhone, amusedly, like the praise a parent might heap onto a toddler. "You, though," she said to Erza, "are not." "Yoryuki, listen," said Erza, "you're being played. He's using you. Tsukishima told me you would be coming for us, so I kept a lookout," said Yoryuki. "What else did he tell you?" Erza said sharply, holding up her blade. "That you lost your minds, somehow," Yoryuki said with a shrug. "Really, let's just settle this. Come with me, and we'll work it out. You'll get the help you need." "I'm not the one who needs help." Erza snarled. "Incoming." So iPhone snapped. Captain Cookaki leading the charge along with the others. We'll be surrounded. Like I said Yoryuki calmly, you'll get the help you need. Even if we have to do it by force. So, please just come quietly, okay? Over my dead body, said Erza, glancing around. She could sense Byakuya exiting the apartment, taking off in a shunpo. Within seconds he'd arrive, and then so would the others. So iPhone, she said, tell me you have an escape route. Please, said Yoryuki with a chuckle. You did good sneaking this close, but you can't outrun me. I counted on that, said So iPhone, her voice trembling. You know what? Not long ago, you told me I am a better stealth corps commander than you ever were. I did. Yoryuki said confusedly. I'm not sure what you're talking about. I'm starting to think you're right. Commander, to me. Immediately, Erza stepped within a foot of So iPhone. Seeing her pull something from her pocket, she closed her eyes, and averted her head. The flashbang went off, but as the light cleared, Erza saw Yoryuki had shielded her eyes with her arms, blinking. You think a trick that basic will work? She said, sighing, that'd buy you, what, a few hundred yards if you started running now, and you haven't even dash. Erza looked up, seeing So iPhone's arm move, and she saw a coil of white cloth extend from it, spinning up around them, encasing them in a circle. I told you, said So iPhone, bitterly triumphant, I'm better at this than you were, just like you said. Senten Hakuja. Erza felt a nauseating sensation as her entire being was pulled through time and space, the pre-prepared Kido spell taking effect. The cityscape changed, replaced by trees. She blinked. Keep low, said So iPhone, and, for God's sake, suppress your riot so. Where are we? Erza said confusedly. The park, So iPhone muttered, which just so happens to be where Rally Point 6 is. Tsukishima frowned, doing his best to contain his frustration. What do you mean, they got away? He said. Yoryuki just shrugged. I think you got the point. Aren't you supposed to be the fastest thing alive? He demanded. You can't outrun teleportation, Yoryuki said with a shrug. To think she had that up her sleeve, who do you think trained her? It's exactly what I would do. It doesn't matter, said Tsukishima hastily. We'll get back to the others. Don't worry, we'll find a way to get to the bottom of this. For a second, he held his breath, wondering if the spell had broken. It could be loosened under the right circumstances, and somebody like her, she seemed quite dangerous. But then, to his relief, she smiled. Of course, Shiryu. Come on, I'll go through the places where they might be hiding. Tsukishima breathed a sigh of relief. So far, so good, then. Those accursed Shinigami had evaded him a second time, but with communications down, they could get nothing done. It was only a matter of time. Once he had control of them, he'd make sure the Godei was assured there was no problem, and then, well, from there on, who knew? The thought of his own kingdom of Shinigami was fairly appealing. Check the description for the links to the author.